Yes, Hundo, the good old double agent, but also not a double agent trick. It's a classic. Oh, thank you for the follow, Jack. I only just am starting. Hello, hello, hello. How are you all doing today? Good morning, everybody. Or good evening for most of you, I would say. How are you all doing today? Günaydın, Grim Reaper. İyi akşamlar. What's up, Camel? So, we got a lot to do today. I can't believe some of the news that's coming out. These people are genuinely stupid. Yeah, exhausted is a good word to describe how I'm feeling too. I actually got good sleep last night too, but somehow I'm more tired than I usually am, even though I slept well. Hey, what's up, Big Ben Dead? So before we get into it, I wanna show you guys something that I thought was cool. So everyone knows that I hate AI with a burning passion, including and most specifically Grok, but I do use Grok occasionally on Twitter. I'll whenever I get like a right-winger comment on one of my tweets and they're like, "Hey, prove that Republicans do domestic terrorism." And I can't be bothered to go get the links. It's really easy to just type at Grok, give me examples of Republican domestic terrorism in the last 5 years. And then leave the chat. That tends to work. This is getting out of control. Pete Hegseth texted me his lunch order by mistake. Did you guys know that they doxed themselves? AI is a load of BS, but I asked Grok, based on my tweets, which political figure, alive or dead, do I sound most like? And obviously, like, this shit is stupid. You'd have to specify outside of the United States if you wanted an answer like that. It's built to be a psyop for America, obviously. But Grok's answer was, based on your tweets, you sound most like Bernie Sanders. Your shared left-wing anti-billionaire stance and focus on wealth inequality align with his views, like his claim that billionaires shouldn't exist. Though your tone is more direct and colloquial, calling the wealthy ghouls versus his formal style. Sanders' push for social programs matches your libertarian socialism. Other figures like AOC or Warren don't fit as well in tone or in focus. I thought that was pretty cool. The chap, what's domestic about terrorism? Exactly. Well, it's the location. Domestic terrorism is easy to prove to them. Just show them a sex offender in Congress. Yeah, but see, the thing is, I would have to spend my time doing that, and with idiots that I don't care about, it is very easy to just type at Grok and then leave that chat, because most likely it's a bot anyway. When you're on Twitter, I would assume that out of 15 accounts that you engage with, at least 12 of them would be bots at this point. But I should try this again and be like more specific as to like outside the US and all that. I do use AI, but it's just for the only purpose it's built for, making my resume sound a bit better and pumping out LinkedIn posts for work. I could see the use of that. Like, again, I dislike AI because it removes a person's ability to do critical thinking over time, and it makes you lazier. But those are all their own problems as it is. X is near to fully botted. Same with Facebook. Same with TikTok and Instagram. Everything is fully botted. Everything. On the right, have you taken a look at any big right-wing account or growing right-wing account and taken a look at their follower count? Because it grows in thousands and drops in thousands, as bots do. What's up, Shortspork? How's it going? Anyone up to anything totally not classified? I can't recall. I'm a bot. So, this made me really happy. This, in Turkey, is young people who are protesters out on the street, but they stopped with this grandfather at a bus stop, and they're playing red light, green light. So when the old man here says AKP, which is Erdogan's party, they all stop jumping. But when he says the other thing, they all hop up and down happily. It's very cute.
We are clean.
There's gonna be fucking copyright for that music. I don't know, this is so cute. It's wholesome. Like, there's a massive crowd around this guy. Because he's an old guy, he has a mask on, he's jumping up and down, he supports the protest, and they're playing a little game in the middle of the night. Are you going to write a letter to Erdogan, Greece Carpaccio? No. Why would he ever even read the letter that I write him? He doesn't know who I am. Exhale, did you read the link I sent you? Where did you send me a link? I haven't seen one. Now, before we get into the juicy stuff, I gotta touch on Australia because we got some good news here and we have some funny news here. So I know you all love to make fun of the way that Australians talk and some of the words that we might use. Well, our Prime Minister said some funny shit yesterday, and I think it might be worth a look.
Well, Mr. Speaker, they are delulu with no salulu, Mr. Speaker. They are completely delusional. And then they had to hide to say, oh...
They're delulu without any salulu. I like
energy
it.
prices, we care about it. They voted against caps. And they voted against the energy bill relief of $300. And they voted against. And they voted against and didn't support our second lot of energy bill relief as well.
The member for Fair.
So basically, for the whole point of me putting this on was just the delulu with no salulu part because that made me laugh. But yesterday we had the federal budget for 2025 be put out by the Labour Party and the things that they want to do. In that, there was a part in which every single Australian household would be getting a tax cut, and the Liberal Party voted against it. So that's what they're talking about here. The budget actually is excellent for, you know, Australians, general, like, day-to-day Australians. I'm kind of surprised the Labour Party is putting all these nice little treats in there, but they really do want to win this election. And I'm pretty sure Erdogan can't read.
Effects.
And the leading
Lib's gonna lib.
for the nuclear reactor industry over there is going off. There's a meltdown happening, Mr. Speaker. There's a meltdown. And this guy wants a plan that will cost $600 billion, that will produce 4% of Australia's energy needs. That's the most expensive form of new energy possible. Sometime in the 2040s. Sometime in the 2040s.
Yeah, look, we've talked about this. The energy policy that the Liberals put forward with Dutton, even the Liberals are against it. It's a ridiculous proposal that's just exists to funnel money into the coal companies. What's the deal with massive books on the desk? Doesn't the UK do that too? No idea. This guy is the Prime Minister and is for the Labour Party, yeah.
And a plan that the private sector won't have a bar of, which is why it's got to be funded by the taxpayer, which is why they will have to have cuts to health, to education, to services, to housing,
What's up,
to
Barbara Lynn?
public servants, or cuts to everything except the only cut this bloke doesn't want is a cut to people's taxes. That's the only cut that he doesn't.
That's, like, the thing is, I like Albo more and more lately because he is, in Parliament, direct and confrontational, and we need that more from politicians. I used to speak with an Australian, and he explained the interesting three-party system. I mean, it's not a three-party system. Technically, there's more than, you know, three. There's really three viable ones, but the Greens here are dog shit, at least federally. But this is what the Prime Minister is putting out before an election right now. Labour will give a tax cut to every Australian taxpayer. Every household will get $150 off their energy bill. Labour will make sure that you can see a GP for free everywhere because bulk billing was reducing. Labour will wipe out 20% of all student debt and keep TAFE free. That's pretty fucking convincing before an election. Labour is closer to Democrats and Liberals are closer to Republicans. Is that about right? Well, the Labour Party here is left of the Democrats by far. But basically, yeah. The Liberal Party here is probably closer to the Democrats in America at this point in time, at least establishment-wise. Where's rec legal weed, though? You're going to have to wait for Labour to win that one first, and then you're going to have to make sure that the Greens aren't there to block all of the things that Labour wanted to do. We would have had cheaper housing if the Greens weren't in power as well. Already.
Doesn't like. I mean, this is a mob that left us with a $78 billion deficit that we turned into a $22 billion surplus, left us the following year, with
and of course they fuck up on
$56
Indigenous
billion
people, but again, like the Labour Party wanted to give Indigenous people at least like a voice in Parliament, which was really a ceremonial role that wouldn't have done anything, but it was the Liberal Party that lost their shit over it.
Forecast deficit that we turned into a $15 billion surplus, and this year we have almost halved the deficit that they forecast.
Like this right here, I'm okay. I'm good with that. Like that's the type of politician that I want to see more. So our Greens suck too. Les chocs, yeah, literally. The Greens on the state level here aren't bad. I quite like a few of them, but federally, at least in this term, because I don't know Australian politics all that deeply, it's just been paying attention in the last couple of years, they've sided with the Liberal Party to block Labor's reforms, which would have been good reforms. They wouldn't have gone anywhere near as far enough as was required, but they were good reforms. So I just want to have a look at the budget, because I live here. And for you Americans, to make you a little bit angry, in case you haven't seen it already, I mean, I did show this yesterday, but I feel like it's useful just to piss Americans off a little bit more. This is the tax brackets comparatively between Australia and America under both proposed new administrations. So under the new American administration, the bottom 20%, people earning under $28,000, will pay $800 more in taxes. Whereas in Australia, if you make under $18,000, you don't pay anything in taxes. And if you're paying if you're making $45,000 or under, your taxes are going to go down from 19 to 15. Compare that to $28,000 to $55,000 in America, your taxes are going up about 20 to 40%. $1,500. So I just really wanted to nail that in to show you how much they fucking hate you here. And then also, like, anywhere you can buy a vape, you can also buy illegal untaxed cigarettes, which are like half at least the price of cigarettes in the gas station, which does make a difference, you know, and it's $50 for a pack. I can see why they're cracking down. Australia is reconsidering buying nuclear submarines from the US. Yep, because so we were originally going to buy them from the French, and America was fucking us with AUKUS before Trump even came into power, because part of the AUKUS deal was that they were going to let us borrow one of theirs, like an American Virginia-class submarine, and they were going to let us borrow 3 non-nuclear submarines while we build them here. So they were fucking us anyway, well before Trump came in, because they didn't give us the nuclear submarine. They didn't give us any to borrow. I enjoyed New Zealand for quite a while. I never went there, but I love their eco stuff. Now, unfortunately, it's off. Yeah, New Zealand is going to the right. It seems like Australia is definitely going all in on the environmental, like, care, though. What's up, Lanky Sapien? 4 days in a row? Yeah, I mean, I try and make it 5. It's just not always viable for me.
And they still reckon that the deficit will go down in years to come. However, it's important
That's
to
good.
know
That's good. That's good. There's, like, a lot of good stuff in there. You guys want to see something that'll make you happy before we get into things that will make you less happy? Yeah, it's about time we got into environmental care. You're right. Killing the coal industry will help quite a bit. Here is Representative Melanie Stansbury saying what everyone has been thinking in Congress. Thank God for this woman. I want more people like her in Congress.
Yesterday, it was reported that the Secretary of Defense and National Security Advisor and the Vice President leaked war plans to a journalist. This is the same administration that accidentally...
Wait, hold on. I have a fuller clip. This is only a minute. This one's 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think insanity is a good word for what's happening here on the House floor today. Another good word is bizarre. You know, when I go home and I tell my constituents what happens in these halls, they're amazed. And today is one of those days where I'm like, what the hell are these folks doing? Because while our economy is in crisis, while groceries and housing are at an all-time high, while our veterans and our firefighters and our teachers are being illegally fired, while Elon Musk is dismantling...
Arundo, of course he did, and of course because they bent the knee. Lanky Sapien, yeah, we're gonna have a look at that in a bit. ICE, just disappearing a girl who had a green card. She was Turkish, actually.
The U.S. Department of Education, and while the Secretary of Defense is trying to cover up the most incompetent national security leak I have ever heard of in my life, the Republicans in the House are trying to save the American people from the scourge of walk-in cooler and refrigeration efficiency standards. That's...
Hey, she supports Medicare for all. She supports a federal assault weapon ban. The DC statehood movement, support canceling student loan debt, federal marijuana legalization. Like, she's good. Good for her.
That's right. We are here wasting precious debate time on the U.S. House of Representatives floor, debating, dismantling efficiency standards for walk-in refrigerators. How out of touch are you with the American people? Like, literally, I know you're not holding town halls and meeting with your constituents anymore, but you think that the American people voted for you to waste our time on refrigeration standards? That's what you think you were elected to do? Literally, how out of touch are you? Because no American voted. No American, I don't care where you are on the ideological spectrum, you did not vote for this. This is ridiculous.
True. And, like, right here, we have to understand that this is what we need more of. We're not going to be able to advocate to change anything other than undo the shit that they're fucking up while they're in power. At least through electoral politics, you know? Like, we need direct action outside of the electoral politics, but we need people like her in Congress still making a fuss, making her voice heard, telling us what the fuck is going on. Lanky, it's starting to get complex because they're trying it on so many people, it's hard to keep track of. Well, I mean, they're disappearing likely hundreds of people a day right now. Just last week, 500,000 people lost their, like, legal status just like that, because Trump was like, nah, no more legal status for you. Does she support soup? Soup is a deal breaker for me. Yeah, she supports soup. Camel, the ban on assault weapons is LMAO. It shouldn't have a focus right now. Well, like, it's not like she's advocating for that right now. It's just, like, positions that she would have had, because I just looked her up on Wikipedia. Right now, the only advocacy that Democrats are doing is stop doing all this shit to Republicans. Let's tick up Huey Long. It's worth a try. I was in the Navy for 7 years, and honestly, this is astonishing. Like, all the joking aside, this shit could have killed pilots. Oh yeah, don't worry. We're about to get there in a second. There's a lot of information that came out about that leak, but first, breaking news. This just happened about half an hour before stream. We have put new tariffs in place. 25% tariffs on all cars.
We are watching Wall Street as investors brace for Trump's looming tariffs on auto imports. The president is expected to unveil the new duties today. By today's closing bell, the Dow dropped more than...
God damn it. Hold on. I don't want the whole fucking live stream. Whatever. We can skip it. New tariffs, 25% on cars, which are already too expensive. Fuck it. Who cares? Literally just all cars, yeah. Oh boy, my company is about to implode. We sell auto, to the auto industry. These tariffs suck balls. Well, I suppose since there's actually people in here that'll be affected by it, I might as well take a look closer and give you some details. Auto tariffs. Here we go.
Oh, this is permanent, yeah.
Oh, hold on. This is just talking about how they're not going away.
Under which you'd remove these auto tariffs, sir, or is this permanent for the rest of your term in office?
Oh, this is permanent, yeah, 100%, yeah.
Love that. Good to know. Good to know.
Conditions under which you'd remove these auto tariffs, sir, or is this permanent?
Wait, that's the same video. God damn it. I hate Twitter so much.
For a favor, in business whatsoever. I'm actually a little surprised by it. I might do it, I might not do it. I do what's right, and he'd want me to do what's right.
Okay,
You know,
fucking hell. Whatever. It's 25% on imports or exports. That's the one bit that I'm looking for him to say. Because it matters whether it's imports or exports. All cars not made in the United States. All right. So, imports. Yes, okay. It's tariffs on imports. Thank you. Finally, New York Times. And parts. So that will affect your company, Rondo. Sorry. That really fucking sucks. So, what doesn't suck, though? Mike Waltz left his Venmo friends list public. This is very, one bit of information of this administration. And it does leak like a sieve anyway, but the fact that they're this incompetent that they are managing to dox themselves that's scary incompetent. Mike Waltz, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, and other top officials left sensitive information exposed via Venmo. Venmo account under the name Michael Waltz, carrying a profile photo of the National Security Advisor connected to accounts bearing the names of people closely associated with him, was left open to the public until Wednesday afternoon. A Wired analysis shows that the accounts reveal the names of hundreds of Waltz's personal and professional associates, including journalists, military officers, lobbyists, and other information a foreign intelligence service or actor could exploit for any number of ends, experts say. This shit's insane. Like, this on its own is insane. This is like you lose your job on normal circumstances. Why is he using Venmo? Isn't he rich? They're all rich, but they're all selfish. They still want, like, the $5 that they paid for a woman's drink for back if she's not going to sleep with him or something. So, at the very minimum, all cars are like 40K now, but realistically, we're looking at 50 to 60K for standard cars. Basically, Lanky Sapien, yeah. But beyond just leaking the Venmo, private data, passwords of senior U.S. security officials found online. Donald Trump's most important security advisors used Signal to discuss the imminent military strike. Now, by Der Spiegel, has found the contact data of some of those officials, including mobile phone numbers, and it's freely accessible on the internet. They fully and entirely doxed themselves. Do you understand that in any normal case, this is breaking worldwide news? Like, this is front page news in every country in the world if we lived in the normal timeline? Like, even just 10 years ago? This is like a level of a national security threat that goes above someone like Snowden leaking national security secrets, or like WikiLeaks. This goes above that. They now have access to passwords, email addresses, private and possibly non-private phone numbers of officials of the military, high-ranking U.S. officials. To do so, the reporters used commercial people search engines along with hacked customer data that was published on the web. Those affected by the leaks include Mike Waltz, Tulsi Gabbard, Pete Hegseth. Again, the fucking DNI and DOD directors' phone number, email, and passwords are available on the internet because they fucked up. Most of the numbers and email addresses are apparently still in use, with some of them linked to profiles on social media like Instagram and LinkedIn. They were used to create Dropbox accounts and profiles and apps that track running data. There were also WhatsApp profiles for respective phone numbers and even Signal accounts in some cases. I do like the transparency. I do like that. You're right, Camel. Maybe they are just keeping a campaign promise. This is on purpose and it's transparency. It's just also transparency to our enemies. The U.S. news magazine The Atlantic revealed on Monday, we know about those leaks, and we're about to go over them. So, remember yesterday when they claimed that there was nothing classified in these leaks? Well, they lied. Obviously. We saw this yesterday. We saw some of these pages. Here is the full text chain. So, Mike Waltz, team, establishing a principal group for coordination on Houthis, particularly over the next 72 hours. My deputy, Alex Wong, is pulling together a Tiger team at deputy's agency chief of staff level. Follow up from the meeting in the sit room this morning for action items, and we'll be sending that stuff out later this evening. Please provide the best POC for your team for us to coordinate over the next couple of days and into the weekend. Mike Needham for state, Andy Baker for VP, Joe Kent for DNI, Dan. Interesting. All right. Then we jump to, this is like a level of leak, by the way, that is historic. People will be learning about this 50 to 60 years from now if we haven't all died and if all of history hasn't been released, like erased entirely. This is genuinely, imagine you're reading the history book about FDR and FDR's cabinet is just leaking shit left and right that is national security secrets. It's insane. You should have a statement of conclusions with the tasking per president's guidance this morning in your high side inboxes. State and DoD, we develop a suggested notification list for regional allies and partners. Joint staff is sending this arm a more specific sequence of events in the coming days. We'll work with DoD, ensure COS, OVP, and POTUS are briefed. Cool. So then we get into team, I'm out for the day doing an economic event in Michigan, but I think we're making a mistake. 3% of U.S. trade runs through the Suez. 40% of European trade does. This is a real risk that the public doesn't understand this or why it's necessary. The strongest reason to do this, as POTUS said, is to send a message, but I'm not sure that the president is aware how inconsistent this is with the messaging he has on Europe right now. There is a further risk, and we will see a moderate to severe spike in oil prices. I'm willing to support the consensus of the team, but keep these concerns to myself. There's a strong argument for delaying this month, doing the messaging work on why this matters, seeing where the economy is, etc. Manufacturing sector is so weird when it comes to politics. Republicans have never been good for labor or domestic manufacturing. It's fucking insane, but they pretend to be, and the entire country thinks that they are, Shardspork, and that's the insane part. There's nothing time-sensitive driving this timeline. We'll have an exact same options in a month. The Israelis are likely to take strikes and therefore ask us for more support to replenish whatever they use against the Houthis, but that's a minor factor. Excuse me, do they really need to replenish their stocks after every attack? That's interesting. Stuff. Ooh, this is the juicy stuff, the meat on the bones. Can you link so I can read the whole thing? I mean, this is just some of the juicy stuff, but yeah, sure. Here is the link. This is insane. John Ratcliffe, from CIA perspective, we are mobilizing assets to support right now, but a delay would not negatively impact us, and additional time would be used to identify better starting points for coverage on Houthi leadership. From the VP, to the VP from PDEX, I replying to this. Never mind, I see. This is a really weird way to text, to say to the VP, copy part of the text and then reply to it without putting a space in between, but whatever. I understand your concerns. I fully support you raising with POTUS important considerations, most of which are tough to know how they play out: economy, Ukraine, peace, Gaza, etc., blah, blah, blah. I think the messaging is going to be tough no matter what. Nobody knows who the Houthis are, which is not true, which is why we need to stay focused. Biden failed, Iran funded. What the fuck are you people talking about? Like, Biden bombed the Houthis too. The Houthis stopped doing the shit that we bombed them for once we got a ceasefire with Israel. The Houthis only started bombing, ships passing through the Suez again, or through the Gulf of Aden again, because the ceasefire was broken. Like, whatever. Waiting a few weeks or months does not fundamentally change the calculus. Immediate risks on waiting. We're prepared to execute, and if I had a final go or no-go vote, I believe we should. By the way, like, this is the kind of conversation that you don't want foreign actors to see. You're seeing wait, why are these idiots using their real names? Because they think this is private. But yeah, like, even I have a signal, even that doesn't have my real name. But whatever. This is something that you look at and you see, oh, okay, well, this is how they plan. They go from the top down, they go back and forth. The CIA is doing this, they're mobilizing support. The Israelis are asking us for help and asking us for replenishment. We're looking at specific targets. Here are the here are the considerations of possible differential equations that we can do, as in, like, what could change here? The situation in Ukraine could shift while we're doing this, and that could fuck us. The economy could shift. It's all these variables that they're considering, exactly which variables the military is considering before doing a military strike could be really useful to a foreign adversary to know. They're worried about this exact issue? Maybe I should do something to make that exact issue worse. But whatever. We can easily pause, and if we do, I will do all that we can to 100% enforce OPSEC. Well, Pete Hegseth, you definitely failed at enforcing OPSEC. There is no OPSEC. The trade figures we have are 15% of global, 30% of container. It's difficult to break down to US specific because much of that container either is going through the Red Sea still or around the Cape of Good Hope. Are components going to Europe that turn into manufactured goods for transatlantic trade into the US. Whether we pull the plug or not today, European navies do not have the capability to defend against this type of sophisticated anti-ship cruise missile and drone the Houthis are now using. So whether it's now several weeks from now, it will have to be the United States that reopens these shipping lanes. Maybe, just maybe, the Houthis might reopen these shipping lanes if Israel stopped killing Palestinians, as they did the last time. Just a thought. Vance basically said that the president isn't aware of what's happening. No, the president's not aware of anything, Greg. That's the thing. This also shows that the president has literally, like, no input in military planning. He's the commander-in-chief. I mean, they let him know at the end, and I'm sure he could say, no, I don't like that, but, like, they're doing everything without him. They could just do it without him, too. One other thing about China and Russia have trade going through too. So if Europe is freeloading, then they actually have to send naval forces to the region to do the same thing that we are. Then Russia and China are complete freeloaders by this logic as well. Exactly. But, like, that doesn't matter. They'll never, ever, ever say anything bad about Russia. Pete Drunkseth talking about OPSEC is fucking hilarious. Yeah, it's whiskey leaks over here. Seems like Stephen Miller is the boss. He is the boss. That's what I've been saying since the beginning, because Stephen Miller is the direct link to the Heritage Foundation, and they're the actual, like, boss. Them and the people who fund them, which is the billionaire. So there's levels of bosses. What's up, Dan Did So? Welcome back. Been busy this week. Several things happening in Central America. There's several things happening everywhere. Oh, So, and then we get to here. Pete Hegseth, if you think we should do it, we'll do it. We saw this exact page yesterday. So Stephen Miller's not Pete's Discord kitten? Probably not. Here's Stephen Miller, by the way, though. As I heard it, the president was clear, green light, but we soon make it clear to Egypt and Europe that we expect something in return. We also need to figure out how to enforce such a requirement, e.g. if Europe doesn't remunerate, then what? If the U.S. successfully restores freedom of navigation at a great cost, there needs to be some further economic gain. Fuck you. The economic gain is the restoring of the shipping lanes. This, however, right here, is very, very, very classified information. This right here is what they all lied to Congress about yesterday. It is interesting that they still care somewhat about the public's perception. Well, Lanky Sapien, they haven't consolidated their power yet, and their base is mad at them right now. This is the most dangerous time for them. I've been saying it for a while. This right here, though, they all perjured themselves on. Team update. Time now, 11:44 ET. Weather is favorable. Just confirmed with CENTCOM. We are a go for the mission launch. 12:15 ET. F-18's launch. First strike package. 13:45. Trigger-based F-18's first strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location and should be on time. Also, strike drones launch. MQ-9s. Nah, they said it wasn't classified. Whiskey Leak declassified it with his mind. Yeah, the thing is, he can do that. But every time he's been asked, there's been no answer. There needs to be a record of you declassifying a thing. Now, we talked about this yesterday. Why would they be using Signal over Skiff? Why would they be using a private commercial app over what the United States already has in the DoD's infrastructure? Well, because they don't want records. Because if they did this by the books, there would be records of what they talk about. And if they talk on Signal, there are no records of what they talk about. This is locations of targets. This is locations of military hardware. This is time and place of attacks. This is direct military fucking. It is. If I was the Houthis and I saw this, then I wouldn't have died. That's the point. Yeah, signal text disappear in like a week or two. You get to set it to different times to disappear. This is absolutely 100% classified. Can you make this on-screen chat a bit skinnier so it doesn't cover most of the screen? Sure. I thought I had before, but it keeps changing. The goddamn chat is very annoying. It's taken me forever with this chat bar, too. Let's see. How do I do that again? Oh, I don't want to crop it. That work? Or a little bit thinner? I just don't want it to be too small, so like you can still read it. It was set to 4 weeks to disappear. Also, DOE really does it really disappear? Or does it just disappear from the users? Well, it disappears from the users 100%. I don't actually know how secure Signal is. In that, do they keep some of those records? If they didn't want records, why they set up a private server they physically paid to be built, then host a Tor and encrypted IRC server? Well, because that's the records they want to keep, so they can take those and feed it to AI. There's different reasons for different things. State to not use those apps. Well, like, literally, they were warned about this, too. It's not like there wasn't any... Here. Wait, wrong video. This one.
Tonight, new details on a warning reportedly sent to Pentagon employees about the messaging service Signal, that it's a major target for Russian hackers. A vulnerability has been identified in the Signal Messenger application, the email sent last week said, according to NPR, and warning employees not to use it, even for unclassified messages. That warning just days after the infamous text exchanges.
Why are you going to get it?
So, again... They were warned about this while doing it. Days after the text exchanges came out, they were warned about this. But they were warned about this before as well. It's 100% like childish to think that they wouldn't know this, right? You know that they know this stuff.
And the specifics, is it because it's all classified?
About planning airstrikes. It's a warning security experts like Black Cloak founder Chris Pearson know all too well.
Mike Waltz added the editor. He took responsibility for it. But, I mean, honestly, it's Pete Hegseth to blame, but all of these people committed felonies. Pretty sure no one is subpoenaing Signal for any text message records. Exactly.
Using it
on
personal device and consumer-grade applications on that device is something that is not advisable and, quite honestly, can really undermine the security of our country.
Signal is a message app that encrypts the message end-to-end, so it's far more secure than a normal text.
Well, that's because they're stupid, Captain Buggy. Also, if you're going to discuss this shit in a Signal chat, why not obfuscate your conversations? It's like the most basic thing ever. Come up with a different word, airstrike, Yemen, change. Don't have your fucking direct name as your name on Signal would be a good start, actually. When you get clearance, they beat you over the head pretty hard about how important security is, to the point where seeing classified stuff should like where it shouldn't be makes you physically sick. OPSEC is dead, Lanky Sapien. There is no OPSEC anymore.
But if the user opens a malicious email or a message from a bad actor, it could open the door to hacking anything on the phone.
If you are actually sent a phishing email link,
remember, not only did they leak this, but they managed to leak their emails, their phone numbers, and their passwords for Pete Hegseth, Tulsi Gabbard, Mike Waltz. Mike Waltz also happened to leak his entire, like, friend history on Venmo. Every single person he's interacted with on Venmo. These are the people in charge. Don't forget that.
QR code, and a user actually clicks on that and it renders other software to run on that device.
Yeah, they leaked everything.
You can then add multiple devices to that account, including your criminal device to that account. So whatever the actual user sees, then you as an adversary also see.
The Trump administration has denied any classified information was shared on Signal. The use of Signal for
what didn't they leak?
State secrets would sidestep the normal protocol for handling classified material, which is supposed to be viewed in person in a sensitive, compartmentalized information facility approved by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, also known as a SCIF.
Remember, Chad, the vulnerability isn't with the messenger, it's with access to the phone. Once you get access to the phone, it's all over. Yeah, which is also why you don't bring your phone to a protest.
Sensitive document does need to be transmitted electronically. The government has a set of secure systems where they can be sent. Signal is not among them, and there is evidence of adversaries trying to hack into American systems. Late last year, the Biden administration warned...
I mean, China's doing it right now. We stopped all cybersecurity against Russia. But look at the people in here. So a couple of these people are at least somewhat intelligent that they obfuscated their name, like Stephen Miller. But really? Who's Brian? So we have Michael Waltz, Scott Bessent, Walker Barrett, Pete Hegseth, Dan Katz, Joe Kent, Stephen Miller, Mike Needham. We have John Ratcliffe, Susie Wiles, J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Alex Wong, all putting their name just open. Turn off your phone face open. Oh, that's a good thing. Yeah, don't like have the biometric lock for your phone, because they will take your phone and then they'll just put it in front of your face and unlock it and go through your shit. The fact that now all Americans have to go through a clearance 101 talk with the media is just to understand how fucked up these people are. But the thing is, like, they don't care either. They don't care. They don't want to either. And by the way, just so you know, speaking of phone records, this is somewhat unrelated, but where are you? So many links. So many links. Ah, here we go. Found it. Speaking of phone records, Trump wants green card applicants already legally in the United States to hand over their social media profiles. So if you have a green card and you are in the United States, you now have to give the government your social media accounts so that they could look through them and make sure that you're not being mean to Donald Trump or Elon Musk. Like, Rondo, you're right. Okay, I did see this on Blue Sky. It made me giggle. Imagine you're an Iranian spy. You made a PDF that, once opened, tracks the keystrokes of a lower-level intelligence analyst on his personal computer. Then Hegseth just invites you to a group chat with the Joint Chiefs called Brunch Bitches. Yeah, literally. Aren't you guys glad that they're cutting grandma's insulin? Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what we need right now. By the way, another person who lied yesterday, J.D. Vance. It's very clear Goldberg oversold what he had, but one thing in particular really stands out. Remember when Ratcliffe, he was attacking Ratcliffe for blowing the cover of a CIA agent? Turns out Ratcliffe was simply naming his chief of staff. J.D., definitely not overblown. You kind of committed several felonies there. Actually, treason is what you committed. So, you know, you can have a look at the military planning rules here. Information providing indication or advance warning that the U.S. or its allies is preparing an attack is classified as top secret. Top secret classification is what you openly leaked online and also used in a non-classified setting, which is in it of itself its own felony. Just because the government's doing massive overrunning of these things doesn't mean we can't know our rights and protection information. Absolutely. And how best to protect ourselves in general. They committed treason more than a poor person is allowed to eat. I mean, at this point, kind of, yeah. They were, in fact, not currently clean on OPSEC, as Pete Hegseth said. Here is Senator Loomis getting to read the new files and her reacting to it, it's kind of golden.
No, have you?
Yeah, would you like to see it?
Yeah.
There you go.
Did Pete Hegseth know there was a reporter on the call?
It's not clear, but this is still in an unclassified app.
Did Pete Hegseth know that there was a reporter on the call?
I think that's less the issue and more the issue that's happening in an unclassified setting.
No, that's not.
No. Look at her panic. She's fucking scared.
No, there was a reporter on the call.
That is fear you see in her face.
That's the issue. He did not. He thought.
And it wasn't a call either.
Speaking to his fellow cabinet members.
To be fair, you do have to understand that a lot of these people are geriatric and don't understand how apps work. That is the issue, yeah. Tulsi Gabbard apparently has worse memory than I do.
At the time, Mr. Witkoff was actually in Russia during this chat discussion, was he not?
I was not aware of that.
Was he on his personal phone at the time?
I don't know.
Well, it's my understanding that he was indeed in Russia. Director Gabbard, you were also traveling during this discussion, correct?
Yes.
And where were you?
I was traveling through the Asia-Pacific region. I don't recall which country I was in at that time.
You don't remember?
I'm sorry, but I feel like as the Director of National Intelligence, you should be aware and be able to recall where you were 2 weeks ago and whether or not our assets were doing their job, where they were. Are you fucking kidding me? You are above the CIA and the FBI and the NSA. Your job is to direct the intelligence agencies, and you can't tell us where you were 2 weeks ago? You can't tell us where someone who works for you was 2 weeks ago.
I was not aware of that.
This discussion, was he not?
I was not aware of that.
Weren't both of these demons former military? They've known security protocol for decades? Yes, they were, and they did.
Was he on his personal phone at the time?
I don't know.
Well, it's my understanding that he was indeed in Russia. Director Gabbard, you were also traveling.
Yeah, this is not a jury. This is just a Senate intelligence hearing. But lying to Congress is still a felony, so you know. And this is televised, so they at least have to put up with at least a front of we still care about how processes worked before.
During this discussion, correct?
Yes.
And where
Discord
were you?
is social media.
I was traveling through the Asia-Pacific region.
They
I don't
both are.
recall which country
You are being social and engaging in media. They're both social media.
I was in at that time.
You don't remember the country?
I'd have to go back and look at the schedule.
You should be fired. You should be fired. I'm sorry, if you're the top fucking intelligence officer in the country and you can't tell us where you were 2 weeks ago because you can't remember, then you're not qualified for this job.
I'm going to speak to you specifically.
Why is Discord not social media? Discord is absolutely social media.
Specifically about the fact that you have spent much of your 40 days talking about the importance of making sure that we don't reveal classified information, making sure that we don't leak information. You're a former battalion commander in the Army. I don't think that you would have necessarily appreciated the kind of leaking of information that I believe absolutely did happen in this signal channel and is worthy of a further investigation. In fact, this committee established something called 50 U.S.C. 3235A, and this committee, on a bipartisan, apartisan basis, requires you, the DNI, to swiftly notify Congress and the Intelligence Committee if you're aware of any sort of significant unauthorized disclosure or compromise of classified information, which I would argue this has all of the markings of being that.
Yep.
And so if you, as the DNI, see such a thing anywhere within your organization's purview, you have the obligation to begin an investigation to report back to us on that.
You were in the chat as DNI. You were seeing this weeks ago, and you did not do what you were obligated to do. You committed a crime, Tulsi Gabbard.
Would this seem to qualify to you as something worthy of that investigation?
Thank you for your question, Congresswoman. In this situation, Secretary Hegseth has the
Yes or
classification
no?
and
You are the
declassification
DNI.
authority over DOD information.
This chat did
That's throwing Hegseth under the bus, by the way. That's her saying, this isn't my problem.
not have the auspice of being a DOD chat. There's no such thing as labeling it as DOD. This was a chat amongst a great variety of people, and you, according to our law that we passed here bipartisanly, have an obligation when you think there has been a tangible, significant leak of information to instigate an investigation. Do you not think it's important to do such a thing?
She's
The
way
National
too
Security
nice.
Council is investigating
no?
this inadvertent leak. And again, I point to Secretary Hegseth as having the classification.
Then why didn't he declassify it?
The dignity that he needs to have should be walking his resignation in, because I believe that his probably is heading toward being relieved of his duty based on what I think are significant and illegal leaks, most likely.
Goddamn right. Goddamn right. One more time. I want to hear that one more time. Thank you.
Seth, if he had the dignity that he needs to have, should be walking his resignation in, because I believe that his probably is heading toward being relieved of his duty based on what I think are significant and illegal leaks.
Thank you for saying that these are significant and illegal leaks. If I were a soldier who knew anyone who died serving with Tulsi, now I have to wonder, like, if this school leaked some shit and got them killed. Well, I mean, almost certainly. She literally is a Russian asset. She's fucking DNI. Why the hell did she let this happen? And why the hell did she even participate in the chat? Because she doesn't work for the American government. She's a Russian agent. Hillary Clinton was entirely right about her. Hold on. You guys know, like, how Hillary Clinton called her out as a Russian agent like a decade ago, right? What pisses me off is that these people never get in trouble. They never will. That's how the bourgeoisie work. Hillary Clinton suggests Russians are grooming Tulsi Gabbard for third party. Daily Beast. Ex-Tulsi Gabbard aide said she was a devout consumer of Kremlin propaganda. When she got confirmed, RT was just having a ball. It's all in my living source document. You can go have a look at several more sources of that. It's in the video description below on YouTube. Also, don't forget to go and drop a like on the YouTube video if you're on the Twitch stream. It really helps, and I would very much appreciate it. Here, we have some thrashing.
Terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. Also, strike drones launch MQ-9s. MQ-9s is a weapon system, correct?
They are.
Okay. I think applying the executive order as well as the DoD manual to this fact pattern, we clearly have weapon systems that have been identified. That is classified information.
Yep.
Now, the reason why it's important that this information not be disclosed is that we don't want the adversaries to know what's about to happen, right, sir?
Well, I would draw a small distinction.
Hillary
there.
is a ghoul, yeah, but she was right about everything when it came to these people. That's my one thing. I hate Hillary Clinton. She's a ghoul. But she was 100% correct in her estimation of Donald Trump and everyone around him.
You referenced and asked if that platform, those two platforms are...
Camel, she just commented, "Are you fucking serious?" on the leaks here. Because, like, this is the same justification they went after her for her classified, like, private server for. This is worse than that. Hillary was only right because she had access to classified info. We didn't. Yeah, but we were still right, too. I mean, to be fair, I was right. I also said all of this was true way back in the day. I knew the 2016, like, the Russia investigation, obviously all of that was true. But we pretended that it wasn't. I don't know why. Thankfully, I left the United States after that, so I didn't have to endure the propaganda of, no, Russiagate, it's all fake. But no, it was all real from the very beginning. And she had access to the information that proved it. They should have had someone else say it. Hillary was the worst person to say it. Well, obviously. But it doesn't matter now. Hillary Clinton is actually Visora. That's how she knew. That's true.
weapon systems. They are, but those terms are used all across the globe in a lot of contexts. So it's really about how they're used in the context of this particular document. I just want to clarify that the use of those.
I understand.
Yeah.
In this.
Hillary had access to information when she was Secretary of State, but she called out a lot of shit, and she was right about what she called out. She was evil. Like, I still think she's evil, and I'm glad that she didn't become president. I wish it was Bernie. And by the way, let me put this out there. It would have been better if Trump had won in 2020. We're worse off because he didn't win in 2020.
Situation, those are operational details.
They are operational details, but again, as you quoted the DoD instruction, it's about operations. So as you further go down into what are the operational details, I think as we had a discussion yesterday, the important aspect, I think all of us are very familiar.
This is classified information. This is classified.
I'll explain in a second,
It's
Camel.
a weapon system, as well as sequence of strikes, as well as details about the operations. And so I think that just piggybacking off of what some other members have said, using the DoD's manual as well as the executive order in operation today with the Trump administration, this text message is clearly classified information.
Like, he's right. Wet Camera Inc., so are you. You're correct. We chose collapse over socialism. Captain Buggy, bro, I hate his stupid outfit with his stupid stars and his dumb face. Intelligence heads are literally evil and apparently largely incompetent. True. All that's true. There's a reason that I'm saying that it would have been better if Donald Trump had won in 2020. Now, no, there would not have been less people dead in Gaza. Biden went ham. Are you fucking kidding me? Biden did go ham, but you see what Trump's doing now, right? The reason that it would have been better if Trump had won in 2020 is because Project 2025 didn't exist. They were here now because Trump feels like he wants revenge. He wants vindication. He's mad. He's angry. The Republicans are angry. They wouldn't have done January 6th. We would have had, obviously I would have preferred Bernie. Obviously, Wet Camera Inc. But when it comes to Trump, like over like the Biden versus Trump in 2020, if Biden had lost then, they wouldn't have had the time to put together and think about all of this shit, how to dismantle the government. They were still incompetent at the end of his first administration. They learned how to get shit going throughout it. When they entered the presidency, they knew how nothing worked. And they got more and more competent as time went on. But by the end, they still had no idea what they were doing. They were still just reacting to the news every day. At that time, in 2020, there was no established Heritage Foundation plan to dismantle the government. They wrote Project 2025 between 21 and 23. They have been building those goals, but the mandate for leadership was not existent. It didn't exist until 2022 or the end of 23. They compiled it, yes, but also at the same time, they didn't have as much of a connection to the bourgeoisie. They didn't have as many billionaires. They were still seen largely as incompetent during COVID. Remember, because Biden only won because of COVID. This was middle of COVID. If Donald Trump had won that election, the country would not have collapsed as much as it is now. That's my point. I'm aware, Maddie, and I don't disagree with you. It's not about heritage. It's about the Trump admin, the first Trump administration. They did not have the same level of interconnection with heritage at the time. Elon Musk wouldn't have had access to the government. Peter Thiel was not an issue back then either. You know what I mean? Like, there would have been a lot less damage being done at any given time. Now, don't get me wrong. It would have still been horrible. But it wouldn't have been this bad because they didn't have a set plan to go by. They would have just kept going with whatever they wanted to do. They would have kept doing exactly the same things, but it wasn't as consolidated. And exactly, when I mean Thiel wasn't an issue, I mean he wasn't in the foreground. It was in between 2020 and 24 that they consolidated their power and grew into a more cohesive movement. If they won in 2020, the right was still fragmented quite a lot as well. They weren't ready the same way they are now. That's the point that I'm trying to make. apparently this one is a magnificent clip. Oh, no, I don't disagree. All of these people are shitty and have been doing shitty things. They just weren't as organized. The Supreme Court rulings wouldn't have happened that would have made the president king. Well, I mean, it would have, probably. I feel like that ruling didn't just come from the fact that he was being prosecuted. But at the same time, maybe if he wasn't being prosecuted, he was the president, they would have not put that in there. He just made a play for more public aspect. Well, he also wouldn't have had as much public support back then either because it was mid-COVID and his popularity was at its lowest.
Much about as the national security of the United States is the powers and prerogatives of this Congress and its oversight duties. So I want to spend a minute or so on yesterday's testimony in front of the Senate and direct these questions.
That came with the Vance election in 22, didn't it? Teal became much more prominent in U.S. politics after Vance got elected in 22. Roberts has been gunning for this shit since his confirmation hearing? Then why is Trump threatening Roberts right now for not doing what he wants him to do?
Director Patel and Director Gabbard. Yesterday, Senator Heinrich asked, did this conversation, referring to the signal chat, include information on weapons, packages, targets, or timing? Director Patel, you said not that I'm aware of. Director Gabbard, you said same answer. This morning we learned that the signal chat included the following update, forward-looking update from the Secretary of Defense. Time now, 11:44 Eastern Time. Weather is favorable. Just confirmed with CENTCOM. We are go for mission launch. 12:15 Eastern Time. F-18 launch. First strike package. 13:45. Trigger-based F-18. First strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. Also, strike drones launch.
You're right, Matty Holmes, but at the time, SCOTUS wasn't the weakest of the branches. They became the weakest of the branches when they handed immunity to the executive and started the process of creating unitary executive theory. Again, like Chevron only got overturned, what was it, last year?
Q9s, 1410, more F-18s launch, second strike package. Do either of the directors want to reflect on their testimony yesterday in the context of what I just read?
Sure. One, I was not on that signal chat. Two, I have not reviewed it. And three, as you just indicated, that was made public this morning.
But Director, you didn't prior to yesterday's Senate. You were on this. You were on the signal chat, correct?
No.
Okay, but did you review the material on the signal chat?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
There's an angle that we're not considering here, Hundo. Pete Hegseth is a little birthday boy. He's just a little birthday boy who can't be questioned. You wouldn't question a little birthday boy, would you? And again, I agree, Matty Holmes, but I still think that it would have been less bad in 2020.
Director Gabbard?
Yes, Ranking Member. My answer yesterday was based on my recollection, or the lack thereof.
Again, Director of National Intelligence, you can't remember 2 weeks ago.
Details.
You can't remember yesterday?
Based on my recollection, or the lack thereof, on the details that were posted there. I was not, and what was...
Also, would you not, before showing up to a hearing like this, read the leaked text that the news is publishing, which caused this hearing? You would read the text, wouldn't you, right? Let's say you're Tulsi Gabbard, and you were in this text chain, and this got leaked to the press, and now you have to go to a Senate hearing. Would you look at the fucking messages to see what you said first? Of course you would. Of course you would.
Shared today reflects the based on my recollection, or the lack thereof, on the details that were posted there. I was not, and what was shared today reflects the fact that I was not directly involved with that part of the signal chat, and replied at the end, reflecting the effects, the very brief effects that the National Security Advisor had shared.
So it's your testimony that less than 2 weeks ago, you were on a signal chat that had all of this information about F-18s and MQ-9 Reapers and targets on strike, and you in that 2-week period simply forgot that that was there. That's your testimony?
My testimony is I did not recall the exact details of what was included there.
Wet Camera Inc., they should have a contest where the winner gets Secretary of the Interior. Can it be trial by combat? Well, not trial, but can it be contest by combat?
That was not your testimony. Your testimony was that you were not aware of anything related to weapons packages, targets, and timing.
Yeah, So first off, you lied to Congress.
That was not your testimony. Your testimony was that you were not aware of anything related to weapons,
This is a
packages,
felony.
targets, and timing.
As the testimony yesterday continued on, there were further questions related to that, where I acknowledged that there was conversation about weapons, and I don't remember the exact wording that I used, but I did not recall the specific details that were included.
Director Gabbard, you've reasserted that there was no classified information. I think we can all agree that that information shouldn't have been out there. But let me ask you this.
Obviously.
Are you familiar with the ODNI's classification guidance?
I'm familiar
I've
with
actually
it.
got a copy right here.
Oh, good.
If I read you a part of that guidance, I wonder if you could tell me what the level of classification indicated is. I'm reading from your classification guidance. And the criteria...
Excuse me? Mike Johnson, the messages The Atlantic released only prove that America is strong again. President Trump's national security leaders are patriots who collaborate and act defensively to take out terrorists. A welcome and needed change after 4 years of weakness. Well, I mean, if we're going to keep being transparent and telling everything, you know what? I think they should. I think all military strike data should be publicly available. I hope they all get felonies. She has like 20 to 30 years of felonies just stacking right now. Yeah, absolutely.
Is information providing indication or advance warning that the U.S. or its allies are preparing an attack. Do you recall what your own guidance?
She did just commit perjury.
Classified?
I don't have the specifics in front of me, but it would point to what was shared would fall under the DoD's classification system and the Secretary of Defense's authority.
So let me help you, because there's a very clear answer. You don't, I guess you don't have it, but information providing, this is the ODNI guidance, information providing indication or advance warning that the U.S. or its allies are preparing an attack should be classified as top secret.
That like literally is common sense. If you're going to attack somebody, why would you publicly say where and when and how? DC looks in real time. Have fun playing Fallout 3.
Do you disagree with that?
I don't disagree with that. I just point out that the DoD classification guidance is separate.
Yo, I mean, like, even Tommy Lahren. Look at this demon. Trying to wordsmith the hell out of this signal debacle is making it worse. It was bad. I'm honestly sick of getting whataboutisms from my own side. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Admit the fuck up and move on. Like, genuinely, this demon is more respectable right now than most of the government.
Director Gabbard, have the Houthis indicated an ability to shoot down American aircraft?
Yes.
They have in fact done so, haven't they?
Yes.
Including MQ-9 Reapers, haven't they?
That's correct.
And that was one of the systems used in the attack recently that's the subject of this discussion, is it not?
Correct.
General Cruz, are you familiar with this system?
I'm not wearing my glasses at the moment, but...
Well, I'll help you out. This is an SA-3 anti-aircraft system.
Lanky Sapien, they're gonna get a lot more tired. This doesn't stop.
Correct. Are you familiar with this next system?
I am.
What is it?
I'm going to have to ask you.
It's an SA-6.
I'm going to guess that...
This is also an advanced anti-aircraft system, is it not?
It is. It was used widely in the Balkans.
I'll
in the
help
90s,
you,
correct?
yeah.
And the Houthis also have this system, don't they?
They certainly do.
And they've employed it against our aircraft, have they not?
They have attempted to, correct.
I spent my life in service to this country. I deployed 3 times to combat in service to this nation. I learned in that time in service that responsibility is core to leadership. You accept responsibility when
they don't take responsibility. They don't care. They just don't. This is what you should be asking. Thank you, Gomez.
Additionally, the main person who was involved in this thread that a lot of people want to talk to is Secretary of Defense Hegseth. And a lot of questions were brought up regarding his drinking habits in his confirmation hearing. To your knowledge, do you know whether Pete Hegseth had been drinking before he leaked classified information?
I don't have any knowledge of Secretary Hegseth's personal habits.
I feel like as an intelligence director, you probably should know whether or not the DoD director is drinking today, but...
Director Radcliffe.
How about the CIA? Do you know?
Yes or no?
You know, no, I'm going to answer that. I think that's an offensive line of questioning. The answer is no. I find it interesting that
it's offensive, is it? Oh, I'm sorry. Did we hurt your feelings, little snowflake?
I'm going to answer. You asked me a question. You want an answer?
No, listen.
You don't want to focus on the good work that the CIA is doing, that the intelligence.
So the fact that they're getting so angry is very clearly yes, he was drinking. You could see it with Hegseth too, because when they asked him, like the video the other day, you can see in his body language, he gets angry when he makes a denial. That's very common with people who are alcoholics and drunk at the time.
Intelligence community.
Director, I reclaim my time. Director, I reclaim my time. Here, I have huge respect for the CIA, huge respect for our men and women in uniform. But this was a question that's on the top of minds of every American.
The answer is yes, he was probably drinking. I mean, everyone who has coworkers knows who the drinkers are. It's not a secret. Like, yeah, genuinely, it's not difficult. They should resign. And honestly, they should be charged, but at the very least, they should resign.
Pete Hegseth.
That's the best we'll probably get.
Resign. Yeah. Right? I mean, and frankly, every person on
Remember, last admin was a revolving door anyway.
That chat should resign and never in their lifetime have access to classified material. Because these morons exposed our military with their idiocy of just putting it into a group chat, and not one of them said, hey, who is this other person in here that's not responding, right? Like, it wasn't like he was pretending to be someone else. He just wasn't responding. But it also raises this question of Donald Trump wants to fire everyone at the FBI and CIA and replace it with this, this insanity. So
it's kind of pathetic. Like, honestly, this is a good thing, because think about it, right? These people are evil, they're demons, and they're harming all of us. They're harming the country, they're killing millions of people. But could you imagine if they were competent? Like, what if they were good at their jobs and like this? Think about how scary that would be. Oh, and there is going to be an investigation. It's just you're not going to like it, because
going to get to the bottom of it. I just talked to Elon on the way here. We've got the best technical minds looking at how this happened. But I can tell you for 100%, I don't know this guy. I know him by his horrible reputation, and he really is the bottom scum of journalists. And I know him in the sense that he hates the president, but I don't text him. He wasn't on my phone, and we're going to figure out how this happened.
So you don't know?
We're going to get to the bottom of it.
Trump names first buddy Doge leader Elon Musk to investigate the signal blunder. I wonder how that'll turn out.
All of this good is happening for our country. This administration is working hard on behalf of the American public every day, but the mainstream media continues to be focused on a sensationalized...
White House suggests Signalgate is a coordinated media campaign. God, I wish.
...story from the failing Atlantic magazine that is
Yeah. We've heard enough of that. Some pretty interesting news. 4 U.S. soldiers died in Lithuania. Now, they were lost, and it seems like they just kind of drove into a lake or a river. 4 U.S. Army soldiers gone missing in Lithuania during a training exercise. Search and rescue operation was underway, according to the embassy at the time. The soldiers went missing at a training ground in eastern Lithuania, not far from the border of Belarus, which was scary, because, there's 150,000 Russian soldiers in Belarus, and they're probably going to invade Lithuania in the next 6 months. But I was like, why would they hit Americans? No. The 4 American soldiers and a tracked transport vehicle went missing yesterday. Today they were found dead, reports Delphi. The circumstances and cause of deaths are currently under investigation. And from what I could see is state broadcast LRT reports that the 4 missing U.S. soldiers in Lithuania have been killed. This is an English article, so there's no erroneous translations. However, I don't know if killed is being used to refer to a criminal act. Update, sources tell Lithuanian outlet 15 Minutes that the U.S. soldiers are believed to have died entering a body of water by drowning. So, how they drowned, we don't know. I don't know how they drowned. They could have just they could have just crashed into the water. That happens sometimes, but it could have been something else as well. You never really know until you know. But Donald Trump was asked if he knows. And this was Donald Trump's answers. They did. They drowned in the water.
Say
Have you been briefed about the soldiers in Lithuania who are missing?
No, I haven't.
Mr. President, have you spoken, sir, with the big 3 automakers about the...
They don't even tell him things. They don't even tell him things. To be fair, why would you? Why would you tell him things? Because this is the kind of stuff he says.
Zelensky shouldn't have allowed this war to happen.
He's no angel. He shouldn't have allowed this war to happen.
Zelensky had a desire to fight Russia.
Zelensky decided that I want to fight.
Zelensky is gambling with World War III.
You're gambling with World War III.
Zelensky's poll ratings are low.
His poll numbers aren't particularly great.
So, Ukraine has to have elections if it wants to sit at the negotiating table.
When they want a seat at the table, you could say the people have to... Wouldn't the people of Ukraine have to say, like, you know, it's been a long time since we've had an
Talk about a coordinated media campaign.
election.
Zelensky is disrespectful because he is used to talking to the Biden idiot.
What you're doing is very disrespectful. That wasn't with me. That was with a guy named Biden, who is not a smart person.
There is great probability that Ukraine will become Russia.
They may be Russian someday.
Americans have adopted our point of view.
What has been said in this studio for
They clearly have adopted their point of view. Man, at least vary the talking points a little, yeah.
a long time is now being said by the American administration.
It's such a pleasure to watch. We rejoice whenever this happens in the enemy camp.
And we're still the enemy camp. Geez, how come I don't remember him down-talking Zelensky up front? How do you not remember that? That was like front page news and we covered it a while. By the way, Elon Musk got embarrassed by Assassin's Creed somehow. This was not on my bingo card. Assassin's Creed ratioing Elon Musk on Twitter. And by the way, like, it's gotten bigger. It's gotten much bigger than that ratio. Hold on, let me find the current. This is from a half hour ago. 648,000 to his 32,000 likes, 70,000 retweets to his 891. Very, very funny. He calls Hassan a fraud, a sellout, because Hassan blocked him on Twitter, invited him to come on to Hassan's stream and, like, prove that he's good at video games or some shit. And so Assassin's Creed comes in. Is that what the guy playing your Path of Exile 2 account told you? Yeah, 648K. It's very funny. That unironically, Assassin's Creed managing to snipe a free, very expensive advertisement off of Elon Musk. You can tell a lot about Ubisoft with how much money they're throwing at terrorist platforming streamers, calling Hassan a terrorist platformer, playing Assassin's Creed Shadows once more, get in for the gaming, like that's his post. Hassan is a fraud. Sellout would be more accurate. Objectively, he's promoting a terrible game for the money. This makes me want to play this game more than any advertisement ever could. Imagine not being good at a game because you don't play, because you don't put in the time of day. Imagine not being good at a game because you don't play the game, but then you pay someone else to play the game so that you can pretend to be good at that game, and then try and play the game on a live stream in front of thousands of people who then see that you can't play that game. You know what? Before we get to Marjorie Taylor Greene being insane, I found a couple other things that I want to show you guys. Speaking of Elon not going on Hassan's stream. Vivian has said she would happily go on Hassan's stream, and I need to see that. I really do. The game probably is just another rewatched AC game, to be honest. Sadly, Ubisoft. See, that's what I thought, and I've been hearing different. So many words for such an idiocy explaining. I don't know. Now imagine having the insecurity to do all that while also being the world's richest and most powerful person. Before we get to bad, I want some good. Here, we have, if you remember, I showed her off the other day, Kat Abugzala, who is running for Congress in Illinois' 9th District. She is 27. She is progressive. She is doing what I've been saying everyone needs to do, and to enter the party and change it from the bottom up if you want any kind of change electorally. Kat Agbuzela. Thank you. Kat Agbuzela. Now, she's good. She's good. She's a bit libby, but she's good. This is what the right says about her. Families should have free healthcare, is a quote from Kat. Wow, I'm shocked that this woman wouldn't want to raise her own children and calls for legislation for this to further this societal cancer. Can we apply this to every fucking trad wife who doesn't shut the fuck up in front of a camera? No, we can't, unfortunately. But I mean, like, it just shows you. I love how their attacks are like, wow, she's a woman who also has fun and wants people to have free healthcare. That's what happens when you have good positions that no one can attack you on. Harriet Chud Spotter accused of having fun while saying that society should improve somewhat. Yeah, exactly. Does Elon raise his own children? God, no. Are you fucking kidding me? Elon's children also fucking hate him for a reason. Here's something else that's good. This is a clip from Fox News of AOC. AOC says the Fox cutoff here is the real chef's kiss, and I kind of am curious now.
Democrats are to blame for why people are so triggered by this? Because when you're at rallies saying, not you particularly, but your colleagues saying F Elon Musk and using other words, profane words to describe him, does that rile people up, your supporters, to take action on their own?
I don't know. You know, I think about Republicans calling me a communist and Republicans saying that I hate this country.
You think Democrats are...
That is very Fox News of them. I just wouldn't respond to her and just laughed, and if someone asked me, but the thing is, response gives you engagement. Zachab, I didn't know that, actually. Yeah, get her, AOC. Apparently, they're planning some evil shit. And we're gonna have a look at that. But I want something funny first. Here is MAGA trying to do some geography. That should be fun.
Can you name a country on this map?
I believe that's Africa?
Huh?
Russia?
Nope.
Starting off with Africa as Australia. Love that.
Can you name a country on this map?
I believe that's Africa?
Nope.
Russia?
Nope, that's China. Anything over here?
All right, so it's basically Europe.
Where's
China.
Europe?
Don't know.
Can you name a country on this map?
Asia or Africa?
That's a continent.
Oh, okay.
Can you name a country on this map?
Mexico. It's right down here.
Yep. India. The Mexico of Europe. MAGA geography.
Nope, that's India. What's this?
That would be Asia.
No, that's Africa. How about this? Here? Anything over here?
No, Captain Buggy. It's not that they're only showing dumb people. This is actually most people. Like, most people. Even not in America.
Can you name a country on this map?
Africa map quiz time when? Not now. I can do Europe. I can do America. I can do the Middle East. Can't do Africa. I know Zachap can do Asia really well. What the fuck is this?
We're going to have tremendous goodies in the bag for women, too. The women, between the fertilization and all of the other things that we're talking about, it's going to be...
What are we talking about with what?
It's going to be great. We're joined today... fertilization.
I'm still very proud of it. I don't care. I'll be known as the fertilization president, and that's okay.
It's 54? I thought it was 65 can read above a 6th grade level. It's only 54? Jesus.
That's not bad.
This sounds like some Handmaid's Tale shit.
It's not bad. I've been called much worse. Actually, I like it, right? I like it.
Whatever. Let's talk about some of the evil people.
This is not a presidential year, and by the way, I think AOC is going to have a little something to say about who's going to be the nominee in 28. Always, we can have that discussion.
Yeah, I can weigh in on her. Let me ask you.
What do you want to weigh in on? You bad, what is it? Bad blonde butch body bitch.
Good question,
Yep,
Eric.
yep.
This is a woman. Think about this.
Bad
This is a
blonde
woman.
butch body
She's never
bitch.
been married. She has no children. She's never had a job
She has the same job as you dipshit.
other than working in a bar, and that was short term, from what we understand. She's never run a business. This is a woman that has really no life experience and has no life.
What business have you run? And again, she has the same job as you. Like, Jesus Christ.
Wisdom, because she's never done any of those things. This is why no one will take her serious as a presidential candidate, because we don't want someone that's propped up by the Democrat progressive establishment and who's basically an
Literally, the Democrat progressive establishment fucking hates her too. It's very funny. MTG has that bar/restaurant business where she started arming her waitresses. I think it went under after she became a politician. So she has a failed business. Makes sense. When I look at her face, I want to go fishing for bass. I can get that. That makes sense.
actress herself, making the
I don't know
most
why it
important
makes sense, but-
decisions in America on behalf of Americans, who most of them have had jobs, have jobs, ran companies, have children, and have been married.
Yeah.
By the way, like, the focus on you have to be married and have children to be worth anything as a woman is something that these people keep pushing. And there's a reason for that, you know? These people are evil. Here's them arguing about PBS.
Mr. Gonzalez, you wrote the proposal
This is actually
to
funny.
defund NPR, PBS, and public broadcasting for Project 2025. Can you answer a few questions for me? How many millions of dollars a month do taxpayers spend for Daniel Tiger to play golf?
I have no idea who.
The answer is none.
Okay.
To your knowledge, has Miss Piggy ever been caught trying to funnel billions of dollars in government contracts to herself and to her companies?
That's a silly question.
Well, the answer is no. How about Arthur the Aardvark? Has he ever fired independent government watchdogs who are investigating his companies?
You're saying what the fuck, but, like, the fact that we're even talking about this is the what the fuck, so this is fine.
The answer is no. Madam Chair, I'm told we're here to talk about government efficiency, but Daniel Tiger has not blown $10 million of taxpayer money to play golf with his friends, but Donald Trump has, just at the beginning of his administration. Miss Piggy hasn't been
Arthur the Aardvark is an illegal alien.
Caught funneling billions of dollars in government contracts to herself, but Elon Musk has. And Arthur has not fired independent government watchdogs investigating him and his companies. But Elon Musk has fired at least 5. So once again, my Republican colleagues are dragging in a scapegoat, this time PBS and NPR, to try to distract from the fact that Trump and Musk are robbing working people. It's Sesame Street that's making...
We gotta talk to this admin like they're children? Well, because they are children. Yeah. Yeah. You gotta treat them like they're misbehaving children.
Things expensive. It's Mr. Rogers work to try to distract from the fact that Trump and Musk are robbing working people. It's Sesame Street that's making things expensive. It's Mr. Rogers that's blowing taxpayer money. It's listeners like you. It's absurd. The total funding.
We're gonna make Elmo great again. They're robbing you, by the way, is a thing that I've not heard yet from Congress, and I'm very happy for that. Thank you, Mr. Caesar. Cesar, rather, for saying that they are robbing you. They're robbing us, all of us.
For public broadcasting is just 1/6 the amount that Elon Musk's companies make off of the government every single year. But you will not see Elon Musk being grilled by this committee. I've seen a lot, but pointing the finger at Elmo to cover for Elon Musk might be a new low for Miss Marjorie Taylor Greene's committee. I don't think Americans are buying it.
Captain Buggy, they didn't deem us domestic terrorists yet for being DEI woke anti-racists. We're not there quite yet. That may be my protest sign. They're robbing us. Good, it should be. It should be. Make the back like the list of what they're robbing you of. In fact, we're going to cover a lot of that today. Elmo would never jeopardize national security. Elmo knows proper OPSEC security protocols. OPSEC protocols are taught to Mr. Rogers and to Arthur the Aardvark. Make them head of DNI and DOD. It was all fun and games until he mentioned Bert and Ernie, yeah? Tesla owners are already persecuted. They have to choose between leather interior or fabric, and it's so stressful. Look, all I'm gonna say is all cars matter. I don't know why we're so focused on this this African car company built by an illegal immigrant instead of good old-fashioned American car companies. Saw a vid of AOC today. She said that they were looting the coffers. They are. Yeah, AOC is different. AOC will say it, but I mean like in Congress, you know? I remember when Trump was trying to stop the count from counting? They hate Sesame Street. It's true. It's true. They do. You know what they also hate? She's singing "The Dragon Goes blah blah blah." The rest of the video is louder. This is a PBS Let's Learn educational show for kids age 3 to 8. I feel like you can see where this is going.
The hips go swish, swish, swish. The shoulders go shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. That's repulsive. That's not what children ages 3 to 8 should ever be watching. A grown biological man posing as a...
Like it's literally, the hips go shimmy, shimmy, what is it? The shoulders go shimmy and the hips shake. It's dancing. You're teaching children how to dance and stim. Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy, shake, shake, shake. That's not sexual. You're the fucking creep for having that thought, saying this is disgusting. You're making the children's content sexualized. The children viewing it don't view it in this way. The people making it don't make it for that. You people, you are the ones that have to sexualize everything that includes children. You, like, the Republican Party is the pedophile party. It's the Epstein party. It's the identity politics party. It's the DEI party. They do all of these things constantly. I've been crying to everyone in Texas to wake up and see what's happening with this evil psycho state. You know they're censuring Jasmine Crockett for making fun of the governor of Texas, calling him Governor Hot Wheels. Like, they're censuring her when Donald Trump got to make fun of disabled people, and no one cared about that. When you main character, though, you get to decide who's oppressed and who isn't. Well, I mean, that's the problem, isn't it? They better leave the kid shows alone or my nephew is going to throw hands. Well, they're taking him. Sorry. The butch blonde goes the Jews built space lasers. Yeah. They see sex everywhere. They're not busting enough nuts. I'm telling you, like, my idea of let's include some kind of not just sex work, but social work that is also sex work depending on context. You go to the doctor and they say, hey, you need to go sit in a room with a woman or speak to a woman for an hour. Here's your script. Here, you need to get laid or you're going to shoot up a building. We need that system. Why is there no party where they run on parties? That's a good idea. By the way, this kind of rhetoric, you know what it leads to? A 6'4" woman says she was followed into the bathroom at her job by an anti-trans male. A guy followed this woman into the women's restroom and berated her with slurs and threats of violence because he thought that she was trans. He entered the women's restroom with this woman who he thinks is trans to call her slurs and threaten her with violence because he thinks that she's in the wrong bathroom while he is in the wrong bathroom. It's not a felony now, but Walmart fired her for this. Walmart fired her. It's not obsession with transvestigation brain matter. It's trans derangement syndrome. It's trans derangement syndrome. So for those of you that don't know, my employers at Walmart have terminated me after 7 years. Amber Jane, my mom has posted a video about it from her perspective, but I also like to share my own. Any advice is much appreciated. Bit of background to those who've never met me. I am a cis woman, born biological female, identify as a woman. Really tall, really tall. I'm just shy of 6'4". All of it is natural, as she's saying. In addition to working full-time at Walmart, I'm part-time seasonal tax pro at H&R Block. I'm certified notary public. It has been my joy and privilege to tutor special needs children as requested. Last Friday, March 14th, I went into the women's restroom at my job around 8 p.m. I was alone in the restroom, locked in a stall, minding my own business, when suddenly I heard a man's voice yelling inside the restroom. It scared me. I stopped, and when I was listening to, I could hear that he was saying, the voice was much louder than simply someone yelling from the door. This man was fully in the restroom, yelling something about T-slur. I do know that it's not politically correct term, so definitely not going to use it. And how he was going to beat all of those pussies and protect his wife and girlfriend from them, all the while his wife and girlfriend was yelling, "Babe, get out! Baby, you got to get out of here! You're going to get in trouble!" Republicans, everybody. The entire time this is happening, I'm in a stall. I honestly totally froze. I'm not confrontational at all. I didn't know how dangerous he was. I was the only one in there, so it seemed pretty clear that he saw me enter the restroom. He assumed that I was trans because of my height. It was terrifying. I wish no one ever has to experience something like this again. They did leave eventually. The whole experience only lasted a few minutes. I quickly washed my hands, left the restroom. To my relief, they didn't seem to be anywhere nearby. I returned to the department I'm currently assigned to. My immediate supervisor came by and noticed that I was visibly shaken and emotional. After taking a few moments to calm myself down, I told her what had happened. I didn't go home since I wasn't, I didn't go home since it wasn't long until my shift was done, 10 p.m. Less than a week later, I was fired. The reason they gave me for my termination was that I didn't inform a salaried member of management of the incident, and that not doing so posed a security risk. I did not immediately inform my immediate supervisor. I did immediately inform my immediate supervisor, but a team leader is not a salaried member of management. Basically, they wanted to fire her, and the loophole is she told her boss, but not her boss's boss. Sorry, you didn't tell your boss's boss what happened. These posts should link the specific Walmart location to make it easier to give people feedback. Unfortunately, it doesn't, but I'm sure someone has been working on this shit and figuring it out. It's been fuck Walmart for like ever. So saw a video of 2 male cops in the women's restrooms harassing a stud. It's not about protecting women. It's never been about protecting women. They don't care about women. They fucking hate women. And Camel, if you're getting a divorce, you should get one soon, because they're gonna make you not easy for that. They're gonna get rid of no fault divorce. And by the way, this is how Elon sees NPR. Sent a disc of something I saw today.
Former senior business editor for NPR.
How long do you work at NPR?
I believe he was there just over 25 years.
25 years? Award-winning journalist? Did he win any awards?
This video.
That is interesting.
Peabody Award, that's pretty important, isn't it?
That is, absolutely.
So pretty distinguished journalist, right?
Certainly.
And
also, she says they didn't give her any paperwork to go along with the firing. They just went sucks to be you and stop paying her because there's no law anymore, Sundry Clown Card. They can do whatever. What, are you going to sue her?
He wrote a long story
Or are you going to
about
sue them, rather?
what you do at NPR. Is NPR biased?
Congressman, I have never seen any instance of political bias determining editorial decisions. No.
Well, Mr. Berliner, in his story last year, wrote, in the D.C. area, editorial positions
Jim
at
Jordan,
NPR,
you're boring me.
He said he found 87 registered Democrats, 0 Republicans. Is that accurate?
We do not track the numbers or the voter registration, but I find that
Was award-winning journalist who worked 25 years at NPR, Mr. Berliner, was he lying when he wrote that?
Yes. No divorces, no tubal ligations, no vasectomies, only Jesus and unwanted babies. They're not even going to let you have birth control. They're not going to let you have condoms eventually. By the way, here, again, from Greg Caesar, 3rd time today, surprisingly based. And no, that's actually really interesting as a chap. Like, it's like I just don't have, it's not related to anything I'm talking about today.
I'm Greg Caesar. I'm proud to represent the heart of Texas in the United States Congress. to chair the Congressional
Might be the
Progressive
only good person from Texas. Jesus. I mean, I don't know how good he is, but he's part of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, so he's at least a liberal.
Caucus. But before all that, I started my career as a labor organizer.
Cool.
And I saw up close how corporate lobbyists and corrupt politicians would trade campaign contributions for corporate tax breaks.
Yeah.
And how they would trade lower wages for workers for fatter paychecks for CEOs and their political friends. They thought that working people could do nothing about this. They thought their workers were too divided to push back. But on construction sites, guys who spoke different languages and who came from different places were pissed off. And they were willing to put their differences aside to come together and fight back, stop the corruption, and demand a fair paycheck.
I feel like that's pretty fucking fair, eh?
We didn't win by going on bended knee and begging big corporations for better treatment. We did it by unifying working people around some central ideas.
Yeah.
That Americans deserve a good pay for a full day's work, and that taxpayer dollars are meant for the common good.
Yeah.
They're not for corporate welfare.
Yep. I'm sick of these fucking corpo welfare queens stealing all of our money. They can make their own. Why don't the corpos pull themselves up from the bootstraps? Why the fuck does the American government need to give Elon Musk $20 billion?
Those ideas brought workers
Work
together
harder, bitch.
to win historic wage increases and better benefits in the heart of Texas. And this is what we need today in America. And this,
in fact, get a job to Elon at that point.
Is what we need the Democratic Party to be all about. The central goal of the Democratic Party should be to break the unholy alliance between corporate greed and corrupt government. We can't just beg CEOs to please bring down prices. We have to break up the giant monopolies that are screwing over consumers and small businesses alike. We can't just beg big CEOs to say, please be nicer to us.
No, why would they care? Lanky Sapien, you're right. They're already stealing from their workers, but they gotta steal from the government too.
Oh, we have to get big money out of politics.
Yes.
So that the ultra-rich don't have a bigger say in this country than the everyday person. And we cannot just beg corporations to give people a raise. We have to unionize workplaces and pass laws that protect the American worker and the American worker's wages.
But Visora, without government money, Elon Musk's private rocket company can't kill all those turtles. Oh yeah, that's right. Those turtles really do need to die. We need to spend billions of dollars to kill turtles in
And to get there,
Southeast
we have
Asia.
to transform the Democratic Party into a party that fights for working people first, no matter what, and into a party that is willing to stand up to the powerful special interests that are screwing over working people. Because if we love our country, we have to be willing to fight for the people who make it work.
Thank you for saying 80% of Americans always wanted money out of politics. Maybe do that 10 years ago. I mean, yeah, money in politics was never a good thing. We never wanted it. It was forced on us by the Bush administration. I mean, really, it was there before, but I mean, all of the limits were taken off during the Bush administration. But instead of that sensible man's ideas, we're going to listen to this ghoul shriek.
I would caution my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to refrain from making fun of the Gulf of America, because next up, may end up be the District of America that we're working on. So just,
pronouns
keep the
again.
jokes at bay.
Yep, gotta love the DEI pronouns. Lauren Boebert confused the Panama Canal and the Suez Canal, and she also thought that she said literally the words, why is it the District of Columbia? This is like Columbia has nothing to do with DC.
And, maybe we'll just stick
Not
with the Gulf.
aware that it's based off of Christopher Columbus's name, not Columbia. So now let's get to them stealing from you. Here's where your Medicaid's gonna go. I hope you have private health care.
And we're hearing reports that 20 million people could be impacted. Do people watching right now?
20 million is the conservative estimate. So let's say, we're listening to this on Newsmax. They're saying 20 million people are going to lose Medicaid coverage. I say, let's make that times 3. Let's say 60 million people. How many people are on Medicaid? Hold on. Total Americans on Medicaid. That's a good start. There's 79 million. I'm going to go ahead and guess 60 million of them getting kicked off of Medicaid here. 3 times the number sounds about right for Newsmax adjustment. Columbia means land of Columbus. Yeah, Columbia is also named after Columbus, but they don't know this, Dan did so.
Need to be concerned.
You know, Rob, if we don't do something, that's the real question. If we don't do something, this nation's finances spiral out of control.
Because you want to steal the money. First of all, like at least they used to have a somewhat good lie that was still a lie. They used to say we need to cut Social Security because it's insolvent, which is not true. Now they're saying we need to cut Social Security and we need to cut Medicaid and Social Security and all of these programs, not because they're unsustainable in and of themselves, all of them, but because we need that money or the government will fall apart, not also adding in where the rest of the money of the government is going. Because again, this is about a quarter of the budget, a third of the budget, a fourth of the budget. If we're adding it all together, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid is half the budget. This is going to overwhelm your emergency care system. You think that people can go to emergency healthcare systems without Medicaid, Greg Prime? Like, sure, every now and again you'll be able to get in at a private hospital that might give you charity care, but no, not really. Mostly this is just go die.
And what's taken literally the healthcare situation in the country by storm and what's thrown it into such disarray is the middleman. This is what's gotten between doctors and patients, hospitals and physicians. It's ridiculous to how these plans are becoming.
Yeah, I've literally been told by doctors, don't come unless you're dying. I have before too.
The middleman and basically taking money off.
Yeah, there is no emergency care. If you have no access to health care, like if you have no money or health insurance or Medicaid or Medicare, they won't help you. They won't. Maybe if you're a child, maybe if you're elderly, maybe if you're lucky, but 9 out of 10 times, no.
Not delivering services. So the real question is, what if we don't do anything? If we don't do anything, it's an absolute demise of the American healthcare system.
And we're hearing reports that 20 million.
Yep, it's insane. And here's why he thinks that you shouldn't be on Medicaid if you're on Medicaid.
Congressional Budget Office estimates the work requirement would save around $140 billion over the next 10 years. It's a lot of money. That's a good place to start. What does that mean?
You know, Rob, I still see patients. So this is very real to me. And I see a majority, I mean, not a majority, but I see a fair number of individuals who are on Medicaid. And I can give you 2 instances, happened on the same day about 6 weeks ago in the office. One was a 35-year-old on Medicaid, and he was on disability, and he was no more disabled than you or I. And another one was a 48-year-old woman that was disabled because she couldn't hear, but she could hear me ask the questions, and she had hearing aids in. You know,
that's still a disability. And just because you guys, I'm disabled. You know that, right? Like, I can move, I can walk, I can talk, I can see. I'm still disabled. But beyond that, he said that they're not working. Do you know how many people on Medicaid don't work? What percentage of people on Medicaid or Medicare or Social Security receive any kind of supplemental insurance? Do you know how many of them, percentage-wise, are not working? 8%. I wonder how many of those might be children? Maybe like 5%. 2% of people who receive supplemental income or Medicaid that don't work. 2%. They're baiting revolution. They better keep going at this rate. I hate it because they don't see disability. It doesn't exist. Well, absolutely. And it's always like that. It's always been like that for them. But even when they do see things, they don't exist anymore, SN.
Yeah, these are difficult challenges to overcome, but there are no reason somebody should be on Medicaid, disabled, and not working. So
excuse me, so if you're disabled and you're on Medicaid, you have to work anyway. Period. I'm temporarily disabled when I got sciatica flare-up, literally can't work, that happens, or drive or sit down or lay down. You have a disability, my friend. It affects people taking care of children. They hate the children. They are lowering the labor laws so that kids go to work now. We covered that yesterday.
But there are no reason somebody should be on Medicaid, disabled, and not working.
There's no reason that anyone should be on Medicaid, disabled, and not working. In Gringo Republican, if you have cancer or fibro or any other medical condition that makes work harder, tough luck, get working and don't be a crybaby. Really, no, Dan did so. It's I hope you die. That's all he's saying. Seeing doctors like this make my disabled ass nervous as hell whenever I meet a new doctor. Well, I mean, to be fair, this isn't a doctor, but yeah.
So yeah, is it as high the number as they state? I don't know.
It's literally 8% of Medicaid recipients are not working. 8.
It is sure something that the American public doesn't deserve and needs to be reformed.
So that's interesting. Are you saying that they should both not be on Medicare?
Well, Medicaid is the one that does disabilities. No, I
yeah,
don't
Greg,
personally
we covered
think they're
that yesterday
disabled.
here.
And I've seen this time after time again,
Yeah.
working the system. And sometimes physicians are guilty of putting people on disability who shouldn't be.
Yes, physicians are guilty of giving people access to disability when they shouldn't be. So let's attack the doctors now, too. Of course, why wouldn't you?
And I've seen also patients.
Oh, sorry, he is an MD. He is a doctor. It's okay. He's a Republican congressman, so.
Who are not. So the system really is broken. And
What's up,
thank
NoCal
God we
Mike?
have
We're talking about how Representative Greg Murphy thinks that no one on Medicaid who has a disability should not be working, and that they're going to cut Medicaid access to what they're claiming on Newsmax is 20 million Americans. I'm saying probably triple that for the real number, which is just shy of all of the people on Medicaid. I have no idea what other factor contributes to my flare-ups, lol. I don't have money for random diagnosis. Oh, and that's the issue, you know? In Australia, you could at least get a diagnosis. Why is no one working? Fires half the country? Conservative logic? Literally. Pretty much just wanted to code it with a more MAGA type of argument. At this point, like, they're just this close to saying die. Do they have any idea how hard it is to get SSDI? They do, Renville, and they don't want any of you to get it.
a president with an attitude towards fixing this.
Well, he's.
Remember, by the way, they don't care about the children. Someone was mentioning this before. Florida debates lifting child labor laws to fill jobs vacated by undocumented immigrants that were deported. It would allow children as young as 14 to work overnight shifts.
Congressman, is this part of Mike Johnson and Donald Trump's one big beautiful bill?
Well, we hope so. You know, there's a lot that goes into that bill. It is going to be a huge Herculean effort, really, by the House and the Senate to get this all done in one bill. But the time is...
That is libertarian goals, except they're like the worst kind of libertarians. Every time I get like a MAGA idiot comment on one of my tweets, it's always like, libertarian socialist, what's that? This person's a retard. Like, just Google it, motherfucker. Beyond that, though, you're right. Brain matter, people need to stabilize their health before they can even hope to get a job. People need to stabilize their health right the fuck now. I was saying this before the election, I'm going to say this now. If you drink, stop drinking. If you smoke, stop smoking. If you vape, stop vaping. You don't have access to healthcare, and the people in charge of the healthcare hate you and want you to die. So you don't want to get sick at all. You want to be healthy. Get exercising. Buy some resistance bands. Buy a pack of these. They come in multiple sizes. Do some exercise, you know? Stretches. You guys gotta get your health in order. I need some edibles. You can, like, have your edibles. I'm not saying don't take your medication. I'm saying that you need to make sure to get your health in order so you don't get sick. Stop drinking soda. Soda is horrible for you. To be fair, I drink, like, soda all the time. And it is horrible for you, but it is what it is. I drink diet soda, at least. But, again, eat healthy. And, by the way, food's getting expensive. I said this before. Go buy some, beans. Buy a lot of beans. And buy some rice. Learn how to make good food with it. Those resistance bands, by the way, that's all you need. You don't need to go to a gym. You can do every bit of exercise that you could ever need just to get healthy and fit with those resistance bands. They're like $10. Neurological disability, LMAO, they want to turn me into glue. Basically, I hope you can get out of the country, Brain Matter. At least switch from regular soda to Coke Zero. I always drink Coke Zero. I don't drink sugary soft drink. Even energy drinks, when I drink them, no sugar. Most right libertarians know that their policies will devastate the masses and they don't care. They simply want a ruling class and indentured servitude. Exactly. They're just evil demons. They hate you. That's why they're like that. Saw a Facebook post about a mom who bought a pregnancy test kit, good for 4 years, for her teenage daughter because it might be her last chance to do so. Kinda, yeah. Stock up on birth control and contraception. Plan B, they're banning Plan B. That's next up. Lentils and rice, boys and girls, and NBs. Don't forget the in-between. Everyone in between. Don't even need resistance bands, to be fair. Yeah, like, I like them, though. But understand, right? I said this before. There has been a increase in class consciousness in the United States, really in the world, growing for years now. We, like, even just more than a decade ago, we had Occupy Wall Street. That did nothing, but it spread this idea of class consciousness. Now, if I am the bourgeoisie, I am the capital class, I am the 1%, and I want to maintain my power, or even increase it, what do? I make life harder for you. I make things more expensive, so you have to work more. I change the labor laws, so you have to work longer hours, so you have less rights, so you are more tired when you leave work. You have less of an ability to afford not going to work for a day to, let's say, show up at a protest. It makes a system in which people are generally too tired, unavailable, or can't afford to do any direct action. That's been the whole goal for years now, and they've succeeded in that. Whenever I play games and save files, game chapters, console, whatever is loading, I do as many push-ups as I can until the loading is finally done. That's pretty cool. Alright, cookie. I should do that with sit-ups. Capital class always needs to keep you in a state of precariousness. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hold on. I think someone just knocked on my door. Might have a package. I was hearing things. It's not even about the money, it's about your energy, your time, your attention, your beliefs. Exactly. They want you to not have the time, the energy, the attention. Real question, are plastic bullets hitting you while you do those push-ups? You gotta test that out. Yeah, you gotta set up a machine that will shoot you with rubber bullets, like the cops would, while you do your push-ups.
Oh, it's on the radar screen. President Trump is two things, Panama Canal and Greenland. Panama Canal is working out exactly the way he wanted it to. You know, BlackRock bought both of the ports down there. The same thing with Greenland. It's all about national security, but it's as much about for the people of Greenland as anything. And if you just listen to them talk when they interview them on some of the interviews over the last month, they're all in on it. Now it's just we're going to have problems with the other group. Across the water, but I think
they're
President
genuinely
exactly
doing
right
the stuff. They're planning the invasions, you know, like we're here, guys, and they also hate you.
Stevens, how many states that rejected that bill has Roundup and pulled off the shelves?
They're killing you and everyone else.
Really giving them immunity from sick farmers lawsuit. Georgia, there was a $2 billion settlement this past week.
Well, of course he's lying, but you have to be able to tell the truth within the lie.
You yourself said there were 170,000 suits. Isn't that a reason to make them more concerned about their product and not less concerned about their product? Does Bayer and Monsanto need your protection, or do sick farmers need your protection? Who are you here to serve, John?
Good question. They fucking hate you. You know what? I need you to understand. The setup for not only the Great Depression, but what's happening now. By the way, don't know if you saw the picture of the Turkish protester with the mask, base picture, of you know it? No, I haven't. Can you link it? But whose truth? That's the question. The reality.
The Great Depression was the worst economic downturn in modern history. People went from...
Oh, by the way, like, there was supposed to be a trip to Greenland with Vance today, and it got canceled.
Parties, jazz music and riches in the roaring 20s to losing their life savings and standing in bread lines in the span of a few years. And the Depression wasn't just in America. Its impact spread across the world and ultimately led to the start of World War II. But what exactly caused the Depression, and what lessons can we learn from it? Let's start in 1918. World War I has just ended, and American soldiers are returning home having won the war. Ah, it feels good to be back. During the war, women had for the first time begun to enter the workforce, and with men returning now, the economy saw a post-war boom. This economic boom, alongside a growing culture change, created the era known as the Roaring Twenties. Party! At this time in Detroit, Michigan, a man named Henry...
I need you to take a second and understand. You can see the economy crashing, right? Everything is getting worse for all of us. All of these programs are being cut. It's very likely that most of the pain will be directed away from their base. Even if it's just a small portion of the wealthy part of their base. We're going to, and we've already begun to, see examples of the wealthy acting kind of like it's the Roaring Twenties. While setting up everything else in this video, not a good
revolutionized transportation with the Ford Model T car. Facing huge demand for the car, his company introduced the process of the moving assembly line. This mass production dropped the car's price from $780 in 1910 to $290 in 1924, making it the first inexpensive car for the masses. By 1927, the 15 millionth Model T would roll out of the factory. You get a car. You get a car. Everyone gets a car.
Who named Greenland? It was the Vikings. They named Greenland, and Iceland to confuse people. They're literally, they sat at a table and decided, nah, let's name that one Greenland so people think that that's the green one and this one Iceland so they leave it alone. Fair enough. Have a lovely day, Lanky Sapien.
This assembly line process to mass produce other inventions, including the radio, washing machine, and vacuum. With mass production of new products and improved advertising using the radio, the age of consumerism had officially begun.
They're engineering eventual World War III following the exact same path as 100 years ago. Kinda, yeah. You're spoiling the ending, mate. Spoilers.
Wanted the latest and greatest new product. To help with the demand, banks began giving out loans more freely to people, so that they could buy these new products on credit with money they didn't yet have. Times were good. People were
By the way,
partying.
like, credit cards should be illegal.
There was jazz music and a spirit of...
They do hate their base and their policies will destroy them, but as of now, it doesn't even matter because no matter how bad it gets, their messaging has them convinced it has the fault of the minorities and the immigrants always. There's a lot of their base rising up and yelling in town halls. The thing is, like, they want those people to die of lack of access to food, healthcare, starvation, etc., etc. They want some of their base to not die, though. They do still want a white ethno-state. And so they will try, at least to some of the wealthier parts of their base, like the top of this tax bracket right here. Hold on. If we look at this, I would imagine, well, obviously, like the 360 to 940, they're still getting a tax cut. So it's kind of already built in there. I would say these people get a little bit less pain as well, directed at them. But, I mean, it's the wealthy that get to enjoy this, right? Credit cards are built, are how you build credit score, which is how you get housed. It's all tied together to be regressive as possible. Exactly, which is why credit should be illegal.
Social liberation. Good to see you at the party, old sport. Prohibition had started in 1920, but meant little to this new generation. The parties were bigger, the morals were
They're
looser,
like the donor class.
and Wall Street became the place to be. From 1921 to 1929, the US stock market increased sixfold, driven by the post-war boom, easy credit, and all the demand for new consumer products. As the public learned about these incredible returns from the stock market, everyone began putting money in and talking about it more. This created a snowball effect, where as the stock market continued to go up, people began to blindly sink all their savings.
Now, think about this in the context of crypto.
The stock market continued to go up, people began to blindly sink all their savings into stocks, and some even took out loans, which further drove prices up.
Again, like imagine Bitcoin, meme coins, Trump coin, Dogecoin instead of stocks here. Replace those two because they are trying to replace the US economy running on the dollar with running on crypto. They want to steal all of your money, and crypto makes that easier. They're going to continue to push crypto. In fact, they currently are. Donald Trump is pushing the same meme coin that he just rug pulled a month ago.
Believe no price is too high for a stock. That can be a warning sign that the price is no longer based on fundamentals and may have been driven up to irrational levels. Although stock prices were reaching new highs,
that one I haven't heard.
wasn't
Webcam
right.
ring.
By the mid-1920s, the economy and demand for products had slowed drastically, with Europe still...
Crypto has always been a scam. Many such cases, it exists as nothing more of a scam. Like, the reason they want to replace the US, the global, really, reserve currency with crypto is because there's only a limited amount of it. You can't print more when you run out of the blockchain. If you have 5% of all of the Bitcoin right now, you have 5% of all of the Bitcoin that will ever exist.
recovering from the aftermath of World War I.
Well, I mean, as it'll be mined, so you'll probably go down like 1%, but you know what I mean. If all of the Bitcoin in the world is mined and you have 5%, there can be no more Bitcoin that is made. ETH was actually made because of the guy supposedly thought he could achieve communism with it or some stupid shit. I call bullshit.
Few countries being able to afford the new consumer items, global trade was stalling. This didn't matter as people were still overwhelmingly optimistic and expected the stock market would continue to see record yearly performances each year. Extreme greed and unrealistic fantasy filled the air.
Extreme greed and unrealistic fantasy with an economic idea that is potentially very dangerous. We're seeing this come together, eh?
People could even buy stocks for only 40 to 10% of the actual stock price, and then pay off their loan when the stock sold for large profits.
It's fucking insane.
I would like to take out a loan. Sure, what for? A house, a business, a farm? To buy stocks. Fine by me. Here you go.
The original purpose of crypto was to buy, sell drugs, pornography, and weapons on the internet. It exists to launder money and use for criminal purposes in general, really, because stealing your money is still a criminal purpose. It exists just for that.
By 1929, 40% of US consumer debt was being used to purchase stocks. And in that same year...
Which, by the way, currently, there are more Americans who hold stock than there are Americans who are employed. Or rather, more Americans who make their money off of stock than they make their money through labor employment. Silk Road was one of the fastest places to use it. Yeah, well, I mean, Donald Trump just pardoned the guy who made the Silk Road. And then a week later, the co-founder of Silk Road died in a mysterious plane crash, so...
debt was being used to purchase stocks. And in that same year, the US had just elected a new president, Herbert Hoover, who famously said, "We in America today are nearer to the final triumph over poverty than ever before in the history of any land. The poorhouse is vanishing from among us."
Wait, what? You didn't know that? You didn't know that the founder of Silk Road was pardoned from prison and the co-founder of Silk Road was then died? Yeah, here, hold on. Co-founder, Silk Road. This was 13 days ago. 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. And when did Trump pardon Ross Ulbricht? January 29th? Yeah. We're doing hits for fucking crypto drug lords now as the government. That's what the CIA is focused on.
To many people, a skyrocketing stock market was...
The Silk Road was a dark web marketplace where you could buy and sell drugs, guns, illegal pornography, passports, people, etc. It was a black market.
Sign of a healthy, booming economy.
It was the first
But things were
black
about
market.
to take a dark turn. Catastrophe would hit. On October the 24th, 1929, a day that became
No,
known
no, no. Yeah, not the ancient China route. It's the online dark web original black market.
as Black Thursday, the stock market would see heavy liquidation, with a record 12.9 million shares sold, and the entire stock market fell 11%. This day
Didn't our entire stock market fall like 8% just in the last month?
marked the beginning of the Great Depression, and the following week there would be Black Tuesday, where the market fell 12%, with a record-breaking 16.4 million shares sold. Eventually, in the span of 2 weeks, stocks had lost about a third of their value. People who had borrowed...
Jesus Christ. This is the US stock market index. So from February 19th to March 13th was that drop. Jesus. And then here they tried to pump it back up and we're dropping again today. Christ. I grew up being tempted to go on the Silk Road, but logic always stopped me from doing it. I don't have the OPSEC to be going to places like that. I've been on the Silk Road. I haven't purchased anything from it, but like I can do the dark web stuff.
Borrowed money to invest were crushed, and many people lost their life savings. However, the worst was yet to come.
How many people have already lost their life savings to crypto rug pulls? Imagine how bad it will be when it's normalized. The president is telling everyone to buy it. We have a Bitcoin reserve now. It's all the rug pull.
The common belief is that the stock market crash caused the Great Depression, but this is not entirely true. The stock market triggered a recession, but the real cause of the Great Depression was that many banks had extended too many bad loans and were speculating too much. At this time, many US banks were small and independent shops that lent out a large amount of their assets to people for stock market speculation. As the stock market crashed...
The speculative investment shit is insane, because this is also the same thing that caused 2008. It was just with housing.
These banks went out of business overnight. There was no deposit insurance at the time, so if a local bank closed its doors...
And remember, they want to get rid of the FDIC.
...lost their money. With headlines of many banks shutting down, people began to panic and pull their savings from healthy banks. This created bank runs on otherwise healthy banks that had to turn around and try to get all their customers' money all at once.
We're going to see bank runs soon.
This became
I
a
would imagine.
serious problem when in New York City, a false rumor started that the Bank of the United States refused to sell a man's stock. This was enough to cause over 25,000 people to crowd the bank, and by the end of the day, $3 million had been withdrawn from the bank. Fear was in
$3 million in $3 million. About $57 million. $57 million. Just Google Silk Road founder plane crash. Co-founder. Silk Road co-founder dies plane crash. I have a link to it from in my living resource document, but I don't have that open right now. So
yeah, and worried of a larger bank run they couldn't handle, the Bank of the United States closed its doors and asked the state to take over the bank's assets. Soon after, the bank failed to
it's possible that he dies before the end of his term. Like the capital class might just, because not everything he says really fits in with their plan. So maybe, but at the same time, like you're probably already on a watch list for being a leftist. Yeah, you're right, Captain Buggy.
Get support for a short-term loan to stop the bank run and would ultimately close its doors for good. It accounted for a third of the total $550 million deposits lost in the Depression. This sent shockwaves across the banking industry, and many banks began to call in loans and sell assets in order to stay liquid. 1/3 of banks in America would ultimately fail in this time period.
Here, I found a better link. There you go.
Hey Joe, I just sold my car and have a few bucks now to pay you back. Which bank are you with again?
Are you crazy? Not a chance I'm leaving my money in any of those banks again.
With people choosing to hold their money outside of banks, the money
To
supply...
be fair, if I lived in America right now and I had disposable income, I probably would be putting my money in a foreign currency right now. Like, I would find a stable foreign currency and just put most of my money into that. I don't get how it's legal for the president to do crypto scams. It's not legal for anything that they're doing anyway. Then nothing they're doing is legal in many such cases. It's not legal. That's the thing. But nothing they're doing is.
In the US declined 31% from 19.
We just watched like half the cabinet commit like 50 felonies that were being reported to the Senate Intelligence Committee today. Oh, sorry, that's Pirate Bay, not Silk Road. My bad. That was a different one. But the Silk Road one is a whole other thing.
1929 to 1933. And deflation has devastated
When you say
effects.
when you say that, like store in a inadvertently foreign bank or foreign stock, or no, like I would buy foreign currency with my dollar, that I know that this currency that I'm buying will not drop in value because of the U.S. Destabilizing its own currency. It's like buying lira, for example. Trade, not buy. Yeah. And then you hold on to that currency, and then U.S. currency stabilizes, and you can bring that back and then buy the U.S. dollar with that currency. Well, the president does have immunity. The Supreme Court gave him immunity. And also, there is nobody to put them in jail. They're going to put the judges in jail. Many such cases. They're attacking the Supreme Court. I mean, here's one example of them attacking judges.
Done that you believe is an impeachable offense under the constitutional description of high crimes and misdemeanors.
All I'm saying is if you're acting in a political fashion and not just, following the law, ruling on the law, and I would argue that, frankly, just his ruling in and of itself, remember, the Constitution is pretty clear. Article 2, Section 1, very first sentence says,
yeah, he did.
Power in the executive branch shall be vested in a president of the United States.
They literally came out like day 3 and said in a document, the opinion of the interpretation of a law that clashes with the opinion or the interpretation of the law by the Attorney General or the President of the United States is not a valid interpretation of the law. So,
United States. The president has the authority.
Done that you.
I mean, here's the Supreme Court being threatened. Unlawful nationwide injunctions by radical left judges could lead to destruction of the country. These people are lunatics who do not care even a little bit about the repercussions of their very dangerous, incorrect decisions or rulings. Lawyers endlessly search the United States for these judges, file lawsuits quickly as they can. That's not how that works, by the way. You don't file a lawsuit with a specific judge. You file a lawsuit with wherever the crime was taking place, and a judge is assigned to that case randomly. The danger is unparalleled. These judges want to assume the power of the presidency without having to attain 80 million votes. They want all of the advantages with none of the risk. Again, a president has to be allowed to act quickly and decisively about such matters. He wants no checks or balances. He's been given immunity by the Supreme Court, by the way. If Justice Roberts and the United States Supreme Court do not fix this toxic and unprecedented situation immediately, our country is in very serious trouble. This is a threat to the Supreme Court. So there is no rule of law, many such cases. What I've been trying to get across to all of you is that this presidency isn't just about stealing from you. It's about the literal end of the international, law, rule-based order. I think the next recession and market crash would only be remedied rather than met with a terrible feudalism. Well, I mean, we're all probably going to get feudalism even in Europe. Only those living in the mountains and self-sustainable will not feel it that bad, and even they could. That's true. I agree. It's more likely that we get even just neo-feudalism in Europe now. I'm just waiting for my house to sell. I'll fight till that happens, and then I'm going full hermit and bunker up.
On an economy.
This is literally anti-Christ shit, yeah.
Up, it reduces consumers' willingness to spend.
I'm not done yet either. This is just explaining the economy.
Increases the burden for those in debt.
The
all
coming
of this
economy
leads to wages and income falling. And through this all, the Federal Reserve stood back, allowing this money supply contraction and the banking failures to happen without any intervention. A crucial mistake that has been widely criticized for making the Depression much
Hasn't the Supreme Court done Trump a lot of favors, though? Yes, they have. He doesn't care.
Worse than it needed to be. Through all of this,
We're pro-Christ, but also pro-Lucifer. Lucifer was a cool dude. Literally, like, the United States government right now is doing the most, not anti-Christ, not one word, anti-Christ shit. By the way, if that's what the graph looked like back then, and this is what the graph looks like now, I'm not sure that that's exactly a good sign.
US President Herbert Hoover had no idea how to fix this and would largely be blamed for the lasting duration of the Depression.
Did they live in the middle of the country, in the Dust Bowl, which we're, by the way, recreating? Because the reason that we now have so many dust storms in the Midwest is because we're cutting down the trees and bush that we planted to prevent the Dust Bowl from being a thing. They literally do hate us.
Stock market crash, there was a growing sentiment for isolationist and protectionist policies.
Hey, look, the same thing that we're doing now.
In 1930, he passed the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act to protect US farmers and other industries from foreign competitors.
That's true, SN.
It increased tariffs on foreign imports to the US by about 20%, which then immediately led to 25 countries retaliating and putting their own tariffs on American goods.
Another tariff war that we're
Global
in.
trade would plummet even further from this, declining 66% worldwide from 1929 to 1934. Global trade was a relatively small piece of the American economy at the time, but this policy only made things worse. In total, the Great Depression would last over 10 years and mark the worst economic downturn in the history of the modern world. The Dow Jones would fall 90%.
This is right where we're headed.
In 1929, and many lost their jobs as companies shut down en masse. 9 million savings accounts were wiped out. Over 9,000 US banks had failed. Industry halted.
Yes, they are,
and unemployment
Shardspark.
in the US reached 24.9%, its highest point in history. To make
66% global trade deficit is insane if you think about it. That's like glossed over, but it's insane. You're right. I'm curious what our numbers will end up being. Let's see if we can beat the record.
Worse, there was a period of severe dust storms in the middle of the US that caused drought, high winds, and hurt many farms in what became known as the Dust Bowl, the worst man-made ecological disaster in American history.
Yeah, we did that. It was our fault. And then we fixed it. And now we're undoing the bit that we fixed. So this is happening again. Did Trump just see this video and be like, yes, let's do that? Kinda, yeah.
As farming in the US slowed down.
Like, you can see the comparisons, right?
And with 1/3 of Americans still in agriculture, this would have massive consequences.
Absolutely.
Homelessness and breadlines became a common sight. In America, there would be 34 million people without any income. Shantytowns began appearing across the country and got the nickname Hooverville.
I forgot about the Dust Bowl. Holy shit, I haven't heard about that since I was in high school. Yeah, and we're recreating it. It's already started. That's why you're getting those fires in North Carolina. It's a side effect of the Dust Bowl being created accidentally, but not accidentally, on purpose, by us cutting down the trees that made it not be a thing. The recession has been being kicked down the road for too long. It's due to land anytime soon. Guys, we've been in a recession for a while now. Not like by technical terms. We're heading for a depression, not a recession.
After the now disgraced
We've just been in a recession non-technically because the rich weren't in a recession. We were. We're going into a depression.
Could it get any worse?
Yes,
in 1932,
it can.
the US elected President Franklin D. Roosevelt, who promised drastic changes and action to get the country out of the Depression.
Basically, yeah,
With the New Deal program. For helping the needy, he established a minimum wage, overtime pay, unemployment insurance, and a...
By the way, what's being glossed over here is during the Great Depression, there were labor workers literally fighting in the streets and dying to earn these rights. Dying. Thousands of us. Growing crops where we shouldn't is a bad thing. Indigenous populations taught us this and we didn't listen. I'm going to say this again. That fucking meme, Vosh said it and it won't leave my head. We're going to stop doing crop rotations because someone's going to be like, ha, Billy thinks that the beans need to take turns and we're all going to die. And no, it won't touch the rich. The rich can coast through a depression or a recession, then they get to buy up all the properties and have a monopoly at the end of it. It's crazy to think about the 1% somewhere in the world meeting in a lavish hotel bar discussing how they can manipulate the whole world to make more profit. The conversation these motherfuckers have together, laughing, sipping cocktails together. It's like 3,000 people control the entire world. That's the amount of billionaires there are.
As for major banking reforms, he enacted federal deposit insurance on bank deposits to help prevent bank runs. And he also added the Securities and Exchange Commission for better reporting and scrutiny on public companies. FDR's New Deal programs helped to stabilize.
That's the premise of the Board of the Outer Worlds. That was a good game. Climate change, heat, deforestation, soil erosion, bad agricultural practices, all happening right the fuck now, straight to the fucking hole.
Industry and restore the public's confidence. However, it would still take several years for the US economy
anyway,
to fully
we understand all of what led to it now. And we're kind of right there, aren't we? Now, if you haven't seen this, hold on, I have a better one. Looks like something that can happen in Assad's Syria, not the United States. Wait, this video is longer. 38, 123. This is a green card holder, 7 years, had a green card in the United States. And this is her being disappeared by ICE. What's her name again? Her name is Öztürk. Rümeysa Öztürk. Turkish immigrant, green card of 7 years. It's kidnapping. Yeah. This is literally the opposite of the land of the free. Like, this video is the literal opposite of the land of the free. She was an honor student. It goes beyond shameful, it's demonic. Why do you think I call these people fucking demons? She wrote an article about Palestine, yeah. You're just gonna get disappeared. If you say free Palestine, if you say free Luigi, you show up at a protest, they're gonna disappear you. I love how they're all wearing masks, the fucking fascist Nazi zombies. Literally. You have to be prepared for this, by the way. If you go to a protest, this can happen to you. She's gonna get sent to El Salvador. Of course they're hiding their faces. No one should trust America. Do you know how many, like, tourists we've arrested? We had a Canadian that we held in detention for 12 days who had a horrifying detention experience. We'll actually listen to it. We had a German that we grabbed because she had tattoos. This is literal Gestapo shit. Yep. Fine. Yeah, good thing she got arrested in front of a security camera. How can they see doing these arrests is okay? Because they're Nazis, sister to all. That's how. Because they hate you. Oh, by the way, like, they are scanning your socials. I said earlier, green card holders now, even if you just got your green card, even if you had your green card for years, have to turn in your social media to the government so they can look through it and see if you're posting anything that they don't like. Trump is learning from Putin? Yeah. ICE officers are evil, sister to all. Every last one of them is a demon. You don't become an ICE officer unless you're a hateful piece of shit. I hope very bad things happen to them by chance.
Why are you hiding your faces? Why are you hiding your faces?
Yeah, why are you hiding your faces? You should listen to some of these people talk, sister doll. By the way, citizens aren't immune from this. It doesn't matter whether you're a citizen. They will throw you in the gulag too. I'll hoop a phone in my bussy so I can stream from the gulag. Based. Ken Klippenstein had an article about watching you. About, like, the government watching you? Because they are. Right now, even your IRS records are going to ICE so that ICE can look through your IRS records and see if you're paying, like, regular taxes, if you're paying income tax, to see if you're an immigrant or whether you've ever been illegal immigrant, whether you've ever been undocumented. Yeah. By the way, they're now changing the law in several states that border. Hold on. That border Mexico, so they can spy on you when you get your money out of an ATM. You honestly, Charlotte Spork, I feel that. I mean, you should. You should not commit a crime, ever. I don't support that, but, you know. Taking $200 out of an ATM now could trigger the financial surveillance under Trump's new rule. A Treasury Department rule stemming from a Trump executive order lowers the cash transaction reporting threshold from $10,000 to $200 in certain border counties, significantly expanding federal financial surveillance of all U.S. citizens. The geographic targeting order requires all money service businesses located in 30 zip codes across California, Texas, and the southwest border to file currency transaction reports with FinCEN at a $200 threshold in connection with all transactions. In 7 border counties, $200 withdrawal from an ATM could soon make one subject to a federal financial report. This used to only exist with $10,000. You would take out from the ATM, and they would check to see, like, you know, what you're doing with that $10,000. They've now brought that down, $200. We shouldn't have been so hasty about insurrections. That's a thought, invaluable foul. All they have to say is that you're not a citizen, and then they can take you. Yeah, like, they don't have due process. None of the people that are being arrested have committed any crime. They don't get to go in front of a judge. They don't get to go in front of a jury. They don't get to get anything. They just say, nah, fuck you. And that's it. That's all they just fuck you. Trump is trying to deport Columbia University student who has been a permanent resident in the U.S. since she was 7. Her crime, attending a protest that was against the war in Gaza. And remember, deported doesn't just mean they send you home, guys. They're using the word deported, but deported doesn't mean deported. You're extrajudicially extrajudicial come on, extraction? Is it extrajudicial extraction? No? Whatever. They just grab you. Rendition. Thank you. Extraordinary rendition. Fucking hell, my brain is soup. Deport now just means being sent to fucking Auschwitz, but in El Salvador? Yes. Rendition was what I was trying to say. My bad. And just so you know, like, these people are literally insane. Because yes, we're sending people to Auschwitz and El Salvador. And they don't care about that. They don't feel bad about any of this, right? They don't care. They don't feel bad about extraordinarily renditioning you. You know what they are mad about, though? Sex toys. Texas bill calls for ID requirement to buy sex toys online. This would make it more difficult for you to buy a vibrator in Texas than a gun. You understand that? It would be easier to buy a gun than a vibrator. Yeah. Oh, and also, we defunded the emergency seed vault. You guys know about the Doomsday Vault? What's up, Imran? Doomsday Vault. Just use the gun as a vibrator. I mean, that'll work. Why? Why did we do anything? Why are we doing fucking any of this? America's Doomsday Seed Vault just got defunded. If we ever have an agricultural calamity that wipes out plant life on Earth, it's the seed vault that would repopulate the Earth and feed humanity. We have this fucking building in the middle of the frozen snow. 60 minutes, that'll copyright me. This one. So that inside of it, deep, deep, deep underground, so that even like a nuclear war wouldn't affect it, we have stocks of shit that we could, I don't know, replant. There's samples of the bananas that predate the bananas that we have now in this vault. Like, unironically, why that shit should go past even... They're a death cult, guys. I keep telling you, it's a death cult. We have an ISIS government. You want to learn about the vault real quick? Have you ever... This is like a, old-ass video, but...
Just look at the landscape around us and how remote this is. And then jutting out of the side of this Arctic mountain is the Svalbard Global Seed Vault.
Space Team
and
Run.
we have all been very excited.
It's about survival of life, not just a shithole state. They hate life. They're zombies. They want to kill anything alive. They're infectious. They hate you, and they look for death of everything.
To actually get inside and see for
It's a death cult.
ourselves how what's being done here plays a very vital role when it comes to trying to mitigate against the consequences of climate change.
Oh no, like ISIS came because of US support for other groups, not that they didn't support ISIS. We bombed the shit out of ISIS. But we also did absolutely support like Assad in some ways. The government had factions then. We now are ISIS. Our government is Al-Qaeda.
Change.
Alien invader shit, yeah.
This is it. This is the vault.
Literally zombie apocalypse.
What is built
It's
for
just not like the
humanity to
movies.
survive. This is the
Everyone in a MAGA hat is basically just brains coming for you.
Svalbard Global Seed Vault. It's here since 2008.
They want
built by
you
the
and
government of
everyone else
Norway,
to die.
And it's one of the most amazing things you're going to see in your life. Yep, they look funny, but they protect you against ice falling down in the vault.
It's that cold.
It's that cold. So that's about 150 meters down into the mountain. This is becoming the permafrost here in granite. They built this like they built the tunnels in the Alps.
wonder.
With a big machine, a big excavator. Took about 2 years.
It's
to
in
build,
Norway.
and it's built to last for a very long time. This
The
is
U.S. is telling the new former ISIS leader what to do to get U.S. sanctions lifted. Well, I mean, to be fair, the current leader of Syria is infinitely better than anyone. Like, he's not ISIS anymore. He's still not good, but he's better than Assad, and he's better than anyone expected him to be. But at the same time, he's also better than the United States government. Syria currently has a more stable and functional and coherent government than America does. You know how insane that is?
meant to be your way out if the power fails, if there's no lights,
electricity.
so you find your
Yeah, sorry, actually, as they were about to explain the power, but electricity for the seed vault is provided by the public power plant in Longyearbyen, which has. It's not nuclear power, no, but the emergency generators in the seed vault are run on fuel as well. So no nuclear power.
This is meant
Syria is more democratic than America.
Be your way out if the power fails, if there's no lights, so you find your way out of the
You
vault.
sure it's work? I was
so
about
the
to-
seed deposit works
I said I
like
was about
with
to link
any
that.
bank and a safe deposit storage in the basement of the bank. You bring your own seeds. You, as a depositing institution, you own them and you keep them, and only you can determine what happens with them. This is the main door.
Wait, butt plugs were sold as cures for asthma? I didn't know that. Vibrators for sciatica, I did know that one. And I did know that, like, back in the day, you had I don't know, you were a woman. They'd just be like, oh, you need to go to the insane asylum. Here's a vibrator and some heroin. Under this new Syrian government, people in Syria are still going missing and people are getting killed. I'm aware, but it's less than under Assad. And you are still currently more democratic than America. Because in America, hundreds of people are being disappeared per day and getting killed as well. So, like, you're better than America over there. At least take that as a win. You guys won. You beat us. Hysteria
to
for
the
women,
active
yeah.
vault, one of the 3 vaults that we have. It's all frozen up because inside it's minus 18 Celsius year round. And this is typically the place everyone wants to have a picture taken. This is world agriculture behind that door.
Jesus
Everything
Christ.
you're gonna need for the world. to
Imagine
survive.
in a zombie apocalypse, you stumble onto this place and the door's like frozen over like this. I'd be terrified of opening it.
Life, in terms of agriculture, is safely kept here for the future. We have 860,000 types of crops. Each probe has 100 to 1,000 corns. So if you look at the number of individual grains in here, it could be close to 1 billion.
I wonder what United States and Turkey talked about yesterday. Turkey foreign minister met with Marco Rubio. That was Marco Rubio telling Erdogan to crack down on the protests more and that he needs to join the Axis powers because he was leaning too close to Europe. Turkey was going to go with Europe until Erdogan's power got thrown into risk, and now it doesn't look like Europe's going to get Turkey on their side. So Europe's kind of fucked, by the way. In the zombie apocalypse, the first thing you do is go to Georgia and start up the needle production for medicine. Is that like a reference to like The Walking Dead or something? Because I don't watch zombie TV shows. They freak me out. I don't like the look of them.
My nose is gonna fall off already.
You need to keep warm here with everything that you can, and when you go inside, it gets colder.
Turkey is like on the fucking cusp of democracy.
You could go back to Svalbard and recreate agriculture in the world, which I find an amazing concept.
In the event of a cataclysmic occurrence.
Oh, true, but I don't know how to produce needles. I can make the medicine.
This would stay and preserve these seeds for how long?
We have minus 18 Celsius in here. It would go up to -8, -7 after a few years. But then even at that temperature, most of the seeds can stay for many, many years, 10, 20, 30 years time. So you have a lot of time to think about what to do, even if power fails here and doesn't get restored. It's a safe
Yeah, we're
place.
threatening South America because we're
It
going to
is
invade
truly
multiple
remarkable
countries.
and such a unique experience. You know, the general.
There's more? There's more text, really? Because like we covered all of the new ones this morning.
Population doesn't have access to this vault, and we're among the few who have actually been inside. And as Michael said, it really does make you pause.
You need, like, defunding this is death of society shit. Genuinely. Why? You understand, like, why that's important now, and we're defunding it. Yes, on CNN they're talking about it. I almost certainly got it before CNN did. Are they talking about the leaks of, like, the emails and the phone numbers, or the Venmo leak? Because I've covered all of the leaks today. My country of Trinidad and Tobago might get in trouble by UNES because we have an oil deal with Venezuela. Oh yeah, you will. Because we're going to invade Venezuela. Almost certainly. We're not saying it yet, but we're going to invade Venezuela. And we're going to annex all of these countries. We need to crash America's economy so that they can not do that. What possible argument can be made for this? Just cut spending. They want everyone on Earth to die. Here's them cutting some health research spending.
Officials are cutting more than $11 billion from health organizations across the nation. Funding from Health and Human Services that was used for COVID-19 testing, for vaccinations, for virus research, as well as community health jobs, it's now being suspended or dissolved completely.
I guarantee you, sister to all, I get the news before CNN puts it out.
CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder joins us now from Studio 57. She's the editor-at-large for public health at KFF Health News. Dr. Gounder, great to see you. Considering what we've just laid out, what justification is HHS giving for these cuts?
Well, and Errol, to be clear, this is just one in a series of many, many cuts we're seeing across health agencies across the country. This more than $11.4 billion that's being cut by the CDC is money that had been going to state, local, territorial, tribal health departments across the country. And as we know was the case with a lot of COVID funding, it was not just supporting COVID-related programs, but many other things. So I'll just give you one example of what's being lost with these cuts, wastewater surveillance, which is where we look for infectious diseases and other toxins, contaminants.
Last name, Ganda, first name, Prapa, yeah. Do you guys understand, like, how many people are going to die because of this? Because we saw Venezuela does get military equipment from Iran. Even if they didn't, Imran, even if they didn't, America is the Hitler country. We're going to invade Mexico, Canada, Greenland. We've already taken the ports of Panama. We're going to invade the rest of Panama too. Like, we're cutting health funding. We have concentration camps. Imran, do you understand that we are sending people to Venezuela to concentration camps from America? Like, not even immigrants, American citizens. We're killing them. We have gas chambers. Pay attention. The world has shifted. The global order has changed. We're likely closer to an ally of Iran. Just the only reason that we're not is because of Israel. We're trying to convince Russia to drop Iran as an ally so we can take them out.
In the water. This has direct applications to the measles outbreak in West Texas right now. It gives us sort of an early warning system for where there might be measles in other areas where they need to be focusing measles vaccinations.
Of course, that's why we have to get rid of this.
Is falling victim to this. And state local health departments really depend on that CDC money. The CDC functions as a funnel of funding to the state and local level. And in some cases, it's 90% of their budget.
An important
Cutting 90% of the budget of agencies that do healthcare research that is fucking critical. Oh, this is interesting. Funny, actually. Israeli university staff demand a lecturer to be fired because he called IDF soldiers baby killers. Base lecturer. This is very funny as well.
Thanks to all the British teams who are getting death threats on a daily basis. Just trying to do the right thing for the American taxpayer and for the American people.
All right, and so wraps. Apparently, people are sending Doge death threats. Now, who have we seen is okay? What group of people is okay with sending death threats to the government right now? I wonder. Is it Democrats? That doesn't sound right. Oh, and just so you know, the White House does ads now.
The White House, through an outside production company called Harbinger, is soliciting corporate sponsorships for this year's Easter egg roll. They range from $75,000 to $200,000 and offer logo and branding opportunities. Now, I obtained this 9-page document that's being sent to prospective sponsors, and when I showed it to a range of ethics experts and former White House officials on both sides of the aisle, the overwhelming reaction was shock and concern. Now, the egg roll has been privately funded for many years. What's different this year is the explicit promise of logo and brand activations. And I just want to read to you some of the—
Do not let Trump get close to those kids. What the fuck? Genuinely dangerous? Hell yeah. Very true. I like the picture that came out a couple weeks ago of Trump walking with Elon's kid to the helicopter. My first thought was like, I wouldn't trust my kid with him.
Promise sponsorship perks from this document: naming rights for key areas or elements, sponsor logos featured on event signage, custom branded baskets, snacks, beverages.
So we have officially now turned the country into advertising. You know, the president did an ad for, I don't know, Elon. That was one thing. But now you can just buy sponsorships from the White House. Demons, every last one of them. Hold up. Got some stuff to line up. I do have something positive I can show you guys. That's nice. That's always good. You like positive. You guys want to see how we can build artificial reefs that boost biodiversity? These might be incredibly useful, actually.
So my name's Alex Goad, and I'm the director and founder of Reef Design Lab.
It's not just
we are a design and manufacturing company based in Melbourne, Australia, and we specialize in artificial reefs and coastal protection structures, and essentially the EMU project was a really exciting thing for us to do. And this was a great project with the City of Greater Geelong. It was a project that needed to create multiple benefits and sort of multiple—
Look up the green wall in Africa for biodiversity and permaculture changes. Cool. This guy seems radical. Get him.
Users. So it was essentially designed to be a snorkel trail as well as
heard of the green wall.
A wave attenuation project and an ecological restoration.
That's really cool. I have heard of the green wall. It's an attempt to try and create more biodiversity in where, I mean, this is not the Sahara Desert. This is the Sahara Desert. So just below the Sahara Desert. But like all of this used to be green back in the day. It's not like you can't change it. Like the outback of Australia used to be green. We fucked it up, and that's why it's the outback now.
Project. More coastal protection is needed. So the designs were to reduce the energy of waves. So we looked at designing the units so that when placed together they would undulate. So each one is almost like a little hill essentially. And when all the units are placed together, it creates this kind of intertidal undulating landscape. So, you know, in terms of the actual design of each module, they are designed at low tide to retain.
It's a pretty cool project. They're about 15% done. That's pretty cool. Like,
water,
the thing with this stuff like this is like, holy shit, that must be how Night City's outer border is all a barren desert. That was the reference. I never realized that. Yeah, you know what? That me too. I didn't realize that either. Holy shit. Because Night City is Southern California, so.
It's like a like a natural rocky reef. And with these structures, we wanted to optimize material usage as well. So we were able to create some reusable formwork, which was able to create very large undercuts, very large crevices, again, maximizing protect.
Yeah, we already saw that, Sister Doll. I covered all of that in the very beginning, but thank you. If you want to see it again, here it is.
Space for fish and colonizing organisms, as well as minimizing material.
That's hella cool. I like it. Here was the full documents. Good job for them, yeah. Good on them. Now, back to some not good. Did you know that RFK Jr. doesn't believe that the polio vaccine eradicated polio? What's up, Cat Thrower? Good to see you.
Polio. Once we've...
Oh, holy shit, that's a 7-minute Joe Rogan video. There's no fucking way. They're coming for gay marriage. I said it. They said they were going to do it. Everyone was like, no, they won't come for gay marriage. They just want to get rid of the trans people. They'll stop there. Sure, I said. As if it ever worked that way. No, they want your fucking gay marriage to be gone. Sorry. They hate all of you. All of us. They hate queer people. They hate black people. They hate, like, Hispanic people. They hate Latin people. They hate European people. They hate Jewish people. They hate Muslim people. They hate everybody. It's a death cult. Here's Kristi Noem doing an advertisement for how based and red-pilled our concentration camp is.
Here at CCOT today and visiting this facility. And first of all, I want to thank El Salvador and their president for their partnership with the United States of America to bring our terrorists here.
Terrorists. Terrorists are terrorists. Again, not a single person that we sent to El Salvador was convicted of a crime. Not a single one of them saw a judge, nor a jury, nor were they accused of a crime. Now, if you look behind the ghoul, the banshee over here, you can see a clear definitional concentration camp. They are concentrated into areas that are smaller than the average area required for a human being. They are held here against their will. We're literally Nazi Germany. We're literally we're the Taliban and Nazi Germany at the same fucking time, and Stalin somehow.
And to incarcerate them and
greatest hits
for the violence that they have perpetuated.
What violence, Kristi Noem? You shot your dog. What violence did they do? We have evidence for you doing violence. You shot a dog because it was annoying. You killed a puppy. Puppy killing cunt.
Here and to incarcerate them and have consequences for the violence.
There's more people than beds in that cell.
I also want everybody to know, if you come to our country illegally, this is one of the consequences you could.
Oh, or what if you're here legally? What about the 7 years the people holding green card for 7 years that are getting arrested? You fucking banshee. I hope really bad things happen to you, Kristi Noem. I do. I hope they do. I hope God makes you suffer.
First of all, do not come to our country.
I hope Allah makes your child gay.
You will be removed and you will be prosecuted. But know that this facility is one of the tools in our toolkit that we
our concentration camp.
Use if you commit crimes against the American people. Here at CCOT today and
demons. Demons. By the way, this is why every other country in the world is fucking dropping tourism to the United States, because it's unsafe. Remember, the United Kingdom, Germany, Finland, and Norway put travel notices out saying, hey, be careful, maybe don't go to America.
A number of countries have updated their travel advice to the United States in the wake of a crackdown on immigration by the Trump administration. Travelers have reported being detained at the U.S. border even though they had valid travel visas. Germany updated its travel advisory for the U.S. this week after a number of its citizens were detained at customs and then deported.
What was intended as a short vacation turned into a nightmare. German tourist Lukas Silav was detained upon arrival in the U.S. and hauled into a detention facility.
They put me in chains everywhere, around my stomach, on my hands, my feet. Then they put me in a van and drove me to the detention center in Satinko.
Lucas was returning to the U.S. from a vacation in Mexico. He says he had a valid U.S. tourist visa, but ended up spending 16 days in detention before being allowed to return to Germany. And
yeah, we stand trans rights in this chat, so trans people, you're safe here. You can chill. And if you need help getting out of the United States, you can DM me. I'll try my best to help you.
Arrest is part of
that goes for all of you, by the way, not just trans people. If you like DM me with some of your specific like details, and I can help see if you can get in anywhere. We're not just America, we're Nazi America now. Yeah, you know what? We're Nazi America. We got to start calling it that instead of like Nazi Germany. We're Nazi America.
Current trend involving temporary visa holders and visitors being detained by U.S. border officials on their way into the country. Canadian actress Jasmine Mooney has a similar story. She was detained for 12 days over an incomplete visa.
There was no heads up. Next thing you know, I'm taken, and for 2 weeks haven't been told anything, moved in different cells, sleeping on cement, sleeping in different jail cells. Like, it just, nothing makes sense to me.
A French scientist, in turn, was denied entry into the U.S. after his phone was searched by customs.
This doesn't make... They not only are they going to search your phone at customs now, but again, if you are already in the United States and a green card holder, you are now obligated to let them look through your social media.
Officials at the airport found messages criticizing the Trump administration's cuts to science programs. All deportees say they did not violate U.S. immigration policies nor commit any crimes. The incidents follow heightened immigration enforcement under the Trump administration. The White House says...
None of this shit is even immigration related anymore. You guys realize that, right? Like, they just keep saying immigration, but none of what's happening is immigration related at all. Like, none of it, not a single bit is immigration related.
It's removing known immigrant criminals.
The president is using every lever of his executive authority and his constitutional authority within the bounds of the immigration laws of our country to ensure that our streets are safer for law-abiding American citizens. And this administration...
How about you abide the fucking law, you banshee?
...is focused on detaining, arresting, and deporting illegal criminal aliens.
The crackdown...
You are doing more illegal things than any illegal immigrant that has ever entered the United States, except for Elon Musk, has ever done. Everything this lady says is a lie.
Also includes those who have outstayed visas or violated their terms. But Lucas Silov says his experience shows that anyone could be targeted by U.S. customs officials.
Nobody is safe there anymore to come to America as a tourist. I get a lot of questions from
safe from Canadian tourists. Everything is xenophobia related. Of course, they really had an interest in fighting crime. They would crack down on U.S. citizen-based cartel. If they had an interest in fighting crime, they would all lock themselves up in prison.
People who want to visit America, and I try to help them and tell them my experience, that they need to be careful.
Immigration attorneys have now begun advising people to ensure their social media profiles are free of criticism of the U.S. administration to increase their chances of entering the country.
Do you know how insane that is?
Let's speak to David Bier. He's the Director of Immigration Studies at the Cato Institute in Washington, D.C., and an expert on immigration, border security, and interior enforcement.
You have free will. Go drop kick that nigga. Why you let motherfuckers disrespect you? You can literally do whatever the fuck you want to do. Go crash the fuck out. What's stopping you?
I like that. That made me happy. Little dopamine for me.
Good to have you with us, David.
You know what? I don't think we need you, David. That little bit of dopamine brought me out of that hole. You want to see what these people believe? Because this is what they actually believe.
I just wanted to say, look, welcome to the end of democracy. We are here to overthrow it completely. We didn't get all the way there on January 6th, but we will endeavor to get rid of it and replace it with this right here. We'll replace it with this right here. Amen. That's right, because all glory is not to government, all glory to God.
Yep. That's what these people are. Remember, by the way, in a year, that's all you're going to have. That's all you're going to hear, because...
Really, we do need honest journalism in this. You know, we've made such big strides over the last 2 months, but we just need honest journalism, and we don't have it. When you have a CNN, I watch... You have
They're
to
just
watch
gonna
these
ban.
people every once in a while just to see where they're coming from, and it's so dishonest. MSNBC is, I think, probably worse, and they're both doing horribly in the ratings. I think they're going to be turned off. I don't think they're not doing any ratings. You're doing well in the ratings.
Like, it's Christo-fascism. You're right. You're right. It literally is exactly that. Oh, by the way, we had a ceasefire with Ukraine, remember? This is immediately following said ceasefire in Ukraine. Yep. Here's Zelensky.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says that new Russian attacks show that it is not moving towards, quote, real peace. Russia hit several Ukrainian regions overnight, just hours after the US announced it had reached separate truce agreements with Kyiv and Moscow. The deals were made during parallel talks in Saudi Arabia, but details on timing and conditions
I want to crash out so bad.
still need to be clarified. If it comes into force, the partial ceasefire would apply to the Black Sea.
I hate conservatives at this point.
Well, to look a bit closer into a potential Black Sea truce, I'm now joined by the military analyst Marina Miron. Marina, what role has the Black Sea played in the Ukraine war from a military perspective?
Good day, Gerhard. What we have to understand here, we have been observing the passivity of the Russian Black Sea fleet. So from the very beginning, the Russians had the upper hand when it comes to the naval power in the Black Sea. And the Black Sea was essentially also used, for instance, to help the Marine infantry land in the port of Mariupol at the very beginning of the war. However, the things have changed for the Russians, for the Russian Black Sea fleet, as the Ukrainian side started using missiles like Neptune to
Unlike more of them, I have read the Bible, though, and it doesn't agree with them on anything. I mean, to be fair, the Bible doesn't agree with itself on much, if we're being honest.
Some havoc on the Black Sea fleet. They also have used naval drones or unmanned surface vehicles. They have been quite successful in developing those asymmetric means, which can carry even torpedoes, in order to challenge the dominance of the Black Sea fleet, which had to essentially retreat from Sevastopol to Novorossiysk in order to save very expensive vessels that it was losing. Another role that it has played is obviously during combined strikes. So,
all right, we're gonna go deeper into Europe, and we're gonna touch on some of the Turkey protest stuff. I just need to pee. I'm gonna leave this guy like this video on with you, and I'll be back in like 2 seconds.
The Black Sea Fleet fields systems to shoot Kalibr missiles. So that is another role that it has played. However, it hasn't been dominant. What is important when it comes to the Black Sea is the transport of grain from Ukraine outside of the Bosphorus Strait.
So what would this Black Sea deal change about the war? Just the security of shipping lanes there?
Well, it seems like a second take on the grain deal of 2022 July, the grain deal that has failed essentially because the Russian side was saying that one of the parts of the deal was not upheld. The Russian side has been accused by the West of taking too long to examine the vessels and delaying the shipment of grain. So there are accusations coming from both sides, and so this grain deal failed. Now what we're seeing, in addition to stopping attacks, that means that the Ukrainian side will have to stop all the activity on the Black Sea, meaning the use of drones. and also targeting any infrastructure such as a Kerch Bridge, for instance.
Or do you guys want to continue on with Europe? Because I have news like on Europe, quite a bit of it. And we could do that today, and we can finish the Contra video tomorrow, or we can finish the Contra video today and do Europe tomorrow. Any opinions? One's in chat for Contra. In the meantime, I'd like the Turkish stuff before I head to bed. That's fair. We can do that. I also want to cover it because I want to know what's happening. We'll do Turkey at the very least.
In Turkey,
I'm of the view that if you're not anti-Trump in any way, the key to staying alive is avoiding other people as much as possible. Or if you are anti-Trump, rather. Europe tomorrow. It's game night for me tomorrow. Fair. I'd rather do Europe now, half and half. Turkey sounds good. All right, we're doing Turkey. So first off, 7 journalists were arrested yesterday.
In custody, Yassine Go, a photographer for international news agency Agence France Presse. The charge, participation in illegal gatherings.
They have banned protests right now, so.
Naturellement, Yassine ne participait pas à ces manifestations.
Naturally, the journalist was not protesting, was not part of them. They were covering them as a photographer. If you've ever been to a protest, you'll probably notice press stands off to the side so that they can cover the event without being part of the event.
Comme photographe, que l'on sache, le
As far as we know,
journalisme
journalism is not yet illegal in Turkey.
Illégal en Turquie, donc nous appelons, j'appelle
So we are I'm calling for his immediate release.
Libération rapide.
Treating journalists covering protesters as protesters in the eyes of the law is a new low in Turkey, according to the
Excuse me, but that was happening in Turkey for years. It was just only happening to Turkish journalists. What, you only care now because it's other countries' journalists too? I need to get me an Atatürk flag and have that up in my flat. Hecate knows I ain't waiting for a Union Jack flag up. Honestly, Atatürk flag is base. My dad has a Atatürk phone case. He's a big Atatürk stan.
NGO Reporters Sans Frontières, who placed the country 158th out of 180 in their press freedom league table.
Yep. Good to know that if I have to escape Australia because the Americans took over and they're going to get me, I can't go to Turkey either.
These decisions that assimilate information professionals with protesters reflect not only shameless bad faith, but also highlight the serious interference by political powers in the justice system in order to muzzle the media.
In the field, reporters have also described being punched, kicked and clubbed by riot police during the current spate of protests, according to RSF.
By the way, like, Americans, pay the fuck attention. This is all of Eastern Europe right now. What are you doing?
But hostility towards the media is nothing new in Turkey. In the last decade, dozens of journalists have fled abroad. The likes of Can Dündar, who fled to Germany after revealing that Turkey had helped armed Islamists in Syria and was then sentenced in absentia to 27 years in prison. Dozens more have been convicted of insulting the president, another charge which can carry...
Literally, like, tens of thousands of people were arrested by Erdogan. Protesters, doctors, teachers, professors, librarians, psychologists, historians, philosophers, journalists, you name it, everybody. Of course, now that it ain't Turkish press members, it's important. And also, yeah, like what Atatürk did, I just wish the Kurdish had gotten a better hand. Me too. Me too. Americans are busy trying to figure out how to save their ass with crypto instead of hitting the streets. Literally, Onyx Ender.
A prison sentence. The detained journalists join more than 1,400 protesters nationwide because the demonstrations themselves have been deemed illegal. President Erdogan has even accused those involved of street terror and spoken with pride on
Can MAGA just gas me now? Yeah, Simply Steve, they can.
mass arrests.
Those who launch vile attacks on police, representatives of the judiciary and the country's leaders will be eliminated and they will never see the light of day again.
One more time, I want to hear that one more time.
On police, those who launch vile attacks on police, representatives of the judiciary and the country's leaders will be eliminated.
As in, criticism. there is, like, all of the violence in Turkey is done by the police. We've seen videos of fires happening during the protest, and the protesters run to put the fire out. They're not starting fires. They're not breaking shit. The same thing as the El Salvadorian president. Yeah, literally, they're all, like, Turkey has joined the Axis powers. Europe's kind of fucked. Unless you guys get your shit together extra hard now, because that's the two largest militaries in NATO who are now on the enemy team.
And they will never see the light of day again.
Meanwhile, the country's broadcasting regulator, RT UK, has threatened news channels with fines for showing
RT?
Light of day again.
Meanwhile, the country's broadcasting regulator, RT UK, has threatened news channels with fines for showing live coverage of protests.
That's the different thing. Yeah. Okay. That's pretty fucking bad. Yeah. This is what Europe thinks.
It's been a week since protests erupted over the arrest of opposition leader Ekrem İmamoğlu, the mayor of Istanbul, who is charged with corruption.
Skip a bit further.
Association. 7 journalists, including an AFP photojournalist, currently behind bars. Thank you for speaking with us here on France 24.
Well, thank you for having me. Indeed, 7 journalists were detained on the 24th.
Yeah, I had to Google what RT UK was too. I didn't know that, but like it's not Russia Today. Yeah. Did you guys know that Cenk Uygur apparently banned Francesca Fiorentini from appearing on the Damage Report because she embarrassed him? That's very funny. I mean, good that you don't have a tax record. That's good.
In early morning.
Yeah, LMAO is right. the Philip II.
Rates from their homes for covering these protests. One was detained actually at the protest.
Cybergun, you probably should close the border if, like, what do you mean? The stupid people are the people in power, not the protesters. Are you a pro-Erdogan stan? I'm confused now.
There, 6 were detained and at 6 a.m. early morning raids, including one, and this is a mixed group of journalists. They're overwhelmingly photojournalists, and which shows that, like as you suggested, there's also bans on coverage, and this is we have 2 world-renowned photojournalists, including Yasin Akgül, AFP's photojournalist. We have photojournalists working for 2 municipalities.
I'm being charitable there, by the way, Captain Buggy.
We have a reporter from Now TV, which can be considered a mainstream channel. And they were kept overnight in detention, and they are charged with breaking Turkey's law on protests, it's 2911, which is used extensively against journalists in Turkey.
Well, I mean, like, Cenk, I can't stand either anymore. Sorry, I know this isn't Turkey, but this is evil. This is Neri Alvarado, a baker from Dallas. Here's a picture with his 15-year-old brother. Today, Neri is suffering in a prison camp in El Salvador, one of the most violent prisons in the world. Neri's younger brother, Neliarsan, has autism. To show solidarity with Neri, got an autism awareness tattoo a couple years ago. He was so passionate about helping kids like his brother, he used to teach swimming lessons to children with developmental disabilities. 2 months ago, ICE agents detained him in his apartment. The reason? His autism awareness tattoo. According to 2 sources, ICE told them that he was cleared after reviewing them, but just days later, Trump invoked the Alien Enemies Act and shipped him off to El Salvador. No hearing, no due process, no indirect violation of the Constitution. For having an autism awareness tattoo. That's it. This was the gang tattoo. This right here was the Tren de Aragua tattoo. They stopped me from going to Ukraine because I wasn't coming back. I get the TYT newsletters for free still from when I canceled my membership years ago. I don't. The Freedom Index basically has them Canada and all Scandinavian countries are top of the list. Makes sense. He got his wish. The NCAA started outright denying banning trans athletes, all 4 of them. All 4 of them. And the Republicans kept attacking trans people afterwards. So, like, placating the reactionaries didn't work out too well. It never does. It never, ever, ever does.
covering events. However,
And no, I'm not kidding.
it's almost unheard of that
The ribbon alone is majorly known as a care tattoo. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's not that they think that it's a Tren de Aragua tattoo. They don't believe that. They just hate you because you're colored and you have autism. That's it. That's it. That's it. They know what that is. They know that you know what that is, but they don't care because they're evil. This is how evil works.
On the wall, they had their names that on a piece of paper that the police officers had put up there. They were taken with a number of more than 200
Just
other
like this, by the way.
Demonstrators, and they were going to be released. But just as they were going to be released, and very abruptly, the prosecutor changed their opinion, and they referred them to court for
you just do whatever the fuck you want when there's no rule of law.
2911.
You can do whatever you want when there's no International Criminal Court, United Nations. No one has consequences anymore. You do, but like countries don't. Powerful people have no consequences anymore. This is the last of the consequences. We either make this count or that's it. This is the last time for a
against
while.
him actually in Istanbul 3 times, and who was set to win.
Yeah, fuck you, you bore me. Biggest protests in Turkey since Gezi. This is bigger than Gezi.
That was Benjamin. As Imamoglu is the main opponent of
1,500 people were arrested yesterday. True, and jandarma can siktir gidin. Ya git. Bunların hepsi orospu çocukları. Bunların hepsi siktirip gitsin. SpongeBob showing Patrick the piles of dirty diapers, but fascism, kinda.
Several journalists covering the protests have also been arrested and are facing trial. Imamoglu's arrest has sparked the biggest political unrest in Turkey in over a decade. The main opposition party, the CHP,
People talking about law, like imagine being a Romani person or a Jewish person or a disabled person in Nazi Germany citing the law when they're chasing you. Literally. You live in Nazi America. We live in a planet that has Nazi America. Pay attention. The world has shifted. It's different now. We've gone back.
Nominated him as
Kamala Harris was right. They wanted to take us back. We said we weren't going back, and they dragged us back.
its presidential candidate and is calling for early elections. But with Imamoglu now behind bars, does Turkey's opposition, does it stand a chance?
They're trying to arrest the other main person who would run against Erdogan now, the mayor of Ankara.
Hundreds of thousands of people across Turkey have taken to the streets for a week now to protest the jailing of Istanbul's popular opposition mayor. They are the largest anti-government demonstrations the country has seen in more than a decade. The crowds have been openly calling for President Recep Tayyip Erdogan and his government to resign. But can they really challenge Erdogan's power?
I think we are going through...
Bunların hepsi hayat boyu zorluk çeksin ve bunların hepsi hayat boyu bütün istedikleri her şeyi kötüye gitsin. Orospu çocukları. That's me saying I hope all of these people suffer forever. What's the name of the mayor again? Fuck, hold on. Ankara's mayor is Mansur Yavaş. As in, this.
Unprecedented times in Turkish political history. If these popular protests turned out to be
scaring your white grandpa? Good.
Sustainable in the coming weeks and months, they're going to pose a significant challenge to Erdogan.
I'm the scary, what's the word? Oriental girl.
Peaceful demonstrations have turned violent at times, with security forces using water cannon, pepper spray and rubber bullets against mostly young protesters. Over 1,400 people have been detained so far, including several journalists. Istanbul's mayor, Ekrem İmamoğlu, has long been considered the...
Alright, I want to get to... Oh, what's this one? Oh, that one's nice. I want to get to the part where the other mayor is now at risk. Oh yes, the lira plunged to a record low.
Heavy blow to the economy, already reeling from inflation. In an attempt to further increase economic pressure on Erdogan, the CHP has urged its supporters to boycott a number of pro-government companies and television stations.
You should boycott pretty much anything Turkish. The same rules apply. Crash the economy. Do it.
essentially the designated rival of President Erdogan arrested. So I think that there are similarities and differences, but one issue that CHP is concerned with is the inability
CHP being the opposition party to Erdogan, the main one.
To actually fully control these groups. So I think that Kurdish constituencies worry about nationalist youth, and leftists worry about other segments. So it is a mixed group. They're joined in their rejection of what is happening and call for reinstitutional.
Electoral politics is not going to remove the guy who's been the fucking dictator for 20 years. Come on. Allah aşkına, can you not do better than this? No, clearly not. I just wanted to point out, by the way, could you imagine what today's news would look like if those 4 US soldiers who died in Lithuania happened under Biden's presidency? Because, like, we barely talked about it today. I touched on it. But imagine that happened under Biden. Here, we have Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk, as well as, is this Rutte? No, this is Rutte. This is the NATO Secretary General, yeah.
If anyone were to miscalculate and think they can get away with an attack on Poland or on any other ally, they will be met with the full force of this fierce alliance. Our reaction will be devastating. This has to be very clear to Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin and anyone else who wants to attack us.
That's a pretty big fucking deal, because this includes Greenland. And that's a threat to the United States as well now. Which, I mean, good. I see Europe drifting away from the American, apparatus, but then you see stuff like this in the UK, where this is a Holocaust survivor being questioned by the police for supporting Gaza. Just, 5 days ago.
Yes, of course, I am going to continue, and I am very proud that my family, my son and sometimes grandchildren also come. And I think we just have to do what we can and try and talk to our neighbors and people we know to increase the numbers, because I think that's all we can do by exerting pressure through numbers to make it clear that all this will have electoral consequences, because that's what they react to, that they should at the very minimum condemn Israel's actions, which they don't do.
This is a Holocaust survivor.
And immediately stop all supplies of...
The right hate that people like him are still alive. Yeah, they would have preferred that he died in the Holocaust, because they're Nazis.
Armaments and any other logistical and information support that they do give. There's no doubt about this being an atrocity and international crime, what's going on.
Man was in the Holocaust. Anti-Semite, they're gonna call him. Oh, I forgot to show you this. This is memes from Turkish protest. Turkish Monopoly. Every square on the board is go to jail or chance. It's just go to jail, no matter what. And then someone calling him a Greek president, which I don't understand, but I find very funny. Whoever's calling Erdogan Greek, keep doing it, please. Go back to Greece, Erdogan. Here's the special edition. So Europe is reintroducing compulsory military laws in some countries, including for women. It is based at the Philippines. This is less so.
Denmark is introducing compulsory military service for women.
Compulsory militaries don't actually work all that well.
years earlier than planned. Danish women who turn 18 after July 1st this year could be drafted from 2026 onwards. Men and women must now take part in an annual ballot from which names are drawn if there are not enough volunteers for the army. Denmark has also extended the duration of military service from 4 to 11 months. In February, it announced it was increasing its defence spending.
NBs are safe from being forced into the military.
By 6.8 billion euros over the next 2 years in response to the rising threat posed by Russia.
Speaking of, I should have started off with this. I can't believe I forgot this one. Europe has said no, we will not drop financial sanctions on Russia. And America cannot drop the financial sanctions without Europe's approval, because SWIFT goes through Belgium. We got our battle flag. Maybe they'll feel our power. I wish. This is good. They're very good, because part of the ceasefire deal that America agreed to is to lift sanctions on agricultural goods with Russia, and we can do that, but we can't drop banking sanctions. We don't have any control over the SWIFT stuff without Europe's approval. And Europe saying no, good. Russia gets to keep their sanctions. Fuck you.
Well, for more on that, I'm now joined by DW reporter Roland Jodin in the studio. Roland, great to have you here. So, firstly, how common is compulsory military service in Europe for women?
Not common at all. So you see, Denmark announced it today. You have a country like Sweden who introduced compulsory military service for women 8 years ago. And you have a country like Norway, not a member of the EU.
No, US cannot do that unilaterally. We don't control the banking system. Europe does.
So a member of NATO and of course European country who introduced it 10 years ago. You have also other countries like Lithuania or Latvia who consider introducing it. Latvia, for example, says it considers introducing it in 2028.
Right, well, what about here in Germany?
So when it comes to women and mandatory service, you would have to change the German constitution. For that, you need a 2/3 majority in the German parliament. We've just had elections here. The far right and the far left gained more seats, so the government will have a quite tricky time to form this majority. Actually, it's not possible because the far left has more pacifist stance towards military service, and the far right would approve it, but all parties in the German Bundestag, the German parliament, ruled out to work together with the far right.
Right, so if we...
I hope they manage to stick to that, by the way.
Out a bit from Germany, are more countries planning on reintroducing or introducing military service?
Yes, so short answer, yes, absolutely. Because you see, the story is after the fall of the Berlin Wall, after the end of the Cold War, most European countries felt safe and peaceful times, and they suspended their military services. Then the annexation of Crimea happened by Russia. Then the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia happened, and most European countries changed course, invested more money in their militaries.
Not anywhere close
spent more
enough.
money.
Europe should have been ready for this years ago. Did Europe just think that this would all go away?
For the militaries, and now we are at a point where we see Europe does not have enough recruits and soldiers. A high-ranking German military official, for example, said Germany lacks 20,000 active soldiers and up to 100,000 reservists. And that's why I think the question is not whether, but rather how Germany and other European countries will try to manage, get more people, and introducing the compulsory military service is one tool to achieve this goal.
Yeah,
That's not good enough in any way, shape, or form. Jesus Christ. Danish Prime Minister said that the US is exerting unacceptable pressure on Greenland, by the way. At least they're taking things seriously, sort of. No one will admit that we are close to World War. We are too late, unfortunately. Possible preparing for this should have been the obvious choice during the Cold War. Well, we are basically already in World War III right now. There are things happening that the war is still cold, but it's more of a cool war now, not a cold. The old Cold War, Europe should have gotten ready then, but they depended on us to help them there. And after the first Trump election, I, as Europe, would have probably prepared for Trump never coming back and none of this like all of this happening. But everyone that's a liberal thought, no, none of this would ever happen. Trump was a fluke. He will never be allowed back in. Can't Greenland ban Vance and his wife from entering Greenland? I mean, the trip got canceled. So I applied to be in the military. I'm not allowed because of genetic neurological illnesses. Honestly, good. You don't want to be in the military. I know we all want to fight against the American Nazis, but you can fight against the American Nazis without being in the military. I mean, here's a politician from Greenland.
So I think we're getting near the area of stalking if this was into a human-to-human relationship.
They're calling us, we're not calling them. And we were invited over there. I think Greenland's going to be something that maybe is in our future.
I don't know how many ways you can say no to that guy and not get through. In a sense, all the Greenlandic parties that was just elected into the Greenlandic parliament have signed a joint declaration that they don't want to belong to the United States. No official political level in Greenland from mayor and upwards have accepted to meet with this so-called delegation from the US. So I think we're getting near the area of stalking if this was into a human-to-human relationship.
It does feel about right there.
Greenlandic people are concerned with this very aggressive behavior from the US administration. So I think we're getting near the area of stalking if this was into a...
Let's see. Can the Baltic Sentry patrols counter Russia's shadow fleet? Nah, at the time it was because I knew they would be that would be a way for me to finish education and receive transgender care. I want to protect civilians in other nations. That makes sense. If you like, a lot of people do join the military for education, for healthcare, stuff like that. So like that tracks.
Since Donald Trump returned to power, Europe is worried it can no longer depend on the U.S. as a reliable ally. The Baltic countries in particular are concerned about being left on their own, especially given the signs
about the SWIFT system. The new BRICS pay system might be an alternative. I don't think it's not operational yet. Even if Latina Americano, if the BRICS system was being used to drop sanctions on Russia through America, that still doesn't drop the European sanctions, which is what Russia's requesting. So like they still don't get to enter the international banking system of the West the same way. Personally, microdrone with KGB toxin, Putin uses blatantly monkey wrench it, but I've been thinking about this for a while. He isn't the whole problem, but the chaos of him going down could stall stuff for a bit. Well, I mean, yeah, I've said this for a while. Just like if the old CIA would have just sent 6 guys named Dave into fucking Russia. You get you that, Grim Reaper. Have a good night.
Russia is already using underhand methods to attack. Moscow is suspected of being behind several acts of sabotage in recent months. DW's Yuri Sheto went on patrol in the Gulf of Finland with an Estonian warship to find out more.
This oil tanker, discovered by the Estonian patrol ship Sakala in the middle of the Gulf of Finland. The tanker turns out to be a Russian ship. The Sakala approaches the vessel looking for any suspicious activity. A ship is considered suspicious if it suddenly slows down, makes a sudden turn, or refuses to communicate with the patrol craft. Checks like these are now routine for the Sakala's crew.
So the task of my ship is to patrol a dedicated area, monitor all traffic that is going through here to make sure that nothing suspicious or nothing bad will be done in this area.
The Sakala with the registration M314 is actually a mine hunter. Its mission is to locate and...
Remember, like in the Baltic Sea, the Russian ships, the Shadow Fleet, function specifically to cut undersea cable lines that are for power or for internet access to NATO countries.
Neutralize sea mines in times of war. The Sakala is currently on a different mission, along with other NATO ships in the Baltic Sea.
Yesterday we saw something hanging from an anchor chain from one cargo vessel. So we went closer, we contacted the vessel, and we checked. Actually, it wasn't anything else, but it was just a fire hose tangled in the anchor chain.
With a crew of 38, the Sakala is one of 3 Estonian Navy vessels currently patrolling the Gulf of Finland, a part of the Baltic Sea that is around 80 kilometers wide.
They are gonna need a lot more ships. That's not gonna be enough, y'all. Like, genuinely, that's a large amount of like area to cover, and the hybrid attacks from Russia are not gonna slow down. They're only gonna speed up, if anything. Look, I feel like
order round that is launched at
we
Ukraine.
should watch a educational video. So, a lot of us might experience life close to a war zone soon. And so, it might be useful to learn some things.
War is a game of percentages, stats, exposure to the battlefield, even more exposure to the battlefield. And slowly, then all at once, you get hit. A 120 millimeter mortar is 5 kilometers away, targeting a target that is 3 meters by 3 meters long, which is about the dimensions of a foxhole that we stay in. If he launches a round at that target and he is 0.1 degrees off, 0.1, he will be 8.7 meters off that target. What does that mean in the grand scheme of things? Now, obviously, mortars aren't incredibly accurate, but what is? FPV drones. And when we talk about these explosive weapons, what are the kill radius? What are the casualty radiuses from these explosives? So let's take a look at one of the bombs which weighed in at about 1.2 kilos, which included the shrapnel as well as the explosive and the casing. And as my buddy dropped it,
This shit's gonna be everywhere. Though, if you think that this is just like, oh, this won't affect me, there's not gonna be any FPV drones that might fly around me. Think, motherfucker, again. You can make this shit at home.
the FPV that I made. It hit the side of the hill, which was not the planned target. It was a little bit off. You can hear in the video as a couple pieces of shrapnel are zooming
This is
past,
more how not to die.
whizzing past my head from 50 meters away at high velocity. That could have taken me out. It could have taken an eye out. You know, I gotta be careful. Ooh, Red Ryder BB gun. No. It's a freaking bomb. And when a grenade explodes, it's not just the shrapnel. You have a lot less chance of getting hit by shrapnel than you think. And when a bomb or a grenade explodes, it's not just the shrapnel, it's obviously the concussion. Do I have a concussion? Does anybody on the Ukrainian front line have a concussion because of blast? Yes. Yes, very much so.
Yeah,
You get
you're
mild
gonna
concussions
get
from
a concussion.
81 millimeter mortar that lands a couple meters away. When a bomb explodes, there's the concussion wave that is going to affect you depending on where that concussion is directed. And that's not even stats. That
You
mortar
are almost certainly going to have a concussion if anything like that happens around you.
landed behind a large tree, and that concussion wave was directed away from that tree. It bounced off, it hit a wall that was on your left side, and the rest of that concussion wave went into your head and you got a concussion from it. That is all luck. There is no way that you could have dodged that. There's no way that you could have known where that mortar was going to land. You can mitigate a bit of that from going into prone, and I'll give you some more stats. During the Vietnam War, there was a stat that showed that a soldier in open terrain had a 60% chance of being targeted. When he was crouching, a 30% chance, and when he was in the prone, even less than 15%. Now, obviously, with drone warfare, where you have eyes in the sky looking at every inch of ground, it's going to be a lot more difficult not to get targeted.
And remember, like, Russia just targets civilians for target practice right now. We've covered that. Pay attention. This is your life.
But at the same time, if you go prone, you're going to minimize that chance of you getting hit by shrapnel or even the concussion wave. If you're laying down, you minimize your chance of getting hit a ton by whatever munition is targeting you, whether it's a 152, 155 howitzer, or even a 60 mil. So I'm kind of throwing a bunch of stuff at you guys. I want to talk about a personal thing that happened to me when I was on my first mission in Ukraine.
Mao doesn't cover what to do in drone warfare. Fuck yeah, fuck Mao. You got Visora now.
And I think the worst bombardment I ever had was during that time when I was underneath that bridge, and it wasn't caught on camera. I turned it off right when the first round started coming in. We had about a dozen rounds come in. It was mortars. They were coming on top of the bridge, on the berm right in front, and also right inside our trench. And I remember looking to my right because that's where the blasts were coming from. And I see these smoke plumes popping up and everything.
The drone detector, how far is the range that you can get for like a $300 drone detector?
And it was, yeah, it's not fun to think about.
Get the fuck down if you hear anything so far is basically it, yeah? Jersey drones were weapon manufacturer testing. DoD site had scheduled from military base at the night of the time frame. Then they had half admitted it. One of part tech was cloaked missiles. They would avoid SAMs. It was like they don't understand term escalation. I said that at the time that it was either the military or it was private companies testing hardware. 100%. There was no other way. Of course it was them testing hardware. What if I try and hide inside of a barrel from a drone? Morbid joke. Ah, the barrel Votnik. My favorite type of Votnik, opposed to the the pipe, Vatnik. About 3 kilometers or 2 miles. That's not too bad. To know if there's a drone nearby.
I don't like that. I didn't enjoy it. But as you guys know in that video, what I was doing inside that bridge was I was trying to minimize my chances of getting hit by shrapnel to as much as I could. I was in the prone, hiding right beside a support pillar that was to my left, and I was hoping, okay, maybe the rounds are going to come from the left. But they came from the right. And one of the Ukrainians that was next to me, he was putting concrete...
You can start to only hear from 50 meters from you. I thought you would be able to hear them from further away, but I suppose maybe I'm thinking if they were a bit bigger. Was for sale of a prototype, a couple companies, I think. That makes sense. The thing is, like, you know that everyone in Ukraine has PTSD from, like, drone sounds, right? So prepare for that one, too.
Blocks right in front of his support pillar that he was going to lay down on. So that way, if that 0.01% chance that shrapnel hits right where his head is, those concrete blocks would block it. We all try and minimize our threat, but every single time that you go to the front line, you increase the chances.
Yeah, I would imagine so,
It's luck. It's luck of the draw, and there's a percentage that is tied to that. What is the percentage that a mortar round that is launched at Ukrainian soldiers ends up finding a target and hitting somebody? We don't know. How do you define that stat? How many times have I been targeted with my limited experience on the Ukrainian front line? A lot. Like, a lot. And it felt like a lot. What are the chances? 1%? I don't think so. Is it 0.1%? I'm still not hit. Concussion waves, yeah. You're going to get concussion the first time you go to the front line. But shrapnel-wise, I could not tell you. I couldn't tell you. I think it depends on a lot of things. And as I've said in one of my previous videos, if you're standing...
Here's a video that I want to watch. I was watching a bit of this yesterday, and I thought, hey, I could actually put this one up on stream, because it is war footage, but it's not showing you anything. It actually cuts most of the actual fighting, but it's just to show you what it's like to be in a place like this, because they're gonna be more common everywhere in the world.
In the open, with a flashlight at nighttime in Ukraine, on the front line within 2 kilometers of the zero line, you're going to be killed. I think that's kind of what you have to take in as a soldier is, are you trying your best to be a hard target, or are you just going to...
It is interesting, isn't it?
Be a little bit higher. I'm going to walk down here. I'm not going to take it so seriously.
You hear that? Hold on.
The flash just be a little bit higher. I'm going to walk down here. I'm not going to take it so
buzzing,
serious.
Jesus, it already freaks me out. All right. This is my most intense combat GoPro footage from the front line. He's not actually showing any combat in this, so it is TOS safe.
Gotcha.
Wait, you know what? From the beginning, it's fun.
No.
Happening out here, and tomorrow they were gonna push today, but they can't. They have orders to stay until tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we just got out of there right in time, man. Look behind you. Right in time. Yeah, man, let's dismount.
I'm gonna put this up because
right? Let's fucking go. Go right.
Direct tank fire. They're like literally just getting here. Ukraine retreats. Like you're like this close to death at every moment right now.
Hey, stay down, stay down. Yeah. What's up? Yeah.
This is the chillest part of the video.
To go under the bridge. Under the bridge?
So like every time you hear people talking about Ukraine, I want you to actually see some of it so you can understand what it is that these people are talking about and what it is that you're talking about.
I'm gonna get that shit ready. You got this one ready? Yeah. Should we fully prep them? We got artillery. We should probably not be in the same spot, you know.
They would hit the bridge one day.
Yeah, well, anything's better than chilling out there, bro, at the moment.
Yeah. Что там? Я понял, иди пока однём.
Oh, and imagine you're an American here who does not speak Ukrainian.
На 11. Плюс.
do we do now?
Guy on top of the bridge just got killed.
We push.
Is that grad? Fuck is that?
That's overhead.
Yeah.
Going that way.
Yeah.
Thought about that.
We
If I
train artillery,
volunteered,
we're in the
would be
middle.
trying to learn as much Ukrainian as fast as possible. I mean, like the Ukrainians learned a bunch of English in the last couple of years too. We did have quite a lot of people who volunteered and went there.
I want to explain what's going on. We got villagers back there.
Yes, we got villagers about a kilometer back.
Say about a kilometer in front, we got Russians.
Kilometer in front, we got RD tanks. Basically,
That's not a
everything
good place to
infantry,
be.
all
Civilians a kilometer back and Russians a kilometer in front.
raining down on us. Well, they're raining down on us and the villagers. Well, we're fucked, honestly. We gotta get to the village. Being out here is not gonna do us any good.
Yep.
Go tell them.
All right, where the fuck is Ivan? Where's Ivan? He went.
Forward?
You don't need to volunteer. The war is coming to you, my friends.
What are we doing here then? We're so.
It's coming to you.
Go, go, go. Here?
Пацанов, ждем. Стой, стой, стой, стоп, стоп, no, no, no, no, no, no, no.
They're trying to get out of the car so artillery doesn't hit them and he's stuck because of his gear.
What?
And now they're leaving. You see how quickly like things change? Suddenly it's out of the car, out of the car, out of the car. We need to go because artillery is gonna hit us, but then it doesn't hit you, and then it's back in the car, back of the car. We gotta go, we gotta go. You gotta be fast, you gotta know what your surroundings are. You have to be able to talk to people. You're gonna die if you can't cooperate with other people. Don't listen to Simply Steve.
No.
Don't be a doomer. You think these guys are like, hey, we're all gonna die right now and give up? No.
We wait for the other cowboy.
They show up with energy drinks and
Let's go.
fucking fruity soda.
Oh man, it's fresh, dude. Fresh.
Yeah, the front line changes in a logical fashion.
Fresh already.
It also changes throughout the day.
Паф, паф, паф, пидорасов хуярить едем, пацаны.
What's up? What's up?
We're gonna go kill him.
Kill who? Rush?
You have no idea where we're going, where the Russians are, if we're alone. We think we're about to die.
Yeah, it's just hitting right there.
Yeah.
See, they think they're about to die, but they're like, fuck it, let's go out with a bang.
Yo, we're gonna take position in one of these homes.
Alright. We're out. Let's get out.
They try and make children, like teenagers, think that war is like Call of Duty. Yeah, it's fucking terrifying just to watch, isn't it?
Goodbye.
He gets stuck here, and like every second is pure pain to me.
Very, very, very, very.
Go!
Me with the headphones on, just like ducking every time I hear a boom.
Get inside the house. Get inside. We gotta sit down.
Notice how they just drop what they're doing and go prone the moment they hear something coming their way, because when you lay down, you're less likely to get hit.
Get inside.
Huh? Move, move, move.
We good? Let's get inside. Get inside. Go.
Fuck, they were shooting in there.
All right. What's going on?
Now what? Now you're camped in a room with 6 fucking dudes that's the size of, I don't know, like, a 7-Eleven.
Ivan.
Man.
With artillery outside.
Go with Ivan.
In front of the one. All right, I'm gonna open up this door. You need to get in. Shouldn't open the lock. We're in.
Ooh, straight through that spider web.
Is this a jet?
Yeah, it's a jet, man.
Is that ours?
Who knows?
Ukraine have 5 jets of the whole jet.
That is fucked.
They're jets.
I think it is.
Hey, if they're fucking fighting there, bro.
Fleeing is
This ain't it,
tactics.
man.
Yeah, if they're fighting there, then we can't go back.
This is the second time their team leader went missing for an hour, and now the way that they came is being bombed, so they can't go back the way they're coming. They think they're surrounded now.
Open up on us. I think we're gonna have to walk it, bro.
Yeah, no, I think we walk it.
Duck? Viaduct duck?
We hear a drone.
No, it does not sound like a Bayraktar. I've had this fly over every day in Yabasha. Hey, let's spread out.
Yeah, that's gotta be one of ours, though.
So that drone likely, as the text said, if you couldn't read it, was pinpointing them for the artillery strikes, because they follow you
yeah,
around.
I like the space anyway.
That's a Ukrainian tank that helped them get in, now on fire. Like, you see how horrifying everything is. It's just trauma, consistently. That's war.
My sector has impacts. No, it's behind the wood line.
Yeah, everything is dynamic minute by minute.
Alright, man. We're taking a nap.
I found a tame video to show on YouTube.
No.
All the combat's cut.
Ain't coming. Oh, that's not close. It's not even shaking us, dude.
Oh yeah, no, Bakhmut would be some insane fucking footage. Yeah, I couldn't show that on stream. You sent me one that was like The Chosen Company by any means necessary 2 weeks ago, Zomi, and I want to watch that, but I'm not sure if that's too violent for stream.
Yeah, this one is close.
Is that done?
Yeah, but that one's close. You can hear the whistle, yeah.
Just flick the cigarette out the window.
I want to go take a piss, but incoming. That was funny.
I got it.
I can't have you go.
That was funny. Let me see. Maybe this one's not too graphic for stream.
6. But when they were checking that portion of the tree line, there were some heat signatures coming from that. It wasn't really definable as a person, but there was
Then join the Ukrainian Foreign Legion.
some sort of heat source within that tree line. And so it actually gave us reason to believe that it might have been another position there. And
We don't have the context. Let me get to the next actual segment. Find me a segment, because we don't have the context. Oh, this is all just like interviews, is it? Never mind.
We would have up trying to watch the assault. It was
From the beginning of you. Thank you, Hasty.
I was not very proud I didn't conduct the operation. However, I was injured. I was still on crutches and I was just coming back to base. And the plan was already in place. The guys are already rehearsed and they're all ready to go. And I was with the Ukrainian commander in our talk. And I was just monitoring the mission from the surveillance drone feed that we would have up trying to watch the assault. Chosen Company's role in this was to conduct a dismounted trench assault on positions 109.
Thank you. That's much better. Hoping this one's not going to be TOS. Let me just check really quickly. Cool. Not too bad. Like, yeah, right about here. We're going to skip to part of the video in. Give you an idea.
From an RPG. And you could see where it penetrated on the left side of the turret, but then went through, double penetrated the turret and detonated outside of it. When we were looking at the turret, we knew which side it got hit on, at what point we got hit.
Give me the fucking video.
Humvee
Here.
from 450 meters with an RPG and unguided
The reason I'm not
rocket.
like listening to these guys is because I can say all this stuff and it won't hit the same way as seeing it.
Like, it's not an easy shot to do.
Bring it out!
Like, you're living for moment by moment.
Go to fucking left! Let's go!
My team dismounts, so does the other team. So
We got an
have,
Aussie!
Alpha and Bravo group.
We called it at the same time, Onyx.
And we both enter the trenches from different ends.
I don't even see what the fuck they're shooting at. Now imagine you're doing this, and then a drone just drops you from the sky. Along with drones, the use of VR quad tech allows for some really accurate targeting across the board. AR augmented reality goggles are in development to give a predator vision shit, see through walls. Yeah, absolutely. That tracks, Captain Buggy. They did say they're entering from two sides, so covering fire would track.
Got to the edge of the trench and started prepping frags, ready to chuck in, make entry into the trench. There was still a lot of confusion.
You realize that was like World War I shit. We're
obviously
back
it
to
was loud
trench
as
warfare.
fuck. Like guys are shouting. Yeah, it was just pure chaos at first. Lots of explosions going off, all that good shit.
Hurry up! Frag it!
Whoa, sorry. He didn't get shot.
Moss, he's right there! He's right fucking there! Fuck! Moss, he's on the other side. Cover me, cover me! We need to get in the fucking trench, boys.
Let's get in the fucking trench, boys. What are we, Peaky Blinders?
Frag out! Go! Go to the left! Go to the left!
So, I feel like that's enough. This is coming to you. It's being shipped. Donald Trump has packed it into a nice little Amazon package and sent it in the mail. Viz, you need to watch Peaky Blinders. I don't watch TV much, but it's a rare one that I liked. I don't watch TV much either. I still need to watch Severance, but I don't have Apple TV, and that's the only thing that's on here. This is weird. Apparently, Russia's up to something off the coast of Estonia's Baltic Sea.
A suspicious freighter off the coast of Estonia.
Well,
Detected by the Sakala,
I know I'd
a
like
vessel
it.
of the Estonian Navy on patrol in the Baltic Sea. As we approach the freighter, the soldiers' suspicions are confirmed. This is no ordinary ship, but a Russian oil tanker flying a false flag.
Thank you again for the link, by the way, Zomi. That was a good video. Get a Plex server with friends with a library of content. What are you talking about?
Possibly part of Putin's so-called shadow fleet.
Oh, for the Apple TV thing.
As the Sakala draws closer, the crew checks for any suspicious activity. Whether the ship suddenly slows down, makes a sudden turn, or refuses to communicate.
Oh, I could probably
Missions
bring my
like this
chat
have
back
become
down, eh?
routine for Captain Kantz and his crew.
Yesterday we saw something hanging.
All right, I'll have a look into that stuff because I have no idea how any of that works. Let me just put that there. Can Trump send that to a locker? I hate when they ring my buzzer. No, sorry, it's coming to your front door.
From
At 2 in the morning, too.
an anchor chain from one cargo vessel. So we went closer, we contacted the vessel, and we checked. Actually, it wasn't anything else, but it was just a fire hose tangled in the anchor chain.
In times of war, the Sakala is a minesweeper, specialized for the finding and disarming of sea mines. Its current mission, however, is patrolling the Gulf of Finland for NATO, together with 2 other Estonian warships.
You have a fire stick for your TV? Nope.
It's the Alliance's response to suspected acts of sabotage, which have increased in the Baltic Sea in recent months. Ships from the Russian Shadow Fleet are among those being investigated. The shadowy tankers have been...
These ships can be really dangerous, because think about it, right? Right now, the Shadow Fleet ships function to cut undersea cables, but these ships can also be loaded up with, let's say, what was that one a couple months ago that was a higher risk because it was loaded with fertilizer and could just be a giant ramming bomb? F that job in the A with big rubber D. Nope, on steroids.
Cruising local fishing grounds for 3 years now. Heikko Heitur is a passionate local fisherman. He supplies restaurants here in Pihlaspea, northern Estonia, with mackerel, salmon, trout, and perch. The situation in the Baltic Sea is a real worry.
There are lots of these big ships in the sea. They're standing around waiting to sail on to Russia. We have no choice but to come to terms with the situation and to deal with the danger posed by the ships.
Quite dangerous.
Ships that are often old and poorly insured. Western authorities believe Moscow is using them to evade sanctions and as a tool of hybrid warfare against the West. A shipwreck dumping thousands of tons of oil into the sea would have dramatic environmental consequences. Heikko Heitur, retrieving today's catch, knows this better than most.
If something were to happen, the fishing would be over. Pollution could spread quite quickly. That's the biggest danger, I think.
I found a video I really want to watch. I'm sorry. Sorry. I want to watch Mehdi Hassan and Naomi Klein talking about Trump making a mafia code. This looks way more interesting. IED at sea during the worst hurricanes, batshit crazy weather we've seen in a minute. Yeah, no, fuck. I would hate being at sea almost as much as I would hate being in space.
It's kind of a mafia.
Wait, fuck. Now I have too many videos I want to watch. We can watch,
Would U.S.
Wait, not that one. We can watch Naomi Klein and Mehdi Hassan.
I just finished watching.
Or we can watch how The Expanse, the show, shows just how evil the elites are and where we're going. Got 2 of these. Fuck, I don't know which one to watch. Sci-fi, reality. Sci-fi, reality. Sci-fi, reality. Fuck, that's hard. Reality. I have finished watching The Expanse. No, wait, I got halfway to the final season. I never finished it, but that's okay. That's finishing it for me. I got up to the last 2 episodes of Breaking Bad. Never watched those either, and I watched the movie afterward. I don't like to watch the finales of episodes a lot of the time. So yeah, I finished it.
A polar world that is shaping up.
You cannot understand Trump in isolation without also understanding Orban and Putin.
It's about might makes right. It's about if you have nukes, then if you're the dominant power in your neighborhood, you get to do what you want.
The US and the UK have
a new season of The Expanse would be cool. We can be pirates. I mean, we can be pirates now.
Allowed Israel basically to burn down the Geneva Conventions, international humanitarian law as we know it.
Nah, sorry. Look, we've had too much politics. Let's do some sci-fi. I don't know. I'm in a weird mood today. Sorry. All over the place. Severance highly worth it. I have a site. I can watch it. Well, you know, you can't say that over here and not get banned for it.
watching
I
The
like Naomi.
Expanse
I do.
for the
We'll watch
second
Naomi
time.
next time.
It's a gritty, dark sci-fi show, but it has some chilling social commentary. There's one part in particular that I just couldn't get out of my head this time, and to pique your interest, it culminates in a very intense scene when this scientist here, Dresden, delivers a pretty dark speech where he basically justifies just straight up murdering 1.5 million innocent people. But what's so messed up about it is that his speech is actually making a lot of sense.
He's not right.
I think we need some context. In the show, Dresden works for a mega corporation called Protogen. It's filthy rich with ties to both of the prevailing superpowers. And that's not China, and it's not the US either. The show depicts humanity around 300 years into the future, and here we've expanded and we've colonized most of the solar system. In this future,
I would totally side with the Belters too. Are you fucking kidding me? Beltalota.
these are the superpowers: Earth and Mars. And in the middle of space, far away from both, we have the beginning of Dresden's story, the Belt. The Belt is a classic example of oppression. It's a network of mining colonies and industrial hubs located by a bunch of asteroids that have valuable resources.
By the way,
if
like Musk got his way with space, this is how you would be living when you actually probably worse than this to start off with, when you start colonizing fucking planets and asteroids. You're going to be the Belters if you follow Elon into space.
Water and other essential minerals, pretty important stuff when you're in the middle of space where water doesn't come in lakes.
This
But
show
these
was
resources
so good.
don't really go
This
to
was the most realistic sci-fi show ever.
people who live there, the Belters. While they mine the resources, they mostly just go to Earth and Mars.
Slaves. Every time we demand to be heard, they hold back our water until we crawl back into our holes in Bobo Bertoloda and do as we are told.
We can think of the Belt a bit like an extraction economy, actually. It isn't designed to build a future for its people. The purpose is actually to funnel the wealth away from the colony or country or what have you, to those who tap it for resources. In this case, it's Earth and Mars, but this stuff goes on in our world too, and Congo is a great example of this. Congo is basically the backbone of the modern tech economy.
Kinda, yeah. Australia is another good example.
Right? Because it provides all the critical minerals that we need for our consumer
This is the Expanse.
electronics, cobalt and lithium. But guess who ends up with these resources?
Three
It's
Body
not the
Problem was
Congolese.
also
No.
fucking amazing, but this is more scientifically accurate than Three Body Problem. Only because Three Body Problem doesn't really, like, it jumps very far into the future very quickly, and there's not much basis of the science established in that. But the show was great. I haven't read the books because I don't know, I haven't read the books, but I've watched about 15 to 16 hours of YouTube video essays on the books.
No, it's US tech companies like Tesla and Apple, of course. And these companies, they want to
I love the
maximize
second
their
book.
profit. So they end up giving their workers, the people who do the mining in Congo, the
I mean, like, YouTube video essays are spoilers. The second book is the best.
bare minimum, which is $1 a day.
These people
Even
get
in
$1 a
Congo-
day. They get $1 a day to mine, which is still, even in Congo, under the, like, poverty limit.
Well, that's way under the poverty line
there
of
you go.
$250.
Thank you.
Also, just as a little note, 40,000 of these workers are children as young as 6 years old. But the Belt
look,
operates
America.
under the same kind of logic. They don't reap the profits of the ice and helium-3 they mine for.
This is what they want to turn Ukraine into, is what they want to turn everything into. America, Ukraine, Mexico, Canada. They want this to be everybody except for, like, 10,000 people.
Earth and Mars, just like the Congolese.
At least
don't
in the Expanse, everyone on Earth has universal basic income.
profit from their cobalt and lithium. Think of it like this. They aren't even citizens of the systems that they help support. I mean, not that Tesla and Apple's wealth goes to US citizens anyway, but yeah, that's just the way things are in the Belt. At least, that's how Joseph Miller sees it. Miller is a Belter, and I'm bringing him up because he's actually right there in the room when Dresden justifies his genocide. And he's the only one who responds to Dresden in a sensible way. Now, Miller doesn't mind asteroids like most others. He's actually a detective and a security officer on the belt. And he's spent his whole life watching his people getting screwed over by the powers that be. He's even been enforcing it too. Like, when a worker protests their shitty living conditions, he's the one who's called to break up the strike.
Yeah, but he also finds a corrupt labor union leader and throws him into an airlock and threatens to kill him. Opens the airlock until the guy's suffocating and then shuts it when the guy's like, okay, I'll do the thing, I'll do it.
Free speech for today.
Break it up! And he's okay with it, because he's learned that on the belt, just like in Congo, life is cheap. But that all changes when one day
Naomi
he gets fired from his job. His job that's been the only thing that's kind of kept him feeling okay
You
about
like the lesbian that has a crush on
place in the belt in the first place.
It was Naomi,
It
wasn't
happens when Miller gets assigned to find a missing rich girl from Earth, Julie Mao. Although Miller
Naomi Nagata. You're talking about the belter lady who has a crush on Naomi.
Was a good detective once, he started to take it a bit too easy lately, and his boss knows this. So
those are
that's why
fake
she
mechanical
assigns him
birds,
with the Julie Mao
so that
case.
you don't lose your mind because there's no wildlife around. They have fake little mechanical animals that you can play with.
It isn't
Kamina,
really
yes.
meant to be solved. But for some reason, Miller actually gets really into it, just like his old self would. And then he starts asking the wrong kinds of questions. I think it's fair to say that he actually gets kind of obsessed
like
with
on
Julie,
Earth, yeah.
and his boss isn't too happy about it. So she pulls him into her office, tells him he's wasting time, and straight up just cans him. Miller doesn't know it yet, but he's actually asking about something much bigger than a missing persons case. Because what happened to Julie Mao isn't just a crime.
Oh yeah, I forget
it's
that
much
the books for The Expanse are based off the tabletop game. By the way, that's how you know it's a good show, is because the show is based on books and the books are based on a tabletop board game.
bigger than that, and Protogen is behind it all. After he gets fired, Miller wallows around in pity for a bit, but his job was his purpose. That's the thing that kept him going. And on top of that, he can't let go about what happened to Julie Mao. So he decides to do
if we're convincing you guys to watch The Expanse, I'm going to show you Space Combat.
something about it. And he follows the only lead he has, and he heads to Arrow Station, which is another station in the belt. But oh man, does he pick the wrong station.
You want to see what Space Combat looks like in The Expanse? For some reason, from Radio Free.
Approaching missile lock.
Wait, it'll be copyright, so I can only show you a bit of it because of YouTube. So what happens is, that's a torpedo. The ship fires a torpedo. Basically does a spin and shoots off its guns to get anything around it shot. Like, that's what Space Combat looks like in this. It's wild. And then if you take it like a step further, hold on. And like, none of this stuff is like super strong or anything. You're on one of these ships and one of these bullets goes through a wall, you're dead. Yeah, when they found the gold asteroid, it was just a matter of time to rush it. SpaceX isn't close. NASA is needing to use tech I want to play with, developed in 2020. I mean, I'm hoping Europe beats them there. Good show, though.
Protogen handles labor contracts and station security on Arrows.
Oh yeah, this
but
shit's evil.
like I said before,
Obviously, this is just like humanity on Earth. It is corpos, exploiting you and showing you how much they hate you, how little they care about you.
Is
Pay attention.
very powerful. They also have their own
This is
fleet,
SpaceX
their
in
own
the future.
military, and most importantly, their own research division where men like Dresden do R&D for them. For years, they've just kind of operated
If you've already seen Three Body Problem, I'll have to think. I like more fantasy than science fiction.
as security in the background, you know, making sure that nothing disrupts the flow of resources to Earth and Mars. But then something happens that changes everything for them, and everything for the world too. The good folks at Protogen, including our guy Dresden, discover something very unusual. Something
Now this is like
very
the fantasy
powerful.
part of the
They
science
find
fantasy.
an alien
Fiction, rather.
substance, the protomolecule. This is the first human contact that anyone's ever had with alien life. And the protomolecule shows amazing
Electromagnetic
scientific
pulse bombs become standard soon enough to counter all the tech on the battlefields, or is this something I'm not understanding? Well, up until recently, there was a treaty that didn't allow us to use nuclear weapons in space because of the EMP risk that could affect a whole lot of people. But Trump and Putin said, nah, fuck that. So probably, but that'll fuck everything. And so who knows?
potential. But Protogen and Dresden have a problem with it. You know, they figured out kind of what it does, but they don't know how or why it does it. They don't know how it works. All they know is that it changes the organic matter, it changes the DNA
It's some
of
weird
anything
shit.
biological
But
that
so
it
how they go
touches.
about
And
testing
that
it?
means that Dresden also needs organic matter to study it, to harness it. So he asks himself, how do I find enough organic matter to really figure this thing out? And pretty much without hesitation, he realizes he can just dump it on the belt. And guess
Yes, the poor people would be great to test our unknown alien, like, matter on that changes your DNA and changes, like, physical matter. And the thing is, the point of it isn't the alien tech. The point of it is how little the poor people matter.
which station he picks. Aero Station, of course. Population of 1.5 million Belters and current location of Detective Joseph Miller. On Eros, Miller has been trying to find Julie, and on his mission, he's met this guy here. James Holden. And his team. They all have one thing in common. They want to find Julie Mao, so they agree to work
My
together.
favorite character, I forgot. Him. What's his name? He's my favorite fucking character. My god. He's not going to cover the whole season. The point of this isn't just like the season. Asmos. Yeah, that was shit. That was the shit. That man is like the fucking murder teddy bear. Have a lovely night, SN.
One thing in common. They want to find Julie Mao, so they agree
It's
to
about
work
the
together
logic
for a short
and the
while
flaws
to
of
do
the logic.
just that.
The race to
Together,
the bottom.
they
It's
manage to
politics.
track down her location, and it leads them to this dark apartment where they find.
Wait.
See, look, you can see JD Vance over here. This is politics.
Oh my god.
See?
I'm actually blurring this out because
Politics.
it's pretty disturbing. She's actually not dead, but take it from me, she's very much been infected by the protomolecule, and it's gonna spread quickly. While the crew are taking this in,
It's all
Protogen
politics.
begins to lock down Aero Station. Suddenly, the people here can't leave. This is all by design.
There's always a couch in danger when JD Vance is around.
Of course, Protogen needs to see what the protomolecule does at scale, and they're monitoring it all from a nearby
So what do they
research
do? They
vessel.
lock 1.5 million
Luckily,
people.
Miller and Holden figure out what's going on.
And kill
I mean, they're literally looking at it, but only just in time. So they make a run for it, and very narrowly, after some intense navigating and, you know, a few incidents, they manage to escape Eros in one piece. But now, they want answers. Now, if you're like
Everyone
me,
on that
you
station,
might be
every single one of them got killed.
wondering, how does Protogen justify releasing the protomolecule on Eros? Well, before going over Dresden's logic, I think it helps to understand where he's actually coming from.
There is no justification, but sure.
Like, what his worldview is going into this experiment, because he, along with most of the world actually, already see Belters as disposable, not just politically or economically, but even biologically. Quite literally,
yes.
because belters like Miller spend their entire lives in low gravity, their bones are weak and their muscles are underdeveloped. That means that if Miller ever stepped foot on Earth, his lungs would probably collapse under the pressure of the atmosphere. And again,
they literally torture belters on Earth who they think are terrorists by keeping them outside of a water tank that's supposed to keep the pressure normalized for them. Just taking them outside and then letting them like having their hands cuffed above them and having them hang down. It's torture.
This is a form of control in our world too.
And
it's
the science
called
accuracy.
biopower. And this one here is from big boy Michel Foucault. As he talks about, power isn't just about controlling what people do, but also what they are. For example, if you can control someone's health or reproduction, right? Well, according to Foucault, that's just as effective as any police force. Let's think of Congo again as an example. In Congo, the toxic conditions of cobalt mining have already led to rising birth defects, stillbirths, and infant mortality. And
by the way, the toxins released from cobalt mining essentially negate the use of electric vehicles as environmentally friendly.
It's bad, of course, but if you think beyond this immediate suffering, these conditions also make it nearly impossible for the workers' families to escape poverty. The cost of medical care,
which by the way is the point, and that's why we're doing this in America. Lithium as well, true.
What little they earn, which is $1 a day, leaving no money for education or looking for alternative work. So miners are forced to keep mining just to put food on the table or to afford medication. Even when, large extractive corporations do pull out of the country, like Unilever, for example, did in 2009, they often leave behind a devastated economy where workers are unable to transition to more stable industries. So workers are basically left with a physical dependency on the very industries that exploit them. The belt is obviously a pretty extreme case, but it exemplifies biopower pretty literally. Belter workers have been physically molded by their labor conditions in ways that make escape impossible. Oppression is literally built into their bones. And on Eros, we see this play out quite literally. Belters have
China is responsible for like 80% of the ownership of cobalt mines. I'm pretty sure it goes up to 90%.
Always been subjugated to live in the confines of low gravity,
keep the slaves
even
trapped.
low
See
class
it here on Earth,
space.
exactly.
And
it's
now
the same
those
thing,
on
and that's why I'm showing you this, because we keep making jokes, right, about how we're going to the cyberpunk future. No, we're going to this future with this. We're going to the shittier version of this future, the cyberpunk expanse collaborative future, where you don't get UBI for everyone on Earth like you do in the Expanse. You get the cyberpunk setting on Earth, but you get the Expanse setting in space.
Eros, they can't escape their home, which is being eaten up by a destructive alien substance. So, as we'll see, even though Dresden doesn't address this specifically, this is exactly the way he thinks of Belters, I'm sure of it. And in the end, this way of seeing Belters is what lays the very foundation that's required for him to think up his psycho logic in the first place. So let's get into it. Piecing together everything that just transpired, Miller and Holden figure out that Protogen is behind the outbreak.
Mid-punk? Yeah, literally.
But this just happened, and they're the only ones who know about it because they were, well, yeah, literally there. That means that time is running out and they need to do something. So they decide to track down Dresden's research vessel. With the help of the only resistance on the belt, the OP...
I love that the ship's name is the Rocinante. I do still love that. When I played Starfield, I built the Rocinante.
They plan an intervention, and in just a short time, they breach Dresden's research vessel. Then after some shooting and stuff, they locate the scientist
show is excellent.
And pull him into a room alone. And here we are, back at Dresden's speech. When I watched this, the first thing that seemed off to me, especially when I read the book, is that when they confront Dresden, he doesn't beg for his life. He doesn't apologize. Instead, he just starts talking. The show does a really good job of recreating this scene, but I want to say that he's even more calm and collected in the book. So imagine that too.
Tell me what you want and we'll negotiate.
You're gonna help us make a vaccine.
No, that goes against everything we're trying to accomplish.
This man is
what the fuck?
Literally at gunpoint, but instead of freaking out, he's
the Morgan class destroyers are sick. I do agree. This is what they look like. These are the Mars Navy ships. Gave me RFK vibes. Yeah, no, it did. You're right, it did.
Irritated. And that's because the way he sees it, they're the ones who don't understand. And so, with all the confidence of a man who believes himself to be the smartest person in the room, Dresden starts pitching, because that's what this is, a pitch.
Blade Runner is also good, yeah.
A carefully rehearsed, calculated appeal
Obviously, like Blade Runner was like a classic.
One that he's done countless of times, probably, to Protogen's shareholders.
We made a discovery on Phoebe.
An extracellular life form. We found your lab notes in the Anubis.
Maybe you can appreciate what it is. An organism that can repurpose other life forms and use them to evolve.
Into what?
That's what we're trying to find out. In a controlled, isolated environment that can be sterilized if it gets out of hand.
As a belter,
a controlled, isolated environment that can be sterilized that's filled with 1.5 million human beings.
Seen this before. A man
genocide.
With power. I mean,
this shit is literally like a genocidal scientist. This it's a trope.
Using his voice as a weapon. Dresden doesn't need to threaten anyone.
He could have fed it a vat of bacteria.
I'm not interested in the cosmic fate of bacteria.
The protomolecule is proof that we're not alone in the universe and are picking out of the limitations that bind us to these pathetic little bubbles of rock and air.
Dresden genuinely...
It's actually anti-human science because he wants to evolve beyond humanity.
He believes this. He actually thinks he's on the brink of something...
Understand? Not this thought process, but the way that this person thinks is how the people in charge right now think. That's how the capital class think about their goals. They want to transcend humanity. That's what the Great Awakening they keep talking about is.
Bigger than human civilization itself. And he knows that the only thing standing between him and that future...
That's not necessarily what Ubermensch is, but yeah.
Their ignorance.
If we master it, we can apply it.
Apply it to what?
To everything.
It can't.
We become our own gods. Imagine human beings able to live in hard vacuum without a suit or under the crushing atmosphere of a gas giant, or able to hibernate long enough to travel to the stars.
Look.
Those are beyond humanity. It's anti-human thought processes.
At Holden and Fred, the OPA guy here. They're horrified, but they're also listening to a guy justifying mass genocide.
You can't save Eros. All you can do now is waste the data and ensure that every man.
Wait, I have to make sure that it doesn't show. Okay, good.
Child on that rock died for nothing. The data will erase itself if anyone other than me tries to decrypt it. Without this work, humanity will be left unarmed, ignorant, vulnerable to an enemy who has already fired the first shot.
No, they haven't.
You know, he's kind of making sense, right?
Only if you believe fear-mongering. There is no known enemy. They found a molecule that comes from outer space, and now he's trying to say, we need this, otherwise we're going to die because aliens will invade, which there's no evidence for. But he's making that lie because the justification of, I want to go beyond humanity isn't enough.
Care who controls the project, so long as I can get back to my work, with no restrictions.
But then...
We're gonna need complete access to the data, as well as the names of everyone responsible for setting this in motion.
And then Miller shoots Dresden in the face. So, yeah.
Done.
Oh sh. Okay, before
what's the right answer, by the way? There.
I just want to take a second here. Do you know? I spend a lot of hours writing and editing these videos, and I really enjoy doing it. But if you're enjoying watching this video too, It really helps me out so much if you hit that like button, and if you want to see more, if you subscribe
Hell
too.
yeah.
And a big
Base video,
thanks
man.
to all the people who liked and commented on my previous video. It did way better than I actually...
Now, that's really what I wanted to show you. The rest of this, like, applies, and we can watch it, but the point really was, this is how the people in power who don't have to think about the consequences of what happens to you or other weak, powerless, poor people believe. This is how they think. Understanding consciousness and how to transfer it to another form, whatever form allows immortality. Altered Carbon did a version of it too. It's more than dangerous. Like, the desire to use science to transcend humanity has yet to not end in genocide. Let me put it to you that way. I kept imagining Miller as always the classic film noir detective, get up even in space. Yeah, like everyone makes fun of him for wearing a hat because he's like, why are you wearing a hat? And he's like, to keep my head dry from the rain, except, you know, they're in space, so there's no rain. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. We'll finish the video. I have returned. Where's the host? Did Ice grab her? Ice can't reach me, repentant man. I'm out of their reach. Wow, whoa. We got new chatters. What's up, Botmutt's Vengeance? Hi, I was woken up by my baby daughter again. What you guys been chatting about? Well, we were just watching a video about The Expanse, but in the sense of this is how in the future the elite will exploit you, and compare that to how the elite exploit you now and the thought process in between that is consistent. Average American reads at 6th grade level, meaning half Americans dumber than a 6th grader. This is true. In fact, I would probably go further than that and say about 75% of America is probably dumber than a 6th grader. Just speaking from experience.
Expected it to, so I
Welcome,
still happily
guys.
read all the comments on it. Okay, let's get back to it.
Well, a lot more than that explains Trump's success. We talk about it
What do you
constantly.
think about Dresden's speech? Did Miller do the right thing or the wrong thing?
To refresh my memory, I like the detective in Claes Ashford. Claes Ashford is fucking based. I forgot about him.
And why does it even matter to us? Dresden
The show had
believed
such
that
good
he was in
characters.
control of the protomolecule. He believed that with enough data, time, and experimentation,
Experimentation, by the way, meaning the death of 1.5 million people.
Learn to control it, you know, to harness it. That's what he argued, and that's how he convinced Holden and Fred to let him keep working on it. It's almost how he made them think that killing 1.5 million innocent people was a necessary evil.
The present
for the
is
greater
scary as
good.
shit,
But there's
Bottomless
one
Vengeance.
really big caveat here, because as we soon find out in the show, it turns out that he was totally wrong about the protomolecule. He was so convinced by his own logic that he failed to consider the one thing that makes something like the protomolecule truly dangerous. It's unpredictable. And this happens right after he gets shot.
Bahamut's Vengeance. People right now don't believe in reality. They don't believe in reality. They don't believe the things that they can see, touch, hear. Repentant Man, did you hear about the tough student that ICE kidnapped? She led the pro-Palestine protests. Yes, I covered it earlier in the video. By the way, guys, go jump on YouTube, drop a like on the stream and a subscription, because then you can watch the video afterward. I covered today the Turkish protests, the signal leaks for the second time, as well as the ICE disappearing people in the concentration camps. To be honest, Elon Musk getting free funding for his Mars mission at the expense of the poor in America is another example of us willing to sacrifice the many for progress. That's literally it, and that's what I mean. If Elon was to succeed, this is the future in space you're looking for. I hope she's okay, but I doubt it. She's not okay.
The proto-molecule does something completely
That's
impossible.
true.
After Dresden's
Raza.
demise, Miller and the crew, they all agree that the best course of action is to ram the shit
I
out
mean,
of
I
it.
hate Holden anyway, Captain Buggy. You can spoil it for me. I don't care. I don't like Holden.
With a huge spaceship
The judge just banned Trump trying to ban trans people from the military, and the judge is going to get arrested because Trump has said that any of the activist judges that keep blocking his shit should be arrested. They're going to get to that next week. You guys understand that we're like less than a month out from the Insurrection Act, right? Like martial law comes in a month. Here, let me remind you if you didn't already know about that. Covered this on multiple sources before, but on January 20th, Donald Trump signed a memo asking for, where is it? Give me DHS. Where are you in this article? Thank you. Asking DHS and DOD within 90 days to file a report on whether or not they need to file the Insurrection Act. This would mean martial law. This deadline for the report is April 20th. Now, they could just not declare martial law. Sure, that's possible. I don't necessarily think that that's going to happen. I think they will. Trump set up the legal shutdown. He knows the judges will try and stop it. It was in Project 2025. It literally said, yes, the judges will try and stop you. Here's how you can go about going around them. You should just ignore them. This is what we'll do. It's all in the document. They laid it out.
Purposed as a missile.
But we didn't read.
As this
Well,
missile
yeah,
is about
not
to
we,
ram
I did.
Arrows, just as Arrows is about to get obliterated, it moves.
What the fuck? The Nauvoo didn't move.
Yeah, so the proto-molecule that was encompassed on this space station to do the testing of, you know, on the genocide of the 1.5 million people there, somehow moved the space station.
It's not supposed to move. It's basically a dead rock with no engines.
Why do I dislike Holden prior to Leviathan Thalls? His attitude. Yeah, I don't like the type of person he is. His values, I don't know. Any bets what happens on April 5th when the TikTok extension bans up? He's not banning TikTok. TikTok is like censoring things that he wants censored. TikTok works for him.
Inhabited by
Well, rather
a
works
million and a
with
half
him.
corpses, and Miller's there too. Actually, he wants to be with Julie. Yeah, we'll get to that. But Arrows literally moves, and then it begins to accelerate, and it's headed towards Earth. That's what I mean by unpredictable. The proto-molecule is on its way to infect 30 billion
And
people
by the
on
way,
Earth,
just so
and
you understand, the unpredictability of that protomolecule is a really apt comparison for the unpredictability of scientific research being done by like Auschwitz people. I'm still a little sleepy. What is this you're watching? This is just a video on how the rich people in the expanse justify evil and exploitation, how this relates to us on this world today. And the idea here of the consequences that they didn't think of, right? This shit is entirely direct. Like, think about AI. All of the AI research that we're doing for the good of humanity, sacrificing the few for the many, rather, even destroying the climate for AI. We're not thinking about the consequences that could come from this that we don't necessarily think is positive, just like how doing this test on 1.5 million people on this space station resulted in unwanted consequences. I think it's a necessary evil, but the ones working with Trump have to go? What's a necessary evil? You mean like AI? No, I think AI should be destroyed. The asteroids were blowback for Earth's atrocities. Lots of parallels with that. Yeah, that's true.
Dresden
that's
had
true.
no idea that this
Fuck, that
was
was
even
wild.
a possibility. He didn't think about
Towards the, like, there is an entire group of oppressed slave class here in this world. They live in the asteroid belt, and at some point in this show, shit gets real, and they fucking slingshot asteroids into Earth because they don't have missiles.
The fact that it might be beyond our understanding of how things work. That this alien
Oh, social media. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I forgot about that. You should DM me on Discord. We'll sort that out in Valuable Foul.
Doesn't abide by the laws of the universe that we know of. That's why it's so interesting to think about, because something eerily similar is going on right now in our world. But it's not the proto-molecule, obviously.
I'm here to talk about AI opportunity.
Trebuchet with asteroids
AI technology.
Oh, look! I didn't know that was coming up. I swear I didn't pre-watch it. But, you know, AI is the direct comparison.
Out here, I know you're probably tired of hearing about AI, but despite the maybe, propped up hype, AI is pretty widely considered to be one of the biggest existential risks for our future, alongside global warming and...
Oh, by the way, to keep maintaining AI and to keep making it better, we also have to make climate change worse.
War. Listen to one of the leading
AI
and
have more wars.
Anthropic's CEO Dario Amodei talk about this.
People look at, like, you know, the chatbot. They're like, we're talking to a chatbot. Like, what the fuck, are you stupid? Like, you think the chatbot's gonna kill everyone? Like, I think that's how many people react. And we go to great pains to say, we're not worried about the present, we're worried about the future, although the future is getting very near right now.
So it's not because of some...
You know that the United States government has autonomous satellites that have AI that make decisions up in space? Like, resources and power, it's all about resource and power? Yeah. Death of Philippe II. Hello, it sounds like you're asking about subscribing to Visora Official for $5.99 or free with Twitch Prime. I will explain the basics. Let me know if you'd like me to elaborate on any topic. Thank you. I very much appreciate that. I like Bing's AI. It uses mostly... I hate every AI. I really, really do. I genuinely, fully despise every single AI that has ever been created. The only good thing that has ever come from AI, to me... are like ones that work in like medicine and their job is to look for cancer shit and are, you know, done by humans. They just do the stuff and the humans look it over. That one I'm okay with. This was funny from an AI. Let's start with the typical reasons why a user would subscribe to a Twitch channel. Death of Philippe. Based as fuck. They tried AI in war games. They got lucky. It leaves that no one nuclear. Sorry, Jesus. Wow. They tried AI in war games. They got lucky. It leaved that nuclear war. Nobody wins. Okay. Jesus, I can't read sometimes. What's up, Shufa Poofer? I hate electric vehicles too. I think I just hate tech. No, see, I don't hate electric vehicles because they're tech. I hate electric vehicles because they're not better for the environment and we pretend they are. I hate electric vehicles because the things that we need to gather to make the electric vehicles are just as bad as us using fossil fuels. We can make electric vehicles with solar panels. You know, you can make a vehicle that has solar panels attached to it. You just can't go vroom vroom at 90 miles an hour with that one. I hate AI because AI is evil. It's anti-human. Trump is calling the leak a witch hunt. That's very funny. Don't we have to gather things to make regular vehicles? We do. But the things that we have to gather to make regular vehicles are not lithium and cobalt. The mining of lithium and cobalt, the toxins that come from that, are essentially bad enough that they negate the use of any... Like, they negate the benefit of EVs in general. And what, you want people to walk, ride buses, or take bikes? Commie? I mean, that too. I would much rather just really, really good public transport. With 15-minute cities, walkable cities. I want basically the infrastructure of Istanbul, where you have a public transport system that is easily accessible and functional, and the city is walkable in and of itself. I don't think you need a car. In fact, hot take, I think most of you shouldn't have a car. Like, in the current context, I can understand that, but like, that is neo-Ottoman I can get behind. Hell yeah. Wait, what if we put a horse in front of our car? I'm okay with that one. I'm okay with the horses. Fuck cars, though. 15-minute city, good public transport, walkable within everything you could need within 15 minutes. If you want to go somewhere further, that doesn't mean, like, if you live rurally and you're a farmer, sure, you can have a pickup truck. But if you live in New York City, I think it should be illegal for you to have a Ford F-150. There is a project to replace lithium with chitin in crab shells and hemp too. Probably good to combine a few. Has been compared to lithium's power. The issue there is we're probably going to kill all the crabs before then. But, you know, that could work. Cats make people lazy as fuck. Hey, I mean, I have a cat. But, kinda. Cars, rather. Cats too. But cars definitely.
Terminator 2 type stuff where AI, you know, becomes sentient and kills us all. It's dangerous in a much more obscure way. AI isn't a tool. It's not a nuke or a knife. It doesn't help humans with their decisions. Instead, it makes its own decisions. And that's unprecedented for any technology that we've ever had. I think we should call AI an alien intelligence because
it's been requested of
even
me.
the people making it
Frank! Say hi, Frank. Hi. Oh, good boy. So much cat hair on my face. Sorry, I'm not grabbing that cat again. Cat only stream. One day, I'm just gonna put Frank in front of the camera and just launch stream. Yeah, god damn it, I can't get all the cat hair off my face. Well, because every time I pick the cat up, he's sleeping. I fucked the cat's sleep schedule up because I work at the wrong times. Like, imagine rather than getting in your car and going onto the highway for 20 minutes every day, there was always just a clean and safe bus that picked you up or train that you could jump on. I have 3 cats, Vivi, Mog, and Kupo. I named them all after Final Fantasy. They're my babies. That's cute. My cat's name is Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Can you tell that I have a bit of an autistic hyperfixation on politics?
don't always know how it works or why it makes its decisions. Now, there's already a bunch of bad things happening right now because of AI, and I will talk about those specifics. So if you want to skip this existential risk part and why it's so scary in the near-term future, you can go to the next part of the video. But if we start relying more on AI to make big decisions for us, and this is a trend that's already happening, by the way, we might fall into the same logical fallacy that Dresden did. We already know that governments are incorporating AI into their decision making. For example, Elon Musk just fed workers' emails into an AI to decide if they should keep...
Yeah, by the way, everything that Elon stole from the Treasury, the private servers he set up in the Treasury Department, and the Social Security information, your voting records, your tax records, everything that he stole from the government goes straight into AI feeding.
Their jobs, right?
Thank you, Bahamut.
He's positioned himself as an AI leader using Doge, the Department of Government Efficiency, to cut jobs in the name of efficiency. And he's already making actually $38 billion of government cash from this position. And on top of that, the report that shows this only shows it through publicly available contracts. The numbers are probably much higher.
The Hillaryization of the entire White House.
Like
nah, this goes way beyond. Right now, The White House is run by like the most Taliban-esque fucking government I've ever seen.
Military contracts. Yeah, even militaries are beginning to use autonomous AI systems to, for example, fire
Again, we have a autonomous satellite system that is run by AI, makes its own decisions, does not need input from the United States in space. It's 7 satellites called sentient. It's not sentient, but it does have AI, it learns, and it makes decisions on where to put the AI, where to send the satellites, where to take pictures of. I've covered it on stream before.
Missiles that kill innocent civilians. This happened not that long ago in Gaza, and even members of the Israeli military were shocked by the AI committing such atrocities.
Yeah, I believe that, sure.
And that's exactly my point. AI isn't evil, but it does follow orders. The problem is, it makes its own decisions of how those orders are carried out. Think of a paranoid dictator here. There's quite a lot of them these days, so just take your pick.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You know, this guy doesn't trust his team or his defense minister or whatever. We already know that dictators tend to be paranoid and weary about their closest people. And for good reason. I mean, it's not uncommon for their allies or closest people to plot to kill them so they can seize power themselves. Pretty soon, the way things are headed, I don't think it's unlikely that a dictator like this would get rid of his defense minister and his team altogether and just replace them with AI.
Time out for 3 hours of digestion about why my favorite guy isn't a dictator. Why won't you debate me, wah?
It was the greatest honor. Hero of the Soviet Union. Awarded to those who gave their all to defend the motherland. Today, it is the hero of the Russian Federation. The men and women who have served the motherland's interests with great honor and distinction. Marco Rubio.
We're going to need to have functional embassies in Moscow and in Washington.
Tulsi Gabbard.
According to the U.S. government, these biolabs are conducting research on dangerous pathogens.
J.D. Vance.
I don't really care what happens to Ukraine one way or another.
And the greatest hero of our time, Donald Trump. These heroes know Russia is a peaceful nation that will never bow down to the decadent American values of what they call democracy. Remember them. Let history record their names amongst the greatest of our heroes. Never forget, they live in our hearts forever.
Donald Trump, hero of the Russian Federation. Alright, the rest of this video doesn't... Actually, no, it does apply. It does apply. It does apply. Let's finish it. I'm tired.
Right now, we're witnessing an AI race to the bottom. Not only between the US and China, but between companies even, racing to be the first to market with
This is like the race for stealth tech between Earth and Mars, Captain Buggy.
Level of AI systems. All in the name of national security or profit, of course. Both governments and companies alike know that whoever controls AI controls the future. So they can't stop.
That clip of Trump that just got shown is where I clipped the pooped podium emote from.
Pushing for innovation. They tell themselves, we can't let China win the AI race.
Oh, this guy rapes his sister.
In the same way, China can't let the US win. And while everyone is racing towards winning, no one stops to think about what it might mean. You know, Malcolm from Jurassic Park said it best here.
Yeah, but your scientists were so preoccupied with whether or not they could that they didn't stop to think if they should.
And while there is some talk about AI safety, the conversation is moving in the wrong direction. There was a recent AI summit held in Paris, but unlike previous summits that centered on AI safety and regulation,
it is such a good line.
Someone decided it was a good idea just to scrap this talking point. Old news, I guess. Just listen to what J.D. Vance, the sitting US Vice President, had to say.
The AI future is not going to be won by hand-wringing about safety. Now, at this moment, we face the extraordinary prospect of a new industrial revolution.
Why do you think, Shufu Poofer?
one on par with the invention of the steam engine or Bessemer steel. But it will never come to pass if overregulation deters innovators from taking the risks necessary to advance the ball. And we must focus now on the opportunity to catch lightning in a bottle, unleash our most brilliant innovators, and use AI to improve the well-being of our nations and their peoples.
That sounds an awful lot like Dresden. I mean,
it does, doesn't it? It does, doesn't it?
The logic is the same. We shouldn't worry about
He's both stupid and soy.
AI safety and regulation, because otherwise we won't harness, its magical promises to improve society. Dresden saw the Belters as expendable because he believed that he was working towards something bigger. A scientific breakthrough that
They're gonna turn us into Jojen Reed in Game of Thrones. Feed us to Bran.
Justified any sacrifice. Of course, Vance is being
If any of you get that reference, I'll be so impressed.
More evasive here. He is a politician after all. He doesn't mention any of the sacrifices that are made right now because of AI. But trust me, there's a lot. And they don't affect men like J.D. Vance.
No,
just like how the Belters' entire existence is shaped by forces beyond their control. AI is already being...
That's the weirdest thing about the Expanse. It's very funny. Somehow, 300 years into the future, the Mormons still exist, and they're a big church, and their whole goal is to build a giant spaceship and fuck off. It's very weird.
Used to dictate our lives. The lives of regular people, in ways that we don't actually get a say in. Think about what powers AI. Massive data centers that use insane amounts of electricity that need lithium and cobalt to power it all. The mining industry in Congo is still as brutal as ever, still using child labor. Tech companies still use the chokehold of biopower.
I don't know who that is. Who the fuck is that? I don't remember that. Their ship got stolen, I think, more than once. It's kind of funny. That's true.
Forcing entire communities to endure
Mormons
things
in
like
space.
heavy metal poisoning. And on the other hand, the implementation of AI is just as shitty. Companies like
Nope, it's Mormons in the show. It might have been Scientology in the books.
Amazon use AI to monitor workers in their warehouses. They track their movements and time their bathroom breaks. Or think about how platforms like Uber and DoorDash use AI to decide pretty much who gets to work.
The Nauvoo, yeah.
And how much they're paid. Uber drivers have like no real control over their own livelihoods. The AI decides everything. There's no like empathetic human behind the app that's saying, okay, I see you're having a bit of a rough day, just take the day off and come back healthier tomorrow. Nope, it's an algorithm. Just like the Belt.
By the way, their ship is, I mean, they call it the Behemoth. Oh, come on, you're really only gonna give me that view of the outside? That's fucking rude. It's a giant ship that has, like, this at the end of it, like an angel with a trumpet. And its whole thing is that it's built to have this part of it rotate so that they could create gravity. You can see it rotating. That gives it gravity. It's basically an O'Neill cylinder. Yeah. AI helping slavery become more automated. Yay! Basically. Stealth proselytizing Mormonism? No, definitely not. Pug, I'm still alive. I'm almost done, Lanky Sapien.
Gig workers like Uber drivers, they can't fight back because they aren't.
How did the union meeting go? That's pretty cool. It's the illusion of gravity. It's not actually warping space-time. Well, I mean, obviously that's not what real gravity is, but like, good union meeting. Get any anything decided? Basically, the non-traditional force of gravity is what it is. Well, I mean, like, gravity can be you going fast forward. That creates gravity from just, like, acceleration. And then there's gravity that comes from spin. That's still gravity. We're doing some prep for a strike. Based as fuck. Good luck. When you guys do the strike, I don't know. Good luck. Let me know. We can talk about it on air. You can live stream it.
Considered real employees with working rights.
That's important.
Just think about who gets healthcare, who gets loans, and even who gets policed. It's increasingly AI. that's making these decisions on...
Shoople poofer, don't worry about it. It would have been shit before, it'll be shit in the future. The only non-shit reality you're gonna live is the one that you make.
all these things, and I'm not even kidding about this. I'm sure
What's
we've
up,
all
Headless
heard
Chicken?
about
Good
United
to see ya.
Healthcare's use of AI to systematically find loopholes to deny people their healthcare. Call me old-fashioned, but
It might be fun,
I believe
like a
that
sapien.
everyone should have access to free healthcare and also have strong labor rights. That's how I
Damn, Shard Spork. I stand corrected. However, the chitosan doesn't replace lithium. It replaced polypropylene and other polymeric membranes. Zinc is used in place of lithium. Fair, fair, fair. If they can make that work, that would be better. Somehow inspiring. Good. There are Scientology seed banks where they pay to store your DNA to be reconstructed by their alien god Xenu. Jesus.
grew up in Denmark.
Lithium
and
is a good
that's
Nirvana
just part
song.
of what makes a society more equitable.
I forgot whether I asked you before, but are you rateable on YouTube? I don't know how to do that. I think I don't have enough subs for that. I think I need 1,000 YouTube subs to get that, but I have regular like membership stuff open. It should be open. I wouldn't have blocked it off or anything. Studio settings, community permission. What's my YouTube? Here's my YouTube. Thank you for telling me how to do it. I'll press play while I do.
More fair. But you know, if that happens, the big tech guys, the big elites who make and use these AI systems won't profit from it. The people in control, Sam Altman, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, and of course the elected officials that they pay off to disregard AI.
I have nothing like that that says that it's blocked. Like I went to studio and then I went to permissions. That's all fine. Community moderation. That's all fine. There's nothing in there about like rating. Nothing in the defaults. Channel. Feature eligibility. No. One. Nope. Seems like it should be perfectly fine. Cool, cool. I remember a lot that was from a documentary a while. I mean, cool, you got it, man. It's promising, but the energy density is still nowhere near the levels that it would be compete with lithium-ion batteries. That's the issue there. Thanks, I'll ask my buddy to radio if you're still on. Oh, thank you. I'm almost done for the day because it's been like 5 hours now. Just want to finish this video.
I'm looking
but
at
thank
you,
you,
JD. They aren't the ones who are suffering right now, or who will suffer if AI goes wrong eventually. Just like Dresden and Protogen experimented on arrows from a safe distance, big tech guys and politicians
By the way, Viz, that inertia or acceleration from the spaceship is creating a centrifugal force. Yes, speed increases mass, but the small amount of acceleration from the spinning isn't creating enough mass that you would need it. So how does it create the illusion of gravity?
really feel a drop. They don't even feel one drop of the everyday consequences of AI. You know, but they do profit from it. Maybe that's why Vance is spreading this narrative that AI is going to change.
But like, that's still a force that is creating a type of gravity, is it not? Oh, and hey, not to be a shill, but if anyone's trying to quit smoking, Zippix nicotine toothpicks are awesome. Interesting. I'll have to look that up because I'm trying to quit vaping.
Change everything for the better while completely disregarding what's actually going on with everyday people.
Tangents are my thing.
Now, I would love if AI fixed poverty and global warming, and I really hope it will.
Yeah,
but
we could have used it for that stuff.
That's not how it works right now. That's not what's happening. Right now, AI seems a lot more like a distraction more than anything else. A distraction from the very real systemic issues that actually affect our lives, regular people. Guys like Musk, they get to talk about innovation and progress.
All right, we get the idea. I found something actually like important to talk about. News alert, Australia is being used again to help renew the US bombing of Yemen, or is it Iran this time? All of that doesn't matter. We know how Australia runs with like the US and how we help with the war effort. Now there is, this week, US Air Force KC-135 refueling planes used Amberley RAFF. Oh, sorry, AAF, based near Brisbane to refuel B-2 bombers over Australia's north on their way to massive bombing runs. The U.S. attacks on Yemen are against facilities used to enforce blockade of Israel-bound ships. Scores of civilians have been killed. We all know that. I want to hear this recording.
H11, do I have you on 1224? H11, thanks.
H11 is a formation, not standard 3.
About a formation.
1 and 4 with you level 2 and 70.
H1, 4 center, that's them all. H11, just confirm how many aircraft you've got in your formation.
H11 is a flight of 2, H14 is a separate element.
I don't know, it didn't mean anything. It's just B-2 bombers coming into Australia to refuel, I guess. Why the fuck are we letting this happen still? Like, why are we still allowing the US to use our military bases? Australia should have just expelled all US personnel the moment they put tariffs on us as well. Well, that makes sense, though, Captain Buggy. That's what's causing you to feel like the gravity is keeping you touching the ground, yet it's non-traditional force. The only gravity you're creating is the small amount of gravity caused by the speed of rotation. That makes sense. That do make the sense. All right. Let me see really quickly. Is there anyone that we love to support to send a raid over to? Did you see the EU asked its citizenry to start hoarding food? No, I haven't seen that. I did know that Europe was passing out pamphlets on how to, like, emergency survive. Didn't the US kind of coup an Aussie PM for trying a minor version of that? Yes, we did. But we need to do it again because we're now Nazi America, and I don't want Australia to work with Nazi America. I'm just hoping after a wonderful labor victory, we will feel more emboldened to stand against the US. I'm hoping so too. A big labor victory, like a blowout labor victory, would be kind of what's necessary for that. Yeah, it was Whitlam. If you're looking for someone to grade, Kidnotkin is great. I rated Kidnotkin yesterday. They are great. I was thinking it was either going to be Kidnotkin or Riverboat Jack. Do you guys have a preference? Because we rated Kidnotkin yesterday. And Kidnotkin is based. But I haven't rated Riverboat Jack in a minute. So you guys get to pick. First 3. Otherwise, I'm going to pick whoever has the least viewers. Anyway, though, I will be back tomorrow. You have Riverboat Jack. Okay, we can do that one. You're the first person that actually answered with a person, other than Headless Chicken. And I would have picked Kidnotkin if not for yesterday. But we gotta spread the love. Alright, I'm starting the raid. Line up. I will see you guys tomorrow. It's been a great week. Thank you all for tuning in, and thank you all for sticking with me through the unrelated tangents through the end here. Have a lovely night.